Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles, and in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going yours for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see the end. How can I live without you? You were there since the beginning. Let me see what you see in me. Let me be who you want me to be. 'Cause I know through it all, you see like we're fighting for. 'Cause I know through it all, you see like we're fighting for. You see like we're fighting for.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Stunning scenes to start off the morning for day 3 of the Baler International Pro. Baler, it is known for these beautiful, dreamy, fun morning conditions, and they're too good for us to look past. We're rolling straight into action here. We're going to kick off another big day of surfing. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Camille. Camille, what do you make of the morning so far?
Good morning, Jessie. Yes, it's looking really good. We're getting a bit of a pump in the swell, and I'm so excited to just continue seeing the action to pick up where we left off yesterday in the round of 32. That was so sneaky of Dylan Wilcoxon to score the highest single wave score for that division on the very last heat, just when the winds were blowing. So hopefully we carry over that same energy into this morning.
We're looking like we've got a little bit more swell to play with here this morning. We've been running longboards the last couple of mornings, but we're pretty intrigued to what we're going to be running through today. We do have out there Dai Wako with Taka Inoue to take us through the morning call.
Good morning, guys. This is officially day 3 is underway, and we had a little bit of storm last night, but it's cleared up. It's a little bit still cloudy, but still sun is peeking out. I have Taka with me this morning, who is not talented longboarder, also shortboard talented, super professional surfer. So how was condition?
Today is a very clean face, and now it's no windy and bigger than yesterday. So good for all division.
今海に入ってきたと思うんですが、波の方かなり、昨日と比べてサイズも上がっています。海に入ってみて、どうですか？
そうですね、昨日よりもサイズありますし、あと波数もあって、何よりも面が綺麗でうねりっていう感じですごいいいコンディションです。
ありがとうございます。Okay, guys, another big day of actions. A lot of big actions coming from shortboarding and longboarding also. So stay tuned and back to you guys in the booth.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai and Taka. Nothing like Taka's smile to wake you up in the morning.
It's a megawatt smile for sure. And I love that he's also being more confident, speaking in front of the camera, practicing his English. So over the years, as he's been coming back to the Philippines and just traveling around the world. So that also adds to your experience, not just surfing, but also just being a well-traveled cultured person.
We got so many surfers who are just double dipping across both divisions. But this morning, we're going to kick off with the shortboards. We got the round of 32 to round out here. Rita Otu in the red, Hiroya Miwa in the blue, Neil Sanchez from the Philippines in the white, and Rafael Castro, he's up and riding. He's in the green. Just a quick turn there, but Neil, such a standout this event so far.
Well, this is his home break. He is actually quite the local hero for a decade or more now, ever since he was a Grom, and up until now he's surfing well into his adulthood. What do you say? So he's developed pretty much also not just as an athlete but as a solid individual. So yes, first heat of the day, and
23 and a half in this one. Rafael Castro, just with a small 1.5. We're going to look at exactly what we're going to be running through today. So we're going to have the finishing touches of this round, the last four heats. We're going to decide who goes to the round of 16. Then the men's longboard quarterfinals. We'll get back to that. Neil Sanchez up and riding here. Good looking section. Goes for the full rotation. Just comes unstuck right at the end there for Neil. We've got the women's round of 16 and the men's round of 16 as well. So a big day today, 16 heats to run through.
yes, like yesterday too, and we had like averaging 50 waves in the heat.
Yes. We had a heat yesterday with 52 waves. I have never seen that in my entirety of surfing.
Really?
Never seen it. This is the last one of Neil here, Camille.
Okay, so I like that he's opening up this morning, throwing it into the air like on his first wave. So it is the kind of energy that you really expect from Neil, especially since he's the local boy. Everyone's rooting for him. So I'm sure his mindset right now is to just give everyone a good show.
Oh, absolutely. He has been such a standout. Kyoshiro Suda, he's coming up next, sitting pretty high up in the rankings. He is really racing towards that Challenger Series qualification and didn't get the results he was looking for in the previous 6,000s we had over at Siargao and Taiwan. So this would be a really big opportunity for someone like him to bank some pretty big points here. So looking limber, looking loose at this point in time here for Kyoshiro. First wave of Neil, a 1.8. Something about the local community here, Camille, it feels so fun, so electric. When you talk to any of the Baler locals or watch them support their surfers like Neil, it seems like this really cool family that they have here.
I agree with you, definitely. Also, everyone is just a friend or a relative or a cousin at this point, because surfing in the Philippines is relatively younger. Ooh, Raf Castro surfing without a leash.
Yeah, he's trying to be like a longboarder. Just going to run without the leggy there. It's a risky move this time in the morning. Quick in and out there for Neil as well. Yeah, no, I feel like it's this really cool vibe that all the Baler surfers bring, this Baler community. It's, you know, we get to experience it a lot over in Siargao. There's a big family surf scene over there, and it's so cool to see it carry across so many different regions of the Philippines. Even in La Union, yeah, we're really lucky just to even experience, you know, all of these different communities.
It almost feels like we're just one big happy family, like all these events where we see each other. So even a few weeks ago, we were all in Siargao, see the same faces somewhat. And then in a few more months, I think we're also going to be heading back to La Union.
Yeah, we've got the World Juniors coming up in early January. So we're going back to the beautiful right-hand point break of Mona Lisa at La Union, and we got fun waves there this year. We also had a longboard QS afterwards. We've got the first of its kind longboard QS happening after the World Juniors, so plenty more action coming in the Philippines surfing way.
How is that different from previous LQSs?
So it'll be an international LQS, which is pretty cool. So it's going to be nice to see everyone compete against each other. Neil goes vertical in this first section here. Just the one turn for Neil Sanchez. But I am excited to see so many of the world's best juniors come back to the Philippines and showcase just the incredible surf culture we have here. Neil doing it right now with this turn.
I really like that first turn, very sharp, even though the section kind of closed off in front of him, which speaks a lot about the kinds of waves that are rolling into shore this morning. Perhaps just a bit sectiony as the water pushes in, pushes out, and live action.
Rinta O'Otu, bowly section to work with. One turn, but lots of spray coming off the back of that one. It's nerve-wracking sometimes to be that first heat of the day, you know, being the highest seed in the first heat of the day too. Feels like you have a bit of an authority to put out there, but that's a great way to open up this heat.
I agree. Again, that is so true. Everyone's really watching this heat right now because this is where everyone's benchmarking the scores, what the judges are looking for. And you see with Rinta's wave, it was pretty similar to Neil's, but he just got a bit more vertical with that one. Like really just kind of like inverting his body on that turn. And here it is on replay. There we go. Smaller wave, smaller conditions, but they're all kind of just playing on the inside. I would love to see someone get a set over on the outside.
Yeah, I've really been loving what these guys have been putting on a show for us this morning. Even though it's a little bit smaller, we actually got a lot more energy in the ocean here this morning. Rafael looking for a big moment. Goes down though, so he seems slightly off this morning. Usually so reliable, so consistent for a big moment, no matter what time of day it is. And he's just slightly off, maybe a little bit tired from his swim to shore to get his board.
Could be, but with 18 minutes left, that's still plenty of time to find your flow, maybe relax a little. Maybe he needs to orchestrate some of these wipeouts, some of these misses before he could really string together the moves that he's known to be able to pull off.
So 17 minutes 45. We're going to have 25-minute heats all day throughout all of the divisions. So we're going to see pretty much everyone in action except for our longboard ladies. They're already into the semi-finals.
Semi-finals.
So we can wait to see them. We're going to try and punch through 4 different rounds today. We're going to have all of our quarterfinals set for our other divisions. Actually, we're going to run through our men's quarterfinals for the longboard. But it's getting now to that pointy end of the draw. So if there was a moment and a time to really level up, it's probably today.
It should be today. If you've been hanging on to or hiding like a secret trick, today is the day you pull that out of the bag.
Absolutely. Now, Camille, I do this thing with all of my friends and fellow commentators
Oh
where
my gosh.
I like to know who their pick is to win the event. I'm going to narrow it down. You just have to pick your men's QS champion. One person.
Well, I have a pick for the men's LQS.
Okay.
I think after seeing him in the water yesterday, I think no one comes near JR Esquivel.
Yeah, he is so good. You can tell he's a CT surfer. You know, he just has so much style and class about him.
Although I also talked to one guy who I think is really fired up, extra fired up for this year, and that is Crisanto Villanueva.
Yeah, he's actually my pick to win the longboards. King. I'm backing the king. I am. I love the haircut. I love the attitude. I love his style. He's one that I really look forward to watching in the longboards. He's definitely going to challenge JR, I reckon. Right now, though, Neil Sanchez, probably my standout surfer of this event so far. He's looking sharp this morning. That board already got him 7 points yesterday. He wants it again, but that's a big layback turn here from Rafael. So this is what we wanted. This is where we said, if you got any tricks in the bag, throw them out this morning. You know, you want to make it through this round. Rinta or Otu. Tight turn in the pocket. Nice, clean and tidy surfing. Nothing out of body, but getting, as one would say, the job done.
Yes, the first 10 minutes are really where the nerves are their highest, but after just taking off on a few waves, you really get your flow going, such as Neil here. This is one of his better waves, longer rides, and I really love that third turn and finish a little bit of a stumble. As you can see, the water's just moving everywhere. But here's Raf now going big on that layback, and he remains on his board this time. So good on Raf. And Rinta again, as you said, very tight turns, very round movement of his board, and just a quick 2-turn combination. But it's interesting to see how the judges would benchmark those rides. And hello to Kanoa, looking very, very composed.
You get a little smile from him this morning as well. He's feeling happy and light. He's actually been a real standout. I would say top 3 best surfers I've seen. You know, I'd put him in that same bracket as someone we saw yesterday who was great, Yuji Nishi. So Kanoa, he, in my eyes, is absolutely around a 16 surfer, even a quarterfinal surfer, just with the standard he's set for himself so far. So love to see him continue through that. He's got a big heat with Marima Takong, Takuto Ota, and Kyoshiro Suda. So I reckon we're going to see a lot of Filipinos tune into that next heat with Marima in the water.
Oh my gosh, yes, I agree, everyone. If you're not tuned in yet, right now we have Neil Sanchez from Baler, and up next we have Marima. So yeah, click on the link and watch.
Yeah, let's see some live action. Raphael giving us something to work with here. 3 turns. That previous to last wave, a 4.1. So for that one big layback, he's got the best wave of the heat so far. Rinta Ootu just went to the lead as well. What do you make of this wave here, Camille?
I love the energy, how he is just unstoppable even on small waves. And I say unstoppable because sometimes it's so easy to, you know, just take small waves for granted and say like, oh, it's not worth the effort. But that's why it's a qualifying series. You have to give it your all, such as our surfer in blue right now with that one quick big hack.
Yeah, Hiroya. He just went missing for a little while in that heat. He's only had the one wave, but found himself in a pretty solid 12 o'clock there on that one section. So we saw a lot of one-turners, you know, be a great answer back yesterday. So he's going to get himself back in the heat here with this. But what are you thinking, Camille? Are you enjoying the combinations more this morning, or are you enjoying one big single turns?
I would love to see more combinations and variety, of course, but it's also very exciting to see one surfer give it everything they got on one turn because they know it's a short section that they're eyeing the moment they take off. And yes, it would be, well, you know, this is the first heat of the day, so we have yet to see how that translates with our panel of judges.
Rinta having a quick in and out with that one, just giving it a little glance. So we got 12, just past 12 and a half minutes. So halfway through this heat, high score. It's a 4.1. So it's obviously quite a low scoring affair in this heat. This is interesting as well. This is going to really be putting to the test who has been going for the early morning surfs because we've been seeing the shortboarders consistently compete through the afternoons. You know, even though the wind starts to come up, the swell actually picks up in the afternoons. But this morning, we knew we were going to have energy this morning. So we wanted to see the shortboarders out there straight away. That maybe some surfers a little bit lost with this early morning high tide. We're going to take a look to the ocean. Raphael doesn't like it. So what are you thinking? Are you thinking all of these guys are pretty dialed in with the early morning surf and conditions?
Well, if the 4.10 is any indication, that was the giant layback from Raphael. So right now, as the waves are not really offering long walls to work with, I think the judges are really going to score higher on single maneuvers as long as they're super critical and as you find those steep sections to work with. And hopefully Rinta finds something here. I called it too early.
Yeah, a bit of frustration from Rinta. You can tell he's really trying to find a nice bowl. I think the game plan still has to be the same. You know, those surfers who we see on lots of waves consistently yesterday, they were the ones winning the heats. And they were surfing themselves into rhythm, into finding these really fun bowls. Yuji Nishi did it perfectly yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing him compete again today. The round of 16 coming up later. So we'll see some of these surfers compete twice. Raphael here. Actually, sorry, this is Hiroya. Big layback. Heard what Rafa did, but couldn't hold on for the finish there.
He tried to grasp his board with his feet. Unfortunately, not a clean finish for a surfer in blue.
Rinta Ootu hoping to find a bowl on this inside right. Gonna go to the rail to start this one off. Big section here. Goes up and into it, but just feels like he's lacking a little bit of something. You know, it feels like, yeah, he's ticking boxes, but he doesn't look like he's going out of body.
Yeah, it could do with a bit more oomph. Yes.
Couldn't have said it better myself. He needs a bit more oomph in his surfing. Let's see what Rafa's got. Give us something here. He's going to load up, take to the air for an air reverse. So first air of the morning, we're not sure if he got the ride out. Looking like he did. He's on his board. Oh, no, he's not. Sorry.
He's
Second
swimming
pardon.
for his board. So interesting strategy really with Rafa, who's, I love the energy again here, driving, manufacturing speed, and gets the full rotation. Unfortunately, do you think not having a leash is a factor in landing these airs?
No, but I just find it a really interesting call to not wear a leggy in a heat. I just always wear leg ropes in heats no matter the size. I just feel like it's a safe call. And it's going to save you so much energy. Like, he lost a lot of time swimming to his board earlier in the heat. I mean, he is currently in second, but yeah, I find that a really bizarre call. But, you know, you do you, King.
Well, if there's anyone with energy to spare, I think it's Rafa.
Oh,
so
yeah.
this could be, you know, a heat and an early morning workout 2-in-1.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? Might kill two birds, one stone. Why not do it? Neil thought he might have been going this way. He didn't like the look of it. So Hiroya, he's going to go. Check turn to start off. Gets a little bit more funky with it with that second turn there. He's chasing a 4.35.
I love that second turn from Hiroya, and I think he was being very patient at the beginning, and that's somewhat contrary to what other surfers have been doing in the past few days, where the strategy has been to really get busy, take off on everything that moves in front of you, whereas Hiroya has just been patient. And even though he has gotten the least amount of waves, he is slowly building into that good category. Hopefully, he could break out into the 3s or 4s and right on schedule.
Oh, sick. Loads up into an air reverse there for Hiroya. You know what? That's what he needed to do. He needed to bring something different out of the bag, not just grovel a wave through. The judges, they're going to lick their lips. They are going to love that last wave.
I loved it, and just as I said it, hopefully he'd break out into the 3s and 4s, and I think that is exactly what he needed. He just needs a 4.35, and let's see if that's just on the dot.
Really nice pop and loft on that one too. Tail went pretty high up. We've got a replay here of Rafa's. Oh, he was so close. Got the full rotation as well there for Rafa, but landed pretty far up the nose of his board, so buried it down. But we have 2 scores to lock in for Hiroya. I could see those 2 scores putting him potentially into first.
I think so too.
In about 60 seconds.
And you called it. You're absolutely right. That was a 5.0, the highest single wave score of the heat so far. So being patient has really rewarded Hiroya here. If in the beginning you were like, where'd he go?
Yeah, he was quiet. He's gone to the air again. Didn't quite get the same amount of pop there, but got a cool reverse nonetheless. He's looking at better at 2.75. 6 minutes 40. We have seen every single surfer in the lead at some point in this heat. So those
so many situation changes.
So many. Neil, he's currently down in 4th. He wants to get back there. He's got some room to work with on this inside section. Goes for a 3.0 there, but it was sick, really funky and fresh. Loved it, but I just feel like the judges are going to want more.
You think it's just underneath the 3.25 requirement?
It might go there, but I feel like the judges, that if you're going to pull off a turn like that, I don't know why. I just don't think those turns score. I don't know why, but this is the replay.
A quick check turn there, and he... Okay, so... Not as funky and fresh as the others, but I think it's just good for Neil to just keep on swinging and keep on trying, because the more time you spend just sitting on your board and waiting, and you know, your own thoughts kind of get in the way. So just keep moving, let your body, you know, just find its way and trust that you're skilled enough to be able to do it. So I think if I were there, I'm not a competitor, but I think I would just keep going and let that adrenaline rush through me, you know. And here's Marima on screen.
Yeah, get him warmed up. He's getting ready. We're going to see him out there in just over 5 minutes. Neil gets the score, so it's a 3.35, but the judges preferring the rail work on his backhand. So his highest wave score being a 4, and I feel like those turns, as hard as they're very hard turns to do, I just feel like no matter what level, I don't know why they don't score. Between like QS, challenges, CTs, So I feel like Neil, if he relies on that traditional surfing that he's so talented at, just for these next just under 5 minutes, he could potentially find himself in a safer position than second, because right now, Rinta looking for a 3.61 and Rafa looking for a 3.25. There's not a lot of room between all of our surfers right now.
It's still anyone's game. You can't call it just yet. The scores are so close, and even our surfers are kind of bundled up in the same section. We see Neil trying to go more on the inside, and again, by now I think they've figured out that these waves are not going to offer super long runners, so they really have to read waves that would bowl up and give them quick, steep sections to hit.
No.
And there we go.
He's going to have a paddle here. Keep on swinging. Floats this first section. Chasing some more open wall. Goes down. He's got the right attitude, though. That's the right approach. He needs to keep being on his feet to give him more opportunities right now.
That was exciting to watch, and you sort of just, hold your breath and just said, hopefully the wave just opens up for him a bit more, but 3 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Hiroya, current heat leader, gets a ramp to work with, but stamps another air reverse there. So he's going to better that 3. Gets such a nice pop in such a short amount of time frame. It's really hard to do what he does.
I think he did his homework. He just really read this break well enough before paddling out, because that's exactly what you need to do right now. There are no long runners on offer just yet. So look for those quick bowling up sections that would allow you to punt and, just form a big ramp like that last score, that last wave, and we're waiting for the score to drop.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this one again. Cool drone angle shot here, Camille.
Ooh, he traveled quite a bit there.
Yeah, got really nice projection on this air. And you could just, this ramp, it was coming from a mile away. Got the lift. Got lots of projection. You're right. He really did punch out in front of that foam. Landed pretty much in the flats there too. The judges, they're going to like it. It's the second best score of the heat, a 4.75. So the 2 highest scores now belonging to Hiroya for 2 airs. So that, you can tell right now, someone like Marima would be going, oh, sweet. I'm just going to do airs. Yeah, that's actually my game plan. We've seen that in 2.5 minutes time. So now situation looking a little bit different. Neil chasing a 5.75 for the lead. Still totally doable. Rinta 3.61. Rafa a 3.25. You can see Rafa, he's repositioned himself. He was sitting near Rinta. Now he's moved up near the local boy. Maybe he's trying to see what Neil's looking at to get himself on one of those good waves.
But one thing's for sure, Hiroya Miwa not so quiet anymore in this heat. 1 minute and 55 seconds left. Ooh, I wonder if Rafa is wondering if he should have worn a leggy.
Oh, I know. He would have saved himself a bit of time. He's got, it's such a short period swell, so we're going to have at least 2 more opportunities roll through. So Rafa, he's going to be begging one to come on this bank towards him. He's going to have a paddle here, looking right. It's going to start to bowl up in front of him, but he's deep. So that was a use of second priority. Now Neil making his way back towards him. He's going to have priority over Rafa. And then Rinta looking quite patient and poised down the beach right now, chasing a 3.61.
I'm sure he's really meditating hard right now, like trying to really outline and plan his next move. Does he go for a long one or take to the air? He's looking quite a bit uncertain at this point. Less than a minute now, and I wouldn't want to be in that situation where I have a big score to make. I know I can make it, and now it just boils down to whether the ocean gives it to me or not.
It's crunch time for Rinta. 40 seconds to go. Needs a 3.61. Next to nothing. He's already had a 3.75, so he knows what that score feels like. 35 seconds here. He has priority and the abilities, but you can see he's making a last-ditch effort to move up the beach. Neil trying to protect second here. Lifts off for an air reverse there. Gives us a little claim. We're going to get the end of a wave for Rafa there. Not sure on that body language. It could have been a flex. It could have been the arm not into it. 13 seconds here. There's going to be a paddle. Rinta, he's not going to get onto it. He might have one last chance. Hiroya, he says, I want it. Goes to the air again. He's got them on lock. Wow, and just before the buzzer, wow, Rinta goes down. So that was a very exciting 60 seconds. Every single surfer getting a wave. We know that that Rinta's not going to be enough. Waiting for these last three scores, but you know that this guy's going to be safe. We're going to see Hiroya compete again today in the round of 16.
Amazing. I love that little bow, thanking the ocean. And yes, we love how our first and second placers in this heat took to the air just as a final exclamation mark on the first heat of the day.
We're going to go to an ad break and take a look at the results. Actually, kidding, we're going to look at a replay. This is the last one of Rafa here, Camille.
So nice first turn, but you can see here he's already struggling to make that section. I know he wants to do something big, but wave selection, this is all that he's left with.
Yeah, it's not going to be the score. It's a 2.4, so we are going to lose Rafa and Rinta. But Neil and Hiroya, they'll be competing again today. Stay tuned, plenty more action coming up after this.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going goals for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see the end. How could I live without you? You were there since the beginning. Let me see what you see in me. Let me be who you want me to be. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. You see life worth fighting for.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
It might look a little bit overcast out there, but conditions are still so beautiful, so fun. We've already had a heat down this morning. We're looking at running another one right now, the round of 32. Heat number 6, Kyoshiro Suda in the red, Marimata Kong in the blue, Kanoa Hije in the green, and Takuta Ota in the white. And he's just, here we go. Let's take a straight look at him. He's going to come through this inside section. Wow, good looking bowl. And doesn't hold back on that end turn. That's what we want to see at 8 o'clock in the morning here in the Philippines. Joining myself, Jessie Starling, in the booth, the beautiful Giada Legati, to take us through this heat.
So I'm loving the introductions as well with Camille. She's constantly like the gorgeous, the Giada. I'm like, yes,
Tell me. Keep it coming. I know, it's a good way to start the day. It's like another little shot of coffee. We're going to take a look at this babe here. We've got Marima, not really vibing with that one. He's already got a couple scores on the board. We'll catch back up with exactly what those are. But right now, Daiwaka and Hiroya Miya are going to break down that last heat win.
1本で勝負を仕掛けてきました。見事1位通過でしたが、ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
最初からどんどん乗っていこうと思ってたんですけど、なかなかいいスタート切れなかっ 切れなくて、でも途中から切り替えてどんどん手前の波も乗っていこうと思った時に、エアが最初のエアが1本決まって、それがまあまあなスコアが出たんで、そこからはもうダンパーのエアウェーブしか探してなかったです。
なかなかヒート中にこうダンパー波探す選手って少ないと思うんですけど、やっぱりエアを得意とするサーファーにとってはダンパーが一番エアはやりやすいですか？
そうですね、ダンパーはもう大好物です、ね、
そのエアの技術はどこからこう鍛錬を重ねてきたんですか？
僕はサーフスタジアムさんの方に、スポンサードしてもらって、そこでなおかつ、SNJ メソッドっていうのを使って、エアを練習して、そこで反復練習できるので、かなりメイク率が上がったと思います。
エアすると必ずメイクしてくるなという印象です。Well, he had a really slow heat in this heat, but he changed his plan, trying to get as many as he can. And on the one wave, he made an air reverse, and that when he started to think, okay, this is air game. He's gonna go only for air, and that's exactly what he did. And he's practicing airs in a wave pool in Japan. He's sponsored by the Shizunami Surf Stadium, so he can surf there, he can practice air pretty much every day. So he's super stoked to make it through to the round of 16. いよいよラウンドオブ16ということで、ポイントとしてもかなり、大切なラウンドになってきます。この後どう過ごして、整えて準備しますか？
そうですね、まずは、戻ってご飯食べて、次のラウンドに備えていきたいと思います。
たくさんの方朝から見てくれてると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
ライブ見て応援してくださっている皆さん、ありがとうございます。次の試合では、もっとやばいエア決めて、勝ち上がるので引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
次もやばいエア期待しています。次も頑張ってください。Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Hiroya. You know what? We knew this was a big heat on paper, and it is not disappointing already. 6 minutes in, highest heat score of the day so far, a 6-point ride from Kiyoshiro Suda. Sixes are hard to find out there, Giada.
Yeah, I'm calling it. Sixes are like eights right now.
They are.
They are extremely difficult to find. I went for a little walk earlier this morning with my coffee, and it's a little bigger than what we've been seeing the past couple days, but it's still pretty hard. So this is probably that replay of Kiyoshiro Suda. Loving it. He went all the way around. Beautiful reverse there. Not a lot of projection, but it was still nice to look at. Right behind him, Kanoa Hijay. Couple nice turns. Loving that last one. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to ride out of it, but I like how he really pushes that tail out every time he has that backhand. I've seen it in the pool in Korea a couple times. So he's an incredible surfer to watch.
Here's what I'm thinking. The last wave we saw for Kiyoshiro, I don't think that goes into his top two. I'm going to say that's a 2.75. The 6 of the 4, I don't think we've seen yet. So I feel like Kiyoshiro, we saw him warming up on the beach. I was saying to Camille, he was sitting around 6th or 7th on the rankings, just outside the cusp of qualification for the Challenger Series. Didn't capitalise on those 6,000, so had 2 early round knockouts. For someone like him who is still very close to qualifying, this is a big chance for him to... 4,000 points could go a long way, especially this time of the year.
Yeah, that's right. And not only this one, he has one more chance later on in China. So he's going to want to make it happen now. You don't want to leave it to the very last minute or the very last event of the year. So you're right. He's going to be pulling out his best. And there we have it. A 6 to start your heat is a great way. I mean, that's a good morning for him already.
Oh, great morning for him. Kanoa Hijay, he is going to look, he's got 4th priority, so no harm done having a look at that one. Kanoa, I was also saying in that last heat, probably one of my standouts this event. He was looking so sharp in the earlier rounds, and I feel like he's really grown into his body the last couple of years, looking a lot more manly and masculine, looking stronger on his feet, and I feel like now he's starting to take it to those bigger names of people like Marimata Kong.
Yeah, Kanoa has improved a lot. You're right. We saw him in India. He took the win there at the ASF, so he was killing it, I think, back-to-back with the juniors and the open men's. So he was looking unstoppable. And you're right, he's just grown into himself. He has that extra bit of confidence, so he's looking really sharp.
And then, of course, we'll get back to this on your screen right now. Hiroto Arai, such a talented surfer, so nimble, has an incredible air game. He's got a pretty solid heat. He's got Roy Kanazawa out there along with Danny Widianto and Subaru Yoneyama, the young gun, who did not hold back in his heat yesterday afternoon.
If I'm not wrong, and I hope I'm not, I think Dai told me Hirota has been on the QS for around almost 20 years. Wow. Yeah.
That's like almost my whole life.
Yeah, literally.
That is wild.
So a lot of experience, a lot of time. He's put in he's seen it change. He's seen competitive surfing change.
Yeah, wow. You know, it having that experience, it speaks volumes. Right now, Kanoa, a little bit more new to the scene, but he is looking so sharp. He's going to get a double up section to work with here. Lays it on rail and almost mistimes that end section from deep. Kyoshiro, not sure what he got done before that, but it looked like it had nice pace to that wave there. Actually, my friend group back home were quite close with Kyoshiro, and we gave him an Australian name of Keith. And so when I see him, I go, Keithy! I love Kyoshiro. So we all call him Keith.
That's amazing. I love that.
It's like, I sure your name's G. I'm like, G.
I feel like in Australia, all the names that end with an O, though, or E.
Yeah.
I'd be like a Jati.
Jati.
Yeah.
Jado.
I'd be a Jado.
I know, there's either an E or an O. My dad's nickname is Starlos. So there is a lot of O's out there.
Yeah.
But girls don't really get that as much. I feel like it's the boys, they shorten their last names.
Okay. Legato.
Legato. Replay up here of Kanoa Hijiata. Legato.
Loving it. I really like that he read that wave well, got that second section. Maybe it wasn't the finishing he was looking for, but he surfed it nicely. Good timing for that wave. Here, Kyoshiro, Keith, a little behind on that one, but nicely done anyway. He has that 6 and the 4, so he's looking pretty comfortable right now. He's just going to let loose. And Kanoa.
Loading up here. What's going to happen? Goes down. Unfortunately, we knew that was going to happen there from Kanoa. Starts to widen his stance. Patiently wait for that section, but obviously didn't pay off this time around, but that's the route he's going to go down. We saw, Hiroya win that last heat with pretty similar surfing to this.
All right, here we go. I love when surfers do that. You know, they change directions at the takeoff. He eyes this section down, takes to the air. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of it, but I've seen Kanoa land those in his sleep practically. So he is just, it's a matter of time until he lands one.
Yeah,
loving this. Boom.
Felt like maybe he just got there a little bit late.
Yeah.
So he didn't get the pop and projection that he was looking for, but he's got those on lock. I mean, we've seen them time and time again in competition. I'm sure he was probably doing pretty similar surfing over at Mahabalipuram to take the win over the ASC. And it's pretty interesting to see, like, in 1 year, Kanoa was over in the Maldives the year before. It didn't have a result as strong, and then in 12 months, he went to take the win.
Yeah, he was looking so sharp. His backhand is just really fast, and it's electric, and it just surprises you. And he wastes no time in between turns, and he has that one line that the judges really like. So he doesn't do that double pump that maybe you would see other surfers do. So he was looking incredible at Mahabalipuram, and he was there representing Korea. He got that longboard win in the wave pool as well and got a final finish. So he's been on fire.
Solid 12 months for Kanoa. So it's cool to see. He's looking for another big result here. Take a look at this. Takuto moving way down the beach at this point. He's hanging with the free surfers right now. He is so far to the south. He's spotted something he likes down there. This is an interesting call right here.
Yep, so there we have it. Mahabalipuram, he did get the double win, under 18 boys and the open men's, just confirming it. He was definitely one to watch there, and he was just looking really in sync with his whole team, and I know how happy he was when he got that win. He was really emotional in the interview, and he just couldn't believe it.
Oh, that's so sweet. We saw a quick look at that one there for Kyoshiro. Takuto finishing off a left way down the beach. That felt like a bit of confidence coming off the back of that wave. Marima wants to go to the air here, gets there a little bit late. He gets the layback and maybe the completion, not sure there, but Marima, he is the best aerialist in the Philippines, so that's the type of surfing we really want to see from John Buck to Kong.
Marmar was my introduction to surfing in the Philippines. He was the first Filipino surfer I ever met, and I think he was in an ISA in Japan, and he is one of those surfers that you just never know what he's going to pull out. Like, you see him stand up, and it's going to be something great and electric and firing. But these are a couple replays of what we saw. Kiyoshiro Suda, a couple turns on his backhand. There, Takuto Ota, so nothing too crazy, but a couple nice turns from first and second there. But yeah, John Mark Takong on your screen. Always going to rely on his air game. He does really well in Nias as well. He's an incredible barrel rider. Somehow always makes it out. There we see him probably landing something. So I'm excited to see what that was. We're going to get the replay soon. And hopefully he's going to give us what we were talking about.
Oh, he's kicking. That's a good sign when you're kicking off the back of the wave. You usually really like it. So Marima, obviously from a really talented family over in Siargao. Cloud9 is his home. His cousin is an extremely talented longboarder, Josie Pendergast. She doesn't compete. She's more of a free surfer, but she's so beautiful. Take me through what happened here, Giada.
All right, you can see him eye this section down, takes to the air, beautiful, clean landing. He was liking it. That was a little bit of a no-claim claim. Kiyoshiro Suda, two beautiful forehand blasts there to finish that wave. He's going to be taking that 4 away really quickly, in my opinion.
Kanoa just going vertical on his backhand here. Comes through the inside, gets 2 more turns done with a smile. So Kanoa feeling that wave as well. Loving this last 3 wave exchange from Kanoa, Marima, and Keithy. It feels like this heat's starting to ramp up a little bit. Everyone's starting to push that envelope a little bit more. And I reckon Kiyoshiro is going to back up that 6 even better with that 4.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. That 4 is flying out the window. And that's something I love about watching Kanoa surf that I saw in Mahabalipuram quite a few times is he's just having fun. He's so young. These are just experiences for him at this point, and he always finishes waves with a smile. And he did it a few times in the finals as well there in India. So he's really nice to watch. It's refreshing to see him do it with a smile because sometimes it can get really serious out there. So here we go. Good first jab there. Hits that second section as well. He sees this last one and gets these 2 turns in a really short distance. So there's that smile we were talking about earlier. I'm liking that wave from Kanoa.
Yeah, I really love it. Actually, it's a really cool combo of turns. We got scores locking in. So Kiyoshiro betters, but only just. It was a 4.6 that last wave. He's going to have another paddle here. Got a bit of room to work with. Goes for the air reverse as well. Lands super far up the nose of the board. Ooh, yeah, there's the ride out. Yeah, he gets the ride out. I like it. I just feel like I liked his 4.6 better.
Yeah,
personally.
That was really nice. You're right. And there is a kendama we were seeing yesterday. I'm pretty sure that is Subaru. He's one of the youngest in the event, but he is not afraid to show up. Yesterday we saw him take down that heat in second place, but one of those big layback turns that we saw was really nice.
Marima now goes to his rail game. We're getting to see different types of surfing from this guy all in one heat. He's looking for more right now. And we're going to get a little air reverse at the end here. Nothing crazy. His last air got him a 3.95. We're still waiting on that last one for Kanoa, which I'm feeling like it could challenge for probably the second best wave of the heat, maybe even the best. So we're going to see what that score is going to lock in at. He's got a couple to drop at this point in time. This is this last one of Marima. It's quite a long wave, this one.
Yeah, so a couple of nice turns out here. I feel like not because of his surfing, but the wave's just not offering a lot of wall. So it was a little bit repetitive at first, but I like this finishing. Nothing crazy, like you said, but it was pleasing to the eye. This is what I'm talking about. He did, I think, the best he could on this part of the wave. Is a little bit of a fat one, a little sleepy section, but he managed nicely. You can see him really eyeing this one down. Loving it.
I feel like this is going to be one of those heats where someone could come from behind at the very last minute and take a win. You know, I feel like this is going to be one of those heats. We're going to see that lead chop and change a couple of times right now. Obviously, a 6-point ride for Kiyoshiro. That's a big advantage. He's going to definitely be relying on that for these next 6 minutes. We're still waiting on that score for Kanoa. The judges watching the replay, really thinking about this one. There's the veteran, though. Coming up next, Hiroto. Almost 20 years of competition here on the QS. He's got obviously a young gun, someone who's really new to his career of Subaru. Roy Kanazawa, he's been doing it for, you'd say, close to 10. And then Danny Widianto, he's double dipping, long and shortboards in this event. I'm loving seeing the cross between the long and shortboard.
Me too. And it just shows how quickly these surfers adapt and how talented they are, because it's not easy changing not only the type of equipment you have, but also the mentality that you approach these heats. Like, you have to completely shift the way you're gonna go and attack these waves, because longboarding is just a lot of elegance, a lot of style. You have to slow things down, whereas shortboarding, especially in a beach break like this, it has to be explosive, it has to be fast. So it's that adaptive mindset that these guys have that is really impressive. Now taking a look at this one, quick up and out.
Bit deep on that one. I'm actually loving commentating both in one day. I feel like I'm loving seeing the flip between the two. Obviously, we're running 2 comps at one time. We've got the shortboard QS and the longboard, but just seeing the way that all the different surfers read this lineup, I think it's so cool to see, yeah, just all the different mindsets and all the different ways that all these individuals look at surfing. I find it really fascinating. I'm really enjoying it, actually.
Me too. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, some days I kind of prefer commentating the longboarding than the shortboarding.
I'm learning so much about longboarding.
Exactly, because it's not that I like it better, but it's just different, and it's
so
something
different.
I don't watch or get to commentate as much. So I find it really entertaining, and Camila has given me a lot of insight as well. I've been learning a lot more about how you judge longboarding, which the criteria is the same, but then you have to really adjust it because, I mean, the equipment is completely different. But, you know, if you look at the judging criteria of both, the base is the same. It's about how critical your maneuvers are, about using your board correctly, but then there's things like style that come into play.
Yeah, I love that styles in the longboard criteria. I just think it's so important. I also love the shortboards too. Marimar being one of my favorite surfers in the shortboard competition. See, this is what I was just talking about. We're going to see a lot of chops and changes in this leaderboard because he's just jumped into second. So right now, Kiyoshiro Tsuda, he's holding on to the lead with a 6 and a 4.6. Marimar with a 4.85 and a 3.95. Needs a 5.76 for the lead. Kanoa with that 4-turn left, got him a 5.5. We knew it was going to go there. He doesn't need much right now, Giada. It's a 3.3. Takuto a 4.06. This heat is close, and it's living up to the hype that we thought it was going to. Chasing a 3.3 here. Keithy using Prio, goes vertical on that first section and gives us a foam climb for the second one, but he didn't want the Grom to have that wave.
Yeah, that was actually really smart competitive surfing from Kiyoshiro. He saw that wave had potential. That first turn he did was really sharp. I'm sure if he took off where Kanoa was, it would have been actually an incredible score. You can see this wave really bowling up for him. Unfortunately, didn't have that second section, but he did that foam climb and it ended things really nicely. Kanoa having to be a little more careful. You know, that could be even considered a priority interference. I don't think it will be, but he was extremely close.
They were very close to each other. But the good thing for Kanoa, he was on the inside of Kiyoshiro. Would have been pretty tricky if he was on the other side. Marimar, he's going to use priority over Kanoa again. So priority really coming into play here. Gives us a what's the word I'm looking for?
Variety.
A variation of what we've seen of his last couple of air reverses. I'd love to see him get more pop, only because of that standard he set for himself. He has so much lift in his surfing. There's the Shark Out boys. Filmer got the sunnies on. Then we got Noah Arkfeld, Eduardo, Toby Esfahan. Just so much talent coming out of that Shark Out region. A lot of love as well there.
Lots of love, boys.
Lots of love. Takuto with a bit of work to do. Needs a 4.06 here. He's going to go for a carve to start this one off. Here we go. Give us something on the inside here. Kicks the fins out, but not convinced on the ride out. Now, Kanoa, Hej, airdrops out of that second turn. Needs a 3.3 with 60 seconds to go here. He always finds himself the opportunities to do it.
Yeah, he's one of those surfers who's, he's a Grom. He's frothing. He's looking around. Unfortunately, 2 times got priority card pulled on him. The older guys are like, nah, you're staying right here. But then he found this little wave. I'm hoping he did some stuff on the outside because a 3.3 is a minuscule score. And he clearly knows what it feels like. He has that 5.5 next to his name already. So let's break this one down. Takuta Oto. I love this last turn. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of it. I find the first 2 were a little bit sticky. They were just didn't have that flow that we saw in the earlier waves. But he doesn't need a big score either. 4.06.
Right now goes down there for Marima. Kyoshiro, he's going to have one last roll of the dice as well. Nice 2-turn combo for our current heat leader. And then we have Takuto out the back looking for something special on the inside there. Just felt a little bit forced with the look of that wave. So we got a score to lock in for every single competitor at this point. You'd have to say Kyoshiro is safe. Having that 6-point ride from the start, it's really helped him out. Marima, he's going to lock in just a small score. So his scores are going to be set being a 4.85 and a 3.93. So it really is going to come down to that wave of Kanoa. Is it the 3.3?
Yeah, we didn't get to see the first part of it, but that last turn was looking nice. I'm liking what Kanoa is doing. So here is the replay of the wave we were talking about. Good first section, sets it up, does it again there. So it's just those 2 turns.
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like it was a good-looking wave, but I think the judges will be critical of how potentially horizontal his board was. They would have wanted to see it go vertical, at least on one of those sections. That he did well because it's quite a sucky wave, so he didn't have a lot of time to get it vertical. So he did well to sneak in 2 turns. Wondering if he would have been better just doing one big turn instead.
That's what I was thinking. I think he should have maybe gone. He has the surfing to get this type of score on just a 1 turn. So if he maybe avoided that first little kind of check turn he did and just went and hit it once, I'm pretty sure he would have got it. But there we have it. The score's at 2.9. Yeah. Not enough.
Not going to be the score. So we lose the young gun out as well as Takuta Ota. We're going to keep rolling through. We've got a quick ad break first, so we'll see you guys soon.
Get started. Let's go.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Things are rolling here in Baler International Pro QS4000. We are straight into Heat 7 of the round of 32. Already a couple scores coming through. I'm liking this one for Hiroto Arai. 4 to start things off. We only have a 1 from Subaru Yoneyama. I want to welcome back Dai Wako in the booth.
Good morning, Jara.
Daiko.
Wow.
Another new nickname that I got from yesterday from Jara, but on screen we have Subaru Yoneyama Subaru 1本目の2本目のライディングですね。大きなターン決めてきました。He's one of the young guns from Japan, only 16 years old, up against one of the most experienced surfer, Hiroto Rai. This is him, Hiroto Rai, most experienced surfer from Japan. Nice second turn, get the third turn in. I love his board. The board goes super fast and quick. And this is the last of Subaru. Just one single maneuver, but I love how he just went vertical off the top. Great surfing from both Subaru and Hiroto.
All right, here we have a bit of the drone shot. I love this because you can really see how wide and how long the spread of this beach is, and there are waves for everyone. And on your screen right now, looking like Dani Widianto. Taking a look at this one, our surfer from halfway Kura. Good first turn. He's eyeing this section down. Loving that second jab. He really lays into it and finishes this one off. He did a lot on a wave that just wasn't offering much. Right behind him is Hiroto Arai. Two beautiful backhand turns. We're just going to throw down to Jessie Starling with the last heat winner.
Guys, I'm with Keithy. Keithy Kiyoshiro getting that 6 at the start of the heat. It must have taken so much pressure off, and you held the lead the whole way.
I surfed this morning at the left side, that 6-point wave. I got the lucky, but so happy.
So I was talking to you in Siargao. Obviously, you've been to Siargao, to Taiwan, now to here. You're so close to Challenger Series qualification. Didn't get the results you wanted in Siargao or Taiwan, but you have an opportunity for a big result here. Are you staying calm, keeping the pressure low for yourself?
Yeah, but I back to Japan after the Taiwan. I got refresh and I get to good like Japanese food. Do you know nabe and the sushi and sweets? And I call my family. That's so good refresh. So change the mind and back to comp. Feels so nice now.
So you just needed a quick home refresh, and then you come here straight into a 6-point ride, and you're feeling solid. You're feeling good for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I try to like keep going, but focus like run 1, run 2, do myself.
We're proud of you, Keithy. We know you got a lot of family back at home, a lot of loved ones, some sponsors to thank, so take it away in Japanese.
いつも応援してくださってる皆様ありがとうございます。久々のラウンドアップですごく嬉しいですけど、一個一個しっかり勝っていけるようにまた頑張っていくので次も応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kiyoshiro. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That was a beautiful interview. Had to go home, eat good food, see the family, eat some sweets, and then that was a good reset for him to come back. And already into the round of 16, that's a great result for at 4,000.
Definitely, that is another great result for Kiyoshiro. He's currently in a 9th place in the Asian region. But this is last ride from Dani Widianto. Love how he just not wasting any time on the wave, just capitalize all the opportunities. So that's great combination again from Dani Widianto. A little bit of split waves from red and blue there. But yeah, this is the last of Subaru. Nice looking wall ahead of him. Nice first turn. Nice second carve. And get the third turn in. Little bit of fin release there. So great surfing from Subaru Yoneyama. This is Hiroto Arai Hiroto。この波1発目、そして2発、3発と綺麗に前へ出てきます。大きなターンを入れられるか、ここはキックアウトをしていきます。そしてグリーンも立て続けに波に乗っていたようです。小さめの波ながらこれは綺麗につなげていって、ここでプルアウト。Wow, a lot of waves have been ridden in this heat already.
I feel like that's going to be the sentence of the week. A lot of waves, because here is another replay of Dani Widianto really eyeing this one down, takes to the air, rides out of it. That was a critical section. He hit it without fear, sets it up here. You can really start to See, he eyes this one down, and I love that you can see the complete bottom of his board all the way around. That was a beautiful reverse there for Danny Widianto. So the judges really have their work cut out for them. There's a lot of rides we're still waiting for on your screen. That was Kaito Kawamata. Live action now, though. This is Roy Kanazawa. Good-looking wave. We're seeing Subaru just kind of fall off on that last one. So it's going to be a constant talk of waves and replays. Waves and replays.
Right, and this is the last of Red Roy Kanazawa. Kanazawa Roy 3本目のライディング、1本目で 5.25 をすでにスコアしています。そのバックアップになるような2ターンのコンビネーションでした。そして後ろからは米山スバルまた、テイクオフしています。一発目テールを蹴り込みますが前には出てこれません。
Kate Kobayashi.
Wow, next heat. Just another stuck heat again. Kei Kobayashi is in red, Kaiki Yamanaka in blue. And then Jayon Aliciso in white and Kaito Kawamata in green, so that is another stacked heat.
Yeah, this is the last round of 32 heat, and after that one, all surfers in the men's side have already surfed. So the top seeds are going or are in the water already. So we are getting really deep into the draw. On your screen, though, is Subaru. 2 good turns. Unfortunately, a little sticky there. Wasn't able to get that second section. Subaru is a really young surfer, but 4-7 already to start things off. So he's not afraid of going up against these big surfers.
Wow, no, he's not afraid at all. You know, he's up against one of the best surfers in the last round, Takumi, and he wasn't afraid of anything. He did a big single maneuver, and now he's in a round of 32. Definitely, wanted to make it through to the round of 16.
I mean, Subaru is one of those young surfers that he has nothing to lose.
True.
So he's here. He's just doing this for experience. He is getting heats under his belts. And like I constantly say, the best way to improve your contest surfing is by competing.
Right.
So Hiroto Arai, taking a look at this one, eyes this section down, takes to the air. Beautiful reverse there. Clean, crisp landing. He's showing all his years of experience there. Hiroto Arai, 4.25 and 4 next to his name. Right behind him, Daddy Widianto.
Wow.
Beautiful reverse there as well. 6.75 for his last one, so shoots him straight to the lead. He's going to be backing up that 6 pretty nicely. I don't know if this one's going to be better than a 4, but that's up to the judges now.
Wow, Danny Widianto, 6.75 from the previous air reverse he did. And this is the last of blue. I love how he just rail work, maintain the speed, and it gets this rotation, does nice and tail high air reverse. So that'll be a great number for Hiroto Arai as well. A little bit of time, in between the turns. So I'm not too sure how much that one's gonna go, but this one, wow, beautiful technique from Danny.
Tail high reverse, gorgeous landing. But that 6.75 was just incredible. That section was big. It was meaty. He eyed it down and went for it without any fear. Roy Kanazawa now. This section kind of doubling up on him. There's a couple bumps on the wave, but beautiful there. He elegantly reversed out of it. I'm loving the matching shirt and board shorts from Roy Kanazawa.
And Subaru has nothing to lose right now, but this is another reply from Danny Widianto's last wave. Still waiting for that score to lock in. But Roy Kanazawa is sitting in the 7th place in the Asian rank, so definitely this event will be important for Roy Kanazawa to qualify the CS Tour next year. Only top 5 will be getting the qualification for the 26th season of CS.
Yeah, so important contest here for all surfers in the event who are looking for that Challenger Series qualification. He had so much speed on that wave. I mean, if you look at it, that wave is practically up to his knee, and he was flawlessly just gaining speed, keeping his board moving, going down the line. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a massive score, as the judges really like surfers that capitalize on the waves, that kind of really don't just eye the section down and race towards it, like just do a couple turns before that and then do that air. So I know it's difficult, but that's the type of level we're talking about. And if you want to be doing good results in the Challenger Series, this is the practice grounds.
Definitely. We have Danny up and riding again on his backhand. Nice whip turn. And gets a second good turn, and it gets a vertical to finish off this wave. Another great surfing, but still waiting for the previous wave as well. You know, the last wave for Hiroto comes in at a 4.55 to one single tail high reverse, and that put him into the second right now, but 5.15 for the single air reverse for Danny.
Yep, and on your screen, Subaru on his backhand,
Whoa.
big jab, just stabs that wave, super sharp and fast. He did a couple really nice turns before that, but it is that one that's going to be the money turn. Danny on his backhand, good first check turn. This wave starts to bowl up a little bit more. I love that finishing, really up and over the lip on that last turn. This is Subaru.
米山スバル、少しスタートは緩やかな波でしたが、ここから切り立っていきます。そして大きなターンを入れてきました。 4.10 をスコアすると2位のポジションへと上がっていきます。Well, Subaru only needs 4.10, and the last turn was huge. He just bring it all the way to the beach. That's a great finishing turn from Subaru. A lot of power in it too.
Yeah, he's been really impressing me. He's very young, but he has great competitive maturity. He's not afraid, like we said. He's just gaining those experience, surfing heats. He just wants to feel comfortable in the Rashi, which I think is great. And starting so young, he's gonna be a little bit of a competitive machine if he keeps going by the time in a couple of years' time.
Right, definitely. He has a bright future ahead of him. Definitely. He's only 16 years old. He should be surfing the junior division, but he's in the real deal competition now. And he's doing great right now. The last wave for Subaru comes in at 3.50, which is not enough for him to go into the second, still needing 4.10.
All right, Danny Widianto. He's one of those double-dipping surfers. He unfortunately bowed out early in the longboarding, but he's kind of took it like a repertoire. He lost, and yesterday he had his second heat in the shortboarding, and he's looking really fired up and ready to go. He's kind of making this his last opportunity. He's an incredible longboarder as well, and just shows how adaptable he is to situations. It's not easy to have a longboarding heat and then completely change and shift your mentality and equipment to go to the shortboarding. But here we have Hiroto Arai, good first and second turn. This wave is going to bowl up for him. He shuts this one down. He's liking it. Looks at the judges. Bit of a smile there to give himself that confidence.
Right, just checking out it, see if all the judges are watching him. But that was a great surfing from Hiroto Arai. Hiroto 2発目のターンからスペルを飛ばしてきています。そしてフィニッシュもしっかり決めてきています。
All right, 7.35 to get back into first. I don't know if it's going to be that score, but that first turn was pretty incredible. It was really satisfying to watch. That is classic competitive surfing. Hiroto Arai, 5.35, extends his lead, making life a little harder now for Roy Kanazawa and Subaru Yoneyama. They're looking for some pretty decent scores. Roy with priority out the back.
Wow, 4.66. So it's kind of for now, it's battling between all the Japanese surfers. But we have Subaru up and riding. 米山スバル1発、2発、バックサイドきれいにできて、最後、力強くターンをしていきます。スープまできっちりとつなげていきました。5.21 で逆転していきます。残り時間が8分20秒。Wow, Subaru just non-stop catching a lot of waves here.
I mean, he's a Grom. That's what Groms do. Loving the work here. Gets a little mistimed on that second section, I feel like, because he got a little stuck. That finishing maybe wasn't as bedazzled as he wanted to, but that was really, really well done from Subaru. He's going to be getting rid of that 3.5. Roy Kanazawa cashing in his priority. Eyes this one down. 2 good sections here. There's a lot of whitewash. The wave kind of just fizzles out. We're still on that high tide, so as we reach that low tide, it's going to start bowling up. We're going to start seeing some big, dumpy sections. The waves are a little bit bigger today, so it's going to be really entertaining.
On screen, we have Kaiki Yamanaka getting ready for his upcoming heat. He's been on the tour quite a long time as well. He's same age as Hirota Arai, currently surfing in this heat. They are good friends. I'm pretty sure they're traveling together. I'm not too sure. I have to ask, but they're good friends, so probably he's watching his friends heat.
Something I love about this contest is that because it's a really small town, and I mean, there are a lot of waves to be ridden, but everyone's here for the contest, so you just see everyone just on that shoreline, on that road right in front of the shore, where watching each other and cheering each other on.
Right.
So it's really nice. It's like the community coming together. Everyone's hanging out. Earlier, we were down there with
Takumi and Kaito.
And Kaito. Yeah, that's true. We were watching Rafa's heat. And all the Filipino boys were there, the guys from Cloud9. I remember Maramar was there, Toby Espejon. So it's great to just being able to walk out and seeing everyone on that shore. So it's great. It's got a good feel to it. I'm liking it.
Yeah, definitely. As a competitor, you always want someone to watch you surfing, and then having people really close to you is just get you motivated and energized. So I'm liking it too.
It gives the contest area more life. Otherwise in other places it's easy for everyone to kind of just go do their own thing, or be in their room or in their hotel. But here everyone's down at the beach, everyone's hanging out, all the restaurants are down here as well, so it's got a great feel to it.
Definitely, it's a super nice setup here close to the beach. Everyone just boardwalk and then just stops watching the live. And surfing competition can really get lonely sometimes, because there's surfing, you just paddle out the back far away from the land, so can get really lonely. But this time can feel everything.
You're right. You can practically hear the crowd from the beach, and also the local community coming down here together. This surf festival for this week has been incredible. Last night we saw Rizal premiering his surf movie. Byron was on stage as well. That was incredible. I saw Rafa post a couple stories. Everyone was down there watching. So there's a lot going on in Baler. There's a lot happening this week. We have a couple, I think, maybe a food pop-up coming up later.
Oh, yeah, that's
so
what I
that's
heard.
going to be exciting. Me and Dai are great foodies. We eat everything.
I'm a food fighter. I eat everything.
We're on that seafood diet. So we're excited for that as well. We've been experimenting every single restaurant around town. Last night we had incredible Japanese food.
Yes. That was incredible Japanese food. I miss Japanese food so much from this 5 weeks of traveling. But that was really satisfied. And you like it too, huh?
That was really good. We've tried some local kare kare that we really like. It's a type of curry, I would say. I don't know how to explain it. It's a curry, but with peanut sauce and lots of veggies and rice, and that pork belly was incredible as well. I've been loving how they cook pork here. So good. So a lot happening in Baler. You don't want to miss out. A lot of waves. I was talking to one of the local guys who makes my coffee every morning, and he was showing me photos of beaches around 3 hours away, so you can see that mountain range there. And around the corner, so a 3-hour drive from here, there are some gorgeous beaches and surf breaks to kind of explore. You can grab your tuk-tuk, grab a car, grab a motorbike, and just explore.
Wow.
And that's kind of the essence of surfing, is kind of discovering the unknown.
Right, definitely. Yeah, you're doing a little bit of homework. I mean, getting a coffee and getting a little bit of insight.
I mean, you should know me by now, Dai. I like to explore. I like to do something different every single day. It's part of my being. I would say I don't like repetition. So being on the road gives me that change, gives me that essence of adventure and finding out new things and meeting new people. It's part of why I love this job. All right, so we've had a couple waves ridden, but nothing crazy. I mean, we haven't gotten out of the 3 range in a really long time. A lot of 0.3s, 0.6s. So the surfer's struggling, and where has this heat gone? We are 2 minutes and a half in.
Wow, it's gone so quick in the seat already. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. But like you said, last 5 of 7 minutes, there are not much major scores locked in. So everyone's kind of struggling to get a wave. People, all the surfers just trying to paddle towards left side, right side, trying to find right ones. So it's kind of just conditions are changing right now.
Yeah, the conditions are changing. It could be that shift in tide. It is currently 8:45 in the morning here in Baler. A bit of an overcast, but we don't mind because it's going to keep that wind down. Yesterday afternoon at our last heat, we had a bit of a storm come in. It was really windy.
It was windy.
Yeah, I decided to go for a laundry run and unfortunately got stuck in the rain. But just to give you guys a little story of how amazing the people are here, I'll get back to that as Hiroto Arai takes to the air. Unfortunately, gets a little unstuck. Just to give you guys an idea how amazing the people are here, I was stuck in the rain and I didn't have an umbrella, I didn't have a rain jacket. As I was with my laundry, a man in a tuk-tuk stopped. He had around 5 people on his tuk-tuk. He stopped and gave me an umbrella, and I didn't know how to pay him back, and he didn't accept anything from me. He gave me his little pink umbrella, and he was like, just have it, and walked away. And I've unfortunately never been able to see that man again. I thanked him a lot.
Wow.
I tried to give him some cash. He didn't accept it, and that doesn't happen every day.
I know, yeah.
And I feel like Philippines has welcomed us so well here.
Definitely.
And the locals are incredible.
I hope he's watching this live now.
I hope so too. And I hope that good karma is going to be repaid. This on your screen though, Subaru.
Whoa, that was a big maneuver, big layback maneuver from Subaru, needing a 5-2-1. So that's the kind of maneuver you want to do it when you have to get 5-2-1. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of it. Just 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, so it's been a bit of a rough last 7 minutes of this heat. No waves ridden just yet. It's looking like I'm going to be having a quick chat with Danny Widianto. We're going to throw to a quick break and see you guys next heat.
All right, next heat in 3, 2, and 1.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Friends with the monsters, falling for a monster. 'Cause I'm in love with a monster.
Monster RX 93.1.
Another stuck heat is officially underway. We have Kei Kobayashi, who is currently sitting the first place in Asian rank. So definitely this is going to be stacked heat. We are into men's round of 32, heat number 8. So this is the last heat of the round. We have Kei Kobayashi in red, Kaiki Yamanaka in blue, JR Alciso in white, Kaito Komata in green. I am Daiwako in the booth with Camille. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dai. I'm glad to be back here with you. And just before we went live, I was asking Dai why sometimes before we get to that, here's a replay of JR taking it to the air right away, looking very confident as he does that grab and just goes away with the finish. Another replay of our surfer in blue trying to manufacture speed, hitting that section well. Another foam climb, nice little sharp turn over there. So a flurry of scores coming up on your screen in just about a few more minutes. But yes, I was asking Dai how come in some events the leader of the rankings wears her yellow jersey, as we saw Kay don a yellow jersey in Siargao. And yeah, thank you, Dai, for answering that only happens when it's 6,000 points and above.
No, it was a Bonsoy's Asia Super Series campaign, and it happening only in the QS6000. And this is a man in red, Kei Kobayashi, who is wearing red jersey this time because it's a QS4000, and he won the Bonsoy Super Series this year. He gets a bonus prize money from Bonsoy, so that was a great campaign. But this is the first wave from Kei Kobayashi. Nice vertical backhand attack and gets a big finishing turn. He's a very strong competitor. He's been getting 3 wins in the QS2000 in Japan, and he did a good run in the QS6000 as well in Korea. So definitely he wants to take a win here again.
So look at that, a 4.5, the highest of that exchange in the opening minutes of this heat. And here we go, live action. Jaywar taking it to the air, trying to do more of the same of his first wave, and he just has that move dialed, is able to do a carbon copy of that first wave. But let's see if the judges thought that to be a little more critical, maybe a little more airtime. But yes, few more scores to drop, and back to Kei Kobayashi. I think no matter the color of his jersey, he's surfing really well. Take us through this.
Well, nice kick reverse from JR Alciso. He has got great technique in air as well. You know, first wave comes in at a 3.75 for the air and a 3.40 for the last air reverse as well. So we have 4.0 for the first wave for Kaiki and 0.50 for Kaito Kawamata. And as we have a little bit of break in action, we're gonna go throw over to Giara with the last heat winner.
All right, I am here with Danny. Wow, what a heat. That was incredible. You started with that 675. That was a huge section. No fear at all. And how are you feeling?
Feeling good, confident. The wave is looking fun now. Yeah.
So unfortunately in longboarding it didn't go your way. How did you change your mentality and come so strong for this one?
Maybe longboard, no, get the wave. Yeah. Maybe reset and yeah, just surf, have fun.
Your sister is an incredible competitor as well. What does she say to you before your heats to get ready?
Maybe not say anything, but my dad say do your best and do something big.
Dad doesn't say anything to you before your heat?
No, just good luck.
All right. She says it without saying. And I know you spend a lot of time in halfway Kura at home. Do you find it similar here?
Maybe similar, like the wave a little bit small and a little bit tricky, the windy, and yeah.
I know you're part of the Indonesian national team, and I'm sure everyone is watching at home. What would you like to say?
Terima kasih buat sponsor saya, Ima Flanagan, FCS, and Jungle. Nanti saya main lagi sore dan doakan Dani bisa masuk terus.
All right, terima kasih, Dani. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giara and Danny. It's a great interview. He's such a talented guy. He's competing in shortboard division and as well as longboard division. Very talented guy, and he gets a big air reverse to get a win in the last heat 7. So he's
Appreciating this on screen right now, our local fisherman just paddling out. Kind of reminds me of that movie Moana.
right.
Did you watch that? Did you
No, actually, I
watch
haven't
cartoons?
watched it, but I know the story, and then I can tell that reminds us Moana.
So Jaywar taking a look at that one, and he already has a 3.75 and a 3.4, but on replay, this man is on fire. The red jersey suits him well, bringing in the heat. Kei Kobayashi, very, very sharp, almost ninja-like in his movements.
Wow, during the interview, he got a great surfing. It comes in at 4.85. On screen, we have Kaiki Yamanaka up and riding. Unfortunately, he comes down stuck. Goes down on that wave. Sitting in the third place right now, needing 3.15 to go into the second. So Kei Kobayashi already locked in a good number, 4.85 and 4.50. But looks like we have JR up and riding on this one. Nice first turn and gets the finishing turn. So 2-turn combo on screen. This is a live action from Kei Kobayashi. He's surfing all the way to the left side of the area. He's racing down the line, trying to get the last section in. Take it to the sky. But unfortunately, goes down.
That would have been a really big score. We can see Kei being more experimental, bringing on the variations with his airs. And I think with 16 minutes on the clock, there's still plenty of time to try that move again and hopefully land it this time.
Right. He's a very strong competitor. He
Absolutely.
does crazy turns in the first half of the heat and trying to build scores first, and then he's gonna take it to the sky or do big laybacks. So definitely, like you said, he's gonna land one of them shortly.
For sure. It's just a matter of time now. And on land, he seems like a very quiet and reserved person. Like right before his heat, I saw him meditating and practicing with the sword and ball kendama.
Kendama, yes.
Can you tell us more about that? Is it a traditional Japanese toy or?
It is a Japanese traditional toy, but Kei has a lot of post-heat routine. Actually, he meditates. He does kendama. He does sometimes writing down in the journal. So he does a lot of things before heat. So it's his prep routine.
I love that. Here we go.
This is Kaiki Yamanaka up and riding. Yamanaka Kaiki。これが6本目の波になります。しっかりとキックリバース決めてきました。この波で 3.15 を出すと第2位のポジションへと上がっていきます。
I love that. Showing us more pizzazz and flair is Kaiki Yamanaka. He only needs a 3.15, and that final turn, actually, I just think it might be enough to put him in second. But Jayward is still hanging on to that spot with the first two big airs that he put on. So now it's on to the surfers. Is it a battle of the rail game, or will you be brave enough to take it to the air?
Well, definitely. These guys are top city surfers, red and blue. So definitely they have the skill to take it to the sky. And this is a beach break. So we'll see another good air reverses soon. But this is Kaito Kawamata up and riding, waiting for the section to stand up, takes to the sky, gets a rotation, but couldn't really ride out of it.
So close.
Yeah, we're gonna see someone will land it shortly.
Well, that was a good wave he picked, though. I think maybe just ever so slightly mistimed. He had a lot of runway to perform his takeoff there, but he got stuck a bit in the white water, which is testament to how tricky beach break conditions can be.
It looked like it stepped up more for him, but actually dies out a little bit. So that's why he timed it really late. I mean, just tiny bit wrong, but that was a great surfing from Kaito Kawamata. We have K up and riding. I'm not too sure what he's done at the back, trying to get rid of the 4.50 to create more gap.
Yeah, I don't think there was much in that wave, but still he's sitting on first place right now, so he just wants to get busy. And speaking of getting busy, we just saw Kaiki try to land a reverse of his own. Unfortunately, let's wait for the replay to try to break it down. And Jayward now, okay, good foam climb, looking very confident and strong. I love this thing with Jayward. It's like he always has his gas tank on full, never running out of energy, and just that spark. So his surfing has been explosive and just exciting to watch.
Yeah, I like his wave selection as well. You know, every time he took off the wave, it has a steep walls compared to the other surfers' waves. So definitely he knows where to sit. He knows what type of waves he should be catching.
You're right, and right on cue, here he goes, picks another good one. This has a decent amount of wall in front of him. Oh.
He almost landed,
Almost.
but unfortunately didn't ride out of it. Still, he's a good rhythm in the ocean. He knows where to sit, so.
He's also one of the last remaining Filipino athletes in the draw for the QS4000. Luckily, in the previous heats, Neil Sanchez and John Mark Tokong were able to make it through, and I'm sure everyone on the beach are also crossing their fingers and cheering for Jayward. So that's the thing that Giado was also mentioning about how the Filipino surfing community is kind of really small and tight-knit. It's like we're all family at this point.
Right.
And I know yesterday I was trying to get into conversation with you about how different it is for a surfing community as big as in Japan. You know, like, is it still tight-knit where everyone kind of knows everyone? You know, everyone's a friend or a cousin? Or has it grown a bit more organized, more corporate even?
Well, it's grown a lot, so much, but we have live action from Kaito Kawamata. Good looking wall ahead of him, gets the big finishing turn, so that's more like it. That's more like him. You know, he's kind of struggling to get the 3s and 4s, but probably now he's back in the game with that last ride.
For sure, that 1.4 is dropping soon. That was a much better wave for Kaito Kawamata. So yes, plenty of Japanese surfers in the Asia-Pacific region, and you coming from there yourself, what can you say about the growth? When did that all start for Japan?
It all started in the 1960s in Japan, and it originally started from Shonan or Chiba, and it's growing and growing, but still everyone knows everyone. We have a small community. It's growing, but we have small community.
Okay, so it started in the 60s, so Japan has kind of a 20-year, you're 20 years ahead of the Philippines, so I think much of the surfing culture really developed towards the late 70s and 80s for us here. So I guess we look up to you. You are our big brothers in surfing.
I'm not too sure about that, but yeah.
We have much to learn from other places as well, like in Indonesia and Bali, and that's one good thing about the World Surf League as well. It's a welcoming of nations, and like last night, Rizal Tanjung was able to share really valuable insights into developing towns, bringing in surf culture, and kind of just preserving it. And here we go, live action. Kaiki Yamanaka finding a longer one this time. Nice steeper section and jams it in for that finish. That was looking really good, Dai.
That was really good combination from Kaiki Yamanaka. You know, definitely he's gonna replace that with a 3.10. This is a replay of loss of Kaiki. Nice first stand, stay in the pocket, and wow, that was a big finishing turn. Lot of spray coming off the lips. So It'll be a good number. He's gonna replace the 3.10. Is that right? Yes, he did. It was 4.30. It's actually best way for him so far. So he's creating a bigger gap now. 8 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Okay, Kaiki jumping onto second place, just leaving J-Ward feeling a little bit nervous, needing a 4.55 in these conditions. But yeah, even Kaito just needs a 4.75. Everyone has to do better than a 5 if they want to advance to the next round. So Kay has been a little quiet also, but he has to do more if he wants to protect his lead, as we see these surfers finding their rhythm, finding their groove, and just able to stomp down higher scores.
You know, the Philippines has a lot of different spots, and it's quite a long drive, and you have to take a plane to the other places. But is that same thing here? Everyone knows everyone from everywhere?
Kind of, yes. And, you know, with social media and Facebook, Instagram, it's kind of easier to connect now. Sometimes you have friends in a place even before you arrive there, because you're already adding them up. Hey, I'm going to visit. I'm a surfer from this region. And on screen live, Kay, not so quiet again, finishing off with 2 variations, 2 different kinds of turns, bringing in the flavor for the judges to see. And we all love that. So, yeah, we are an archipelago of 7,641 islands.
Wow, that's a lot of islands, you know. And I had a chat with one of the local yesterday at the dinner. And you guys have a national contest right after this event, right? At somewhere...
Up north?
Up north.
In Ilocos Sur, it's a spot called Kabugao. It's a long... right-hander, and I will be heading up there as well in a couple of weeks, so lots of travel involved with surfing.
Wow, lots of traveling, but pretty much you guys just chasing the typhoons, you know, every time typhoons hit.
So that was the joke with our regional director, Tai Sarati, and we were joking around how everywhere he goes, the typhoon follows. So the tagline is, you can't spell typhoon without Thai.
Oh, right.
But hey, when there are typhoons, there are swells, and when there are swells, there are waves to be surfed. And we are just absolutely very grateful for all the efforts that the different organizations, the LGU, the local government, and the World Surf League, and the local surf clubs here, it's all a community effort. It's not just, you know, thanks to one person or 2 people alone. Everyone has to devote their time, energy, commitment. I mean, everyone's been traveling. Everyone's been away from home. I know you said you miss Japanese food. So, yeah, everyone's pitching in.
Right.
And here we go, looking very sharp on a much nicer, longer, cleaner wave. I think he has finally found his momentum. Ooh, unlike Surfer in Green, who gets stuck on the lip on that one.
Well, great 3-turn combo from Kaiki Manaka. Needing 5.05 to go into the first. Currently, Kei Kobayashi is sitting the lead with 4.85 and 4.50. And Kaiki has to get 5.05 to go into the first. Jayad now needs 4.55. This is the man in green, Kaito Kamata, sitting in the 4th place, needing a 4.75 to go into the second. Just under 5 minutes remaining. We have live action. Big wall ahead of him.
Ooh.
This is Kei Kobayashi, big layback turn, but unfortunately couldn't stick to the surfboard.
Yeah, that's the second time he's attempted to perform that maneuver. Unfortunately, still getting unstuck. Maybe, well, he's going through, it seems like pretty safe to say that he's going to make it through to the next round with 4 minutes on the clock. I don't know, but 5.5 and 5.3, very makeable still. Again, here we go, Jayward, our surfer from Siargao. Nice first check turn, going way up on that section, and another cutback. And still fighting to close this with a finishing move, and somehow stumbling a little bit, but he gets it. Not quite sure if it's in the 5.3s.
Right. So this is a reply of loss of red. If he could have made that, definitely it would be the best score in this heat. But this is important hit for JR, needing 5.330. I think to get 5s, you need to get at least one solid turn with the steeper section. But he did a great on the wave, and he did nothing wrong on the wave. But still, there was not much steeper section on it, so I'm not too sure, like you said, if it's going to be a 5.30 that he requires. And this is the last wave from Kaiki Yamanaka. Couple of great turns.
Yeah, that was sick. That was all staying very sharp and very critical. And yes, I love what you said, wherein Jayward may not have done anything wrong on that wave, but it just wasn't up to the nines, or it wasn't really meeting that extra X factor that you need to bring into competitions. Perhaps in a free surf, that could have been one of your best waves, but since we have a judging criteria to meet, and in a way, of course, we're putting on a show for the world. These are people vying to be the world's best surfers someday. So the waves are cleaning up a bit. I think it's really nice that we don't have that crazy wind, unlike in the afternoon yesterday. And walk us through this live now.
So Kei Kobayashi is trying to get rid of the 4.50, but unfortunately, just wave kind of dies out and catching the rail, broke the rail, so he goes down. But live action, we have JR, important wave, needing 5.30, but unfortunately goes down. So this is Kaito Kawamata, needing 5.50. That was a beautiful big opening curve to start with, and it gets the 3 turn in. So that was
strong.
One of the bigger turn in this heat from the Kaito Kawamata. And the last wave for Kaiki comes in at a 4.75. He's actually extending his lead right now. But this is the last wave for K. Nice first turn. Gets the finish. So he did get a finish right there. I'm not too sure if he right out of it, but
Here's the replay for Jaywar. Oh no, for Kaito, and that was the jam that we love. And then following up with 2 more turns, looking very textbook. Nothing wrong again with that wave. He did everything perfectly, ticked all the boxes, and it could be enough for a 5.5.
Definitely the first opening curve, that was beautiful. He just, did a big turn in the critical section, bring it round all the way to the white water, and throwing a lot of sprays. So definitely it was one of the biggest turn in this heat.
Absolutely. That first turn, it was just photographic. It would have been a nice picture. It could be cover material even. Nice positioning of the arms and good amount of spray. And where did this heat go, Dai? 30 seconds left.
4.0 for the last Kaito's wave, so it's not enough.
Okay.
Still needing 5.05 and 20 seconds on the clock, but looks like little bit of movement out the back. There's a wave coming through to the lineup.
One last roll of the dice for Jayward here, chasing after a 5.3, but he knows it. Body language shows that that's not the wave he was looking for, and time is up for last heat of the round of 32.
So it's safe to say Kei Kobayashi and Kaiki Yamanaka moving through to the round of 16. So this is the last hit of the men's round of 32. We're gonna go into the men's LQS quarterfinals coming up after the break.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going yours for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you?
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
It is such a beautiful day here in Baler at Sabang Beach, and we are straight into the quarterfinals. We have Jun Esquivel and Masaya Sukamoto out there for the first heat of the men's LQS quarterfinals, and I am really excited because it's dreamy out there, it's glassy, the waves are super fun. We had a really exciting morning with the men's QS round of 32, which we just saw wrap up. Kei Kobayashi took out the win. Kaki Yamanaka came in second, and unfortunately we said goodbye to Kaito Kawamata and also Jaywad Asiso. So that was a bit of an upset in that last heat. I think it was a stacked one.
Yeah.
I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with Camille Pillar. Good morning. How's it going?
Pretty good. I just have to change my gears a bit because coming from that stacked shortboard heat, and now we're going to man-on-man quarterfinals for the longboard. Equally exciting, except the execution and the pacing will be a bit more, I would like to say, dramatic.
Yeah, no, I agree, Camille. I feel like it's going to be, obviously we have to take our shortboarding hat off, put our longboarding hat on. It's two very different approaches to surfing, two very different approaches to, how they want to draw their lines on the wave. But I always get really excited when we get to these longboarding heats because it is so refreshing how they do things differently, the gracefulness of how they approach, the waves and the maneuvers that they do. It's going to be an exciting heat. I think this one, Jun Esquivel, the brother of JR, having a good strong paddle at this one. It's so clean out there. The waves are fun. Few quick steps to the nose, quick in and out. It was a bit of a short wave, that one.
Yes. And here we go. Again on live action, we have Masaya on a wave of his own, going on his backhand, little cross steps, trying to maintain control of the board. Does not make it to the nose, but at least just tags that end section. Good wave for Masaya, a bit better than June's, I suppose. But it's still, this early waves are just when you find your rhythm and try to lock in your flow. And it's really in the second half of the heat that we'll see some magic turn on.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that, the first maybe 5 minutes of a heat is always all about just getting rid of, I call it jelly legs.
Jelly legs.
Yeah, getting rid of the nerves, getting the feet in the wax, whatever that is. So we'll see, hopefully the surfers start to open up throughout the back end of this heat. But we had a very exciting last heat. Kei Kobayashi, the rankings leader for the Asia QS, is out there with Dai Wacko.
QS4000 に戻ってきました。まずは第1ヒート、1位で通過ですが、ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
いやー、とりあえず1回戦目勝てて本当良かったです。ちょっと緊張したです。
緊張してたんですか？珍しいですね。
そうですね、ここで結構、ランキングも上の方なので、波も小さいので乗れないで負けるのが一番嫌だったので、いっぱい乗ろうっていう作戦で、全然最初乗れなくて結構緊張したです。
I know you didn't get a result that you were looking for in Taiwan and in Siargao, but here in the QS4000, how are you feeling?
Feel pretty good. Feel a lot better than Taiwan. Definitely losing first round doesn't feel good on the mental health, but taking it event by event, and there's so many events in Asia, so it's crazy to compete. I didn't really realize how many events I was going to be competing in, so a lot of opportunity, and yeah, stoked. The waves are small and I got a really good board, so feeling a lot better than Taiwan.
But you have a lot of wins in this 2025 season, so how has it been so far?
Yeah, a lot of ups and downs, as a competitor. But yeah, just taking it event by event. Yeah, I was pretty hard on myself after Taiwan, but yeah, I got a lot of good people in my corner and backing me, and yeah, just coming to the realization of there's another event after another. So just taking it event by event, and yeah, stoked to get the heat win. Not the best surfing I've ever done, but a heat win is a heat win, so I'm stoked.
And talk us through about your equipment. That board really looking sharp.
Yeah, this is the board I actually won 3 events on, and things magic. I didn't really realize I was going to be able to ride it over here. I didn't know it was going to be this small, but yeah, super stoked I brought it. And yeah, I love these kind of waves, and I think the low tide with the tide push should help a lot. And yeah, I'm stoked taking it heat by heat and just trying to do my best surfing.
Well, there's definitely a lot of supporters, fans, sponsors, family. So is there anything you like to say in English and Japanese?
そうですね、今回はとりあえず1回戦目は負けないで勝ったので、自分のサーフィンは次もっといいサーフィンをするので、みんな続きラウンド16なので応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you everyone who supports me. I got the heat win. A heat win is a heat win, so I'm stoked and taking it heat by heat. Round of 16's on later today, so thank you all for the support and looking forward to round 16.
All right, good luck in the next round, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai. Thank you, Kei Kobayashi. He recently took out the Bonsoi Asia Super Series over in Taiwan. He was the rankings leader at the completion of that event, as well as Kana Nakashio. So that was really cool to see, you know, how that all played out. And yeah, he's into the round of 16 for the men's QS. Of course, this is a QS4000, so these points are really, really important. We're heading over to China on the 11th to the 17th of December for another QS4000. So it's back-to-back events. It's you know,
still not coming home. True.
Exactly. You got to be on your toes, ready to adapt and figure it out. And that's what these longboarders do as well. They stay really light on their feet. They're super, you know, intuitive with their surfing and you know, what they're going to do on the waves. We've had a 3.75 and a 2 locked in for June Esquivel, and Messiah locked in a 3 on his first wave. So, like you said, Camille, June's first wave a little bit better than that first of, June's second wave better than that first of Messiah's. So hopefully we'll see them start to open up. It's obviously a little bit slower. And I feel like these 25-minute heats, it allows them to be a little bit more selective with the waves that they want to catch.
They have to be, absolutely. And only 3 waves within so far, so they're being very patient. And one thing that's different between longboarding and shortboarding is that while you're up and riding, because you have a full 9 feet and above to work with, it's just more forgiving. Sometimes when you stumble, there is time to adjust and recover. Unlike when it's a shortboard, you miss time, or you know, your footing is wrong, suddenly it's all over.
Yeah. I personally am not the best longboarder. I am that uncoordinated, but I've watched a lot of these LQS and WLT events, and it's really interesting to me how, you know, if your foot is slightly off or slightly out of, you know, placement or the center of the board, how much that actually, you know, affects the ride. You can see June had a paddle. He won't lose any priority. He was in second there. But yeah, it's crazy how, you know, if your foot's slightly off center, the board tips.
Yeah.
And how those really, those fine-tuning moments can either make or break a wave.
Exactly. And even equipment comes into play here. If you are working with sharper rails or more rounded rails, sometimes there are just variations where you want a board that will be able to forgive tiny mistakes. So that's a conversation between the surfer and their shaper.
Yeah.
And in the Philippines, there's actually been a good growth of local shapers, predominantly on the longboarding side.
Yeah.
So over at Samar, we have a guy named Dandoy Tongko. Some of these surfers in the LQS are riding his boards. And of course, we have a Filipino based in California. We have Ian Zamora shaping most of these California-style logs that are actually pretty perfect for Filipino waves.
Yeah, it's really, you know, the correlation between shortboard and longboarding, especially in regards to equipment, is crazy, because you can have a board in, you know, from a shortboard perspective, you can have one that has a wider nose, and you know that that's going to be good for the smaller waves, you know, or if one has more rocker or whatever that is. Here we go. It's a committed paddle from June Esquivel. Quick walk up to the nose. Wow, he's standing there for a really long time. That was beautiful. Goes back to the 5. Goes to the rail and then just gets a little foam tap to finish as well. So for June Esquivel, that was a well surf ride, probably his best so far.
Probably his best. And here is Masaya going on a wave of his own, slightly steeper, locks in the hang 5, a little bit of a soul arch there, nice carve back, making full use of his rail, just tiptoeing back, trying to make it back to the nose, but not enough time and space, and just hangs on. That was also a very committed paddle and just overall committed longboarding from both of our surfers, and this is the quarterfinals after all. We expect nothing less.
Yeah. Wow, talk me through this replay, Camille. This was a great ride.
I love this one because I see June has been training really, really hard. So those moves he can just whip them out, you know, on command. And here is Masaya, also known for some high performance longboarding. I loved how he was trimming as he was on his hang 5, and that cutback is really where the money is at. So nice finish also over the foam. So interesting to see which the judges will like more.
Yeah, and how are those really quick steps in the middle of that wave of Messiahs? They were quick, controlled, but really concise. I loved those movements from him. And yeah, we have these scores to lock in from June and also Messiah. It's really interesting as well, you know, looking at this and the different approach to these waves. Longboarding, we look at style, flow, and grace. You know, that's what the judges, they look at. They go, okay, you know, is there style, flow, and grace to this ride? Where does that fit in the scale? And of course, there's a bunch of other things that comes into it as well. But particularly for this first heat, it's always hard to be the first heat of any round.
Yes.
Because it's you're kind of the
guinea pigs.
The guinea pigs, yeah, exactly. The judges are like, okay, let's just see what happens here. You know, let's see, you know, is that a 5 or is that an excellent wave or whatever that is, you know, and it's tricky. When I was competing, I never liked to be the first heat of the day or the first heat of the round.
Really?
So I was like, I don't want to be a guinea pig.
Okay.
I want to like know what a 5 is, and I want to know what a 6 is. Or
Well,
you know.
that's true. So kudos to these two surfers for being on the front lines of the quarterfinals. And where did the time go? We're more than past the halfway mark of this heat.
Yeah, that is crazy. Well, we're starting to see these scores for June and Messiah lock in.
Ooh, very, very close.
Wow, a 5.75 locked in for June's last wave. Messiah, he needs a 6.5 right now. It's looking pretty close. Locks in at a 6. Wow, so no change to the situation. June is still out in front. He's got that 5.75. The 6 from Messiah, though, has put him in a really great position. He's got second priority. Has to let June go on this wave. Quick steps to the nose. He walks back to that middle part of the board, really stepping on the tail to redirect. Gets back to the nose once again. And June, he's looking to better a 3.75. He's thinking, I'm going to see if I can take this one all the way in. That wave doesn't offer much more scoring potential.
I think he got it.
Yeah.
And very smart surfing from June here, because at first glance, it didn't even look like he was interested in this wave, but he knew he had priority and he just was not going to give Messiah another chance to improve his score. And let's see if he throws away his 3.75 to make things a bit more interesting for a surfer in blue.
Here we go. Messiah opts to go left, gets the nose there. Oh, wow. He goes for that. Like you said, he's got that high performance surfing behind him as well.
Ooh.
So he gets that backhand kind of tap at the end. I love this redirect here, Camille.
And his knees stay really close to one another. That's points for style. Kind of shuffles back a little bit, not a complete cross step, but that's a nice...
Much about the difference in the fins, Camille, and, you know...
Not from first-hand experience, but based on a couple of interviews, I asked the surfers, like, JR is on the same kind of fin. I think it's a one modeled by Donald Takayama, because it's kind of an all-arounder where it has good hold for nose rides, but it also provides ample pivot. Like, so sometimes some fins are better for driving, better for locking in a hang 10 and a hang 5, and some fins are better for turns.
Yep.
But that kind of shape, kind of like a crescent moon shape, that kind of is a good all-arounder.
Okay. Yeah, it's crazy how even, you know, you're looking at the rakes of the longboards and how different it can be, and you know, you might be changing fins compared to what the surf is doing and things like that. So
we saw some funky fins from Taka Inoue on his shortboard. I wonder if you got to see that. It was a bit curly and curvy and flexy. So.
Yeah, I have seen those fins, and they're weird. They're super different, and they kind of create a different experience. I personally, I haven't used those before because they kind of add too much change to what I can handle. But that's okay. We'll roll with it. All right, we got this score locking in for June Esquivel. It's a 5.7, a 4.75 locks in for that last one of Masaya Tsukamoto. So June extending his lead. So he's in a really good position right now because Masaya needs a 5.45 and he's got second priority, Camille.
Yes, both of these surfers have actually improved their scores. So Masaya's last ride was a 4.75 and here he goes again chasing after that 5.45 and it looks like he will give it a go.
Here we go. It's a smaller looking wave. Redirects it. Couple of steps, but it's not going to be much, unfortunately, for Masaya Tsukamoto. That wave just didn't really offer him the potential to get into the fives.
But I like how Masaya is surfing today. It seems like he's having fun, but also very dialed, and he's hungry to win it as well.
Yeah.
So it all boils down to who wants it more among these two. But at the same time, with longboarding, the element of fun is always out there. You feel it no matter how competitive things get. See, these two guys have gotten to be friends as well because of years on tour. Masaya also goes to La Union, and this is not his first time in Baler, so it's tricky, you know, you're having fun, it's longboarding, that's just part of it, but at the same time, you don't want the other surfer to get a higher score than you.
Yeah, exactly. It's all competitive, you know, and it's so interesting because you kind of look at longboarding from a free surf perspective and you see it as this really easygoing, calm, super fun kind of vibe. This guy on screen, JR Esquivel, he really gives off that. He gives off that calm, fun-loving energy. But then you see him now, he's in the rashi, he's locked in, he's ready to go. And that's where we see that competitive fire come out. And I love that, and I love how you see a change in personality, I guess, when we go from watching these graceful and just really inspiring longboarders go from free surf approach to heat surfing. It's so different.
Jesse actually asked me who my pick, like, you know, event winners would be, and I only have one solid answer, and it's for the men's LQS, and I think it's gonna be JR.
Yeah, well, he won here last year as well. Here we go. This is Masaya looking for a 5.4, gets to the nose for the 5.
I don't think that will improve his situation.
Yeah, it's not feeling like it's going to be much there, unfortunately, for Masaya. He's really trying to find the opportunities at this point in the heat. He's got 4 minutes. It's not too long of a paddle out. It's probably about 30 seconds. So he's got enough opportunities, but just needs to get a bit of space from June right now.
Yes, maybe try a different peak. And interesting how sometimes on the man-to-man heats on our national circuit, we've had June and JR surf against each other in a couple of finals rounds.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, if June makes this heat and if JR, they'll be semi-finals.
Yes, they will be.
Wow. It's always stressful when you have to surf a heat, but then adding it that you're surfing with your brother or your sister is it's pretty crazy.
When asked about that, JR actually told his brother, because I got to interview them together during one event, but before that we have June on live action now.
Yeah, here we go. Few steps, locks in for the 5, gets a bit of a soul arch as well, redirecting his board, going to the rail, quick steps back up once again. June Esquivel, he's really trying to make this ride count. He needs to better a 5.7. And it takes this one pretty much all the way to shore. So
that was a very good wave from June, actually. I love that cross step turn in the middle. It looks super stylish, but at the same time also super functional. And yeah, during the interview with June and JR a while back, JR's insight was that during a heat, let's forget we're brothers.
Yes.
Forget. I'm sure you and Jessie also have these moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and we can just go back to being friends when the buzzer dies down.
Fully. Yeah. You got to leave it. That was like one of the first lessons that we learnt was you have to leave it in the water. If Jessie wins and I lose, as soon as that buzzer goes, you leave everything in the water. And obviously you can have your moment to be sad for yourself, but you have to still support, your sister, or even traveling with your friends too. It's so tough. More often than not, you end up, if you're traveling with a group of friends, you're all in the same heat.
Yes.
It's so crazy. So you just got to be like, okay, cool. I've got my 5 minutes of my own time, leaving it in the water. Love you guys. Let's keep moving forward.
You don't want that awkward van ride home.
Fully. Otherwise, it's just like you lose all your friends and you end up having no one to travel with. So,
which is the opposite of what surfing should be about.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. Well, we've got this score for June to lock in. That last one, a 3.9 for Messiah. Wow, big scores. It's going to be the best of the heat for June Esquivel. A 7.25. So he's thinking, yes, this is great for me. He's extended his lead.
He's really putting on the pressure on Messiah right now with less than 2 minutes, just 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and he needs a 7.01. And this wave is opening up to be, maybe this is what he needs to fulfill that requirement. Good first hang 5, drives down, nice big cutback, very, very deep, stays on the critical part of the wave, but he shuts down with it.
Wow, that was really unlucky. It kind of felt that whole ride that he was maybe forcing it just a little bit too much for Messiah. I mean, it was an exciting wave and he had some great moments, but that completion is going to cost him.
I know. I saw that too. You are right. He was forcing it a little because of a bit of the time pressure, and he knew he had to catch up to a big score. And sometimes with longboarding, you cannot force it. You just have to glide with it, like this man right here gliding again to victory. 2 quick hang 5s and a strong floater to finish. He has that move on dialed, as I said. He can pull that out of his pocket anytime, even in his sleep. June Esquivel. Good on you going back out there. Shows the competitive fire that he's just not complacent.
Even with 10 seconds to go, he's thinking, okay, maybe I am actually done because I got a 7.25 and a 5.75. That last one of Messiah, a 3.95. It was not enough.
No.
This last one of June's, it won't go into the top 2 either. So it is June Esquivel moving on through. He's our first semi-finalist. Unfortunately, Messiah Tsukamoto bows out of the event. An incredible performance. So stay tuned. We have heat number 2 or quarterfinal number 2. It is a big one. Benito Narita and JR Esquivel are going to take each other on. We'll be right back.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Friends with the monster, falling for a monster. 'Cause I'm in love with a monster.
Monster RX 93.1.
What an incredible day it's been, and Benito Narita is just making it way more exciting. He's taking this one all the way through. We had a pretty interesting quarterfinal in that last one. June Esquivel taking it out. He pretty much dominated throughout that whole heat. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to Messiah Tsukamoto, but right now this is a new quarterfinal. Benito Narita, we just saw him up and riding. He's taking on the reigning champion of this event, Rogelio or JR Esquivel. Quick steps up to the nose on his backhand. He's so graceful, just gliding through that wave. And he's patient. I love the patience that he really provides out here. He gets that quick tap, a couple of quick steps to the nose. Locks in for a moment there on a 5. Redirects it. You can see he's just happy to take this one all the way through to shore. I mean, he'll probably kick out pretty soon, but scores to lock in for Benito and JR to start off this quarterfinal. Big heats will be locking in semi-finalists for the men's LQS. We already have the women's locked in. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with my sister Jessie Starling. Jessie, how is it going?
It's good. It's cool to be into the longboards now. This was a really nice wave here for Benito. He's getting a couple of 5s up on this, maybe a little bit far out from the pocket, but just probably getting his feet in, getting his footwork in, starting to feel a bit more confidence. Beautiful 5. Just a quick one to start off from JR here. And you can see he just knows exactly where to put, these cross steps, getting to the nose in the critical part of the wave, just like that one. That board looking really loose under his feet as well. So JR, if that's just him feeling it out, I'd be a little bit nervous right now for Benito because he's looking sharp on that board.
Oh, JR is an incredible one to watch. And we saw his brother, June Esquivel, lock in some pretty big scores, a 13-point combined total. He's down there to have a chat with Camille.
Thank you, girls. Yes, semifinals bound is June Esquivel. Looking pretty sharp out there. And you were in a man-to-man heat with Masaya Tsukamoto. Was it the first time you and Masaya had a one-on-one heat?
Sobrang saya na nakahit ko siya. Then, ako yung naka-advance. Sobrang saya po.
Pero first time na kayo yung nagka-match up ni Masaya?
Po, first time lang po. Ngayon lang.
So that confirms it. It was his first time to surf against Masaya one-on-one. And on this next heat is JR and Benito. So should JR be the one to advance, what do you feel about going against your brother again?
Feel ko pag si Kuya Jari nakahit ko, sobrang saya na iba yung feeling pag siya yung kahit. Yun. Tapos, mas okay po sana pag sa finals na lang kami nag-hit. Kaso sa semis, wala tayong magagawa.
Okay, so June is absolutely pumped and he's actually wishing for his brother to make it because he says it's just a different feeling when he's surfing against his brother. But sadly, it's just a semifinals. He would have wanted it to be a finals 101. So congratulations. Yes, you are bound for the semifinals. And yeah, much more surfing and focusing to do. You're cheering on for your brother. And who else are you cheering for right now?
Yun, sinishare ko sila, both sila. Pero mas okay pag si kuya ko. Then, pwede mag-thank you. Maraming salamat po pala sa nag-support sa akin para makasali sa event na to. Sa Surf Town, Groovers, Bagus, Enjoy Eyewear. Then, shout out kila Kuya Errol and Natishana. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Then, sa Elio Surf Team, then sa family ko, kay nanay and kay daddy na nanonood dyan lagi sa live. Maraming salamat.
How about girlfriend?
Girlfriend, wala po. Single.
Okay. No girlfriend just yet, but who knows? An event win might just change that. Okay. Back to the live action to you, True and Jessie.
Thank you so much, Camille. Yeah, on the market for June Esquivel. But this right now, this is live action. We have 19 minutes to go. JR Esquivel out in front. He locked in a 5 on his first wave. Didn't even look like he got out of first gear. We have Benito Narita. He locked in a 3.75. He's got a score to lock in too. It's going to be around that mark as well. First indications, and here we go. JR up and riding once again. Gets to the nose, locking in for a longer 5 here. Wow, really sticks with it. And JR Esquivel goes up for a quick foam tap as well to just tie this wave off with a pretty bow. And I tell you what, he's definitely one to watch. He's Camille's pick to win the event for the men's LQS. He did win this event last year in 2024. It was really exciting to watch him do that. A 3.9
locks in for that second wave of Benito Narita, but we got a good score to come through for JR, Jessie.
Yeah, I liked that last wave of JR. He got, his nose riding done in a pretty critical part of the wave and got a lot of hang time there as well. So he was holding on for a good amount of distance on that wave there for JR. So he's going to go back out. That looks like a different board to what we saw him riding in his last couple of heats. I think it looks like the best board he's ridden so far.
Yeah, Camille and I were talking about, how there's the subtle differences in boards, or the minor tweaks make such a big difference, particularly with longboards, because you have so much length to it. It's crazy how, fins, just changing the fin can change the board completely. And even when, you're on the wave and you're riding, foot placement, you can have your feet slightly off center and it tips the board one way a little bit, and it just changes the ride and changes, I guess, that flow that we really look for when we're talking about longboard surfing.
Yeah, I would actually love to enlighten myself more with the craft of longboards. I feel like there is so much you could do with I feel like there's a whole new world of just surfboard design, and so much you could do even just with channels on the bottom or types of tails. Obviously, you have more of a log, a traditional style longboard, then you can get the nose rider. So it's similar to shortboards. There's different type of models for different styles of surfers. Harley Ingleby, he's a really progressive longboarder from the east coast of Australia.
Yep.
He does air reverses on longboards. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you can choose to surf a longboard at this point. It looks like we've got one of our next quarterfinalists. That's Edgar. He's going to be coming up against Crisanto King, as his nickname is. He's actually my pick to win. I love King's style, his surfing, just his overall appeal. It's really cool. He's got a really cool energy coming off of him.
Yeah, King Villanueva. He's definitely, I agree, really cool to watch. He's got a really, I don't want to say aggressive because it's not, but a very assertive approach. He's really assertive with what he wants to do, super concise, and Edgar as well. He's been really exciting. We've got a couple of really good quarterfinals, and then after this, after the men's LQS quarters, we're going to roll back into the QS, which is going to be super exciting, round of 16 as well.
For both the men and the women.
Yeah.
This afternoon. So we're going to decide our quarterfinalists for our shortboards this afternoon, and then we'll be pretty deep into all of the draws. JR going down there. But yeah, it's cool to see how quickly, we're getting through this event. We're already into finals for all of the divisions here. And the waves we're definitely providing today, best we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how quickly we're getting through this event. So 6.5 has locked in for JR Esquivel on his last wave. It was a really exciting one. He opted to go for the left, which is his forehand. But, for longboarding, I feel like people going backhand, it is really difficult. It can be quite tricky, but JR makes it look easy. Growing up at La Union, obviously it's a right point there. So he just makes going backhand on a log or on a longboard look so easy. It looks so much more graceful, and yeah, he's definitely one to watch. He's the best Filipino longboarder.
Yeah, having the space to, that extra board space to move, to be able to potentially switch stance. You can even do a step back carve where you end up pretty much switching stance anyways, and that's one of his fortes. He loves a heels to the nose as well, where we see him going backwards on a wave. So it's really cool to see just the diversity. Obviously, there's a really strong LU surf team coming out of La Union right now, and JR, definitely just paving the way for that surf team, just to set a new bar, to look to achieve a dream. And when you're the first person to do that, you can see just the sparkle in the community's eyes. Everyone else wants to be able to get to where he is, and you can see June, he's really wanting to live up to that as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like when you have someone that is someone that you can look up to, or that's an idol to you, but then, also for June, it's his brother. He has a real great opportunity to pick his brains and kind of obviously bring his own personality and bring his own flair to how he approaches longboarding. But he can also kind of see JR and go, maybe this is going to work for me, maybe it's not. That is Crisanto Villanueva, the king, on screen there. Coming up in this next quarterfinal, it's going to be big 25-minute heats. It allows these longboarders to be more selective with their waves. Benito just a quick in and out there, won't lock in for much. He needs a big score, needs a 7.6 at this point in time with 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, back on Crisanto really quickly, I was doing a post-heat interview with him the other day, and I was like, I like to introduce myself to people that I haven't met before I start working with them. I was like, hi, I'm Jesse. He goes, I'm King. And I was like, that is one way to introduce yourself. That's incredible.
Yep.
Best nickname I've heard.
Yeah. Well, this is JR Esquivel goes down. Just trying to create something there. Loses his footing a little bit, and you can see a little bit of frustration. He's like, no, that was a good wave. I wanted to stay with that. He probably could have bettered the 5, so we'll see. He's got big plans. I feel like JR is one of those competitors where he sees a wave and he already knows what he's going to do by the time, like before he's at the end of the wave. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's definitely got the picture painted out, but then sometimes I feel like he hits that flow state. And you just never know what you're going to get with JR. But you know he wants to level up every single wave. So a bit frustrated with that last one, knowing that maybe an opportunity missed. But a 6.5 and a 5, and he's pretty much sitting in first gear. You know, he's not really trying super hard. And he doesn't have to at this point, because just where he places his nose riding, where he places his turns, you can just see he's got the knowledge of the judging criteria down pat. And just using all of his experience to his advantage here.
Yeah, he really is, and that's experience gives such an extra leg up over everyone else too. You know, it's such an important thing if you're competing against someone that's a veteran or that has won heaps of events or has, you know, been in a lot of competition and knows a lot about competitive surfing. It always feels like a little bit of an extra, like, oh, you know, is that a bit extra for me that I have to rise to this challenge? Am I, you know, and I think not saying Benito is in that position right now because he is so experienced himself as well, but it always is living in the back of your mind. You're thinking, oh, this guy's the guy to beat. And you can either rise to the challenge or you kind of fight with that internal monologue of, oh, he's, you know, the reigning champion of this event. He's won here before. He's from the Philippines, or Benito as well, also from the Philippines. He's like, hang on, it's my turn.
Yeah, he's looking cool, calm and collected right now, but, you know, you'd always feel threatened when you have RJ in the draw, but JR, in the draw. But I feel like, you know, Benito, just with his experience as well, this would be a challenge for him and a challenge that he wants to take. So he would have been absolutely loving the fact that he's got JR in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, 100%. All right, here we go. Really cool, relaxed style. His arms are just really, you know, chill. They're just hanging there. They're super relaxed. We've got JR right now. Gets a fade, straight to the nose, locks in for the 10, back to the 5. Quick steps to the tail. Really using the whole length of his board along this one. And then he goes up to get very clean, very well executed finish for JR Esquivel. That's going to be a good wave, a really well surfed, great moments of getting to the nose, good moments of, as I said, using his whole length of his board and takes it to the shore. So JR Esquivel just showing the experience he's got.
Oh, incredible footwork. You know, he's so light on his feet. He doesn't second guess his footwork too, and just where I know I've said it before, but where he places his nose riding on the wave, it's so critical. His tail is well and truly in the foam, and the foam would be chewing it up, trying to shake it off, and he just looks so poised, so in control, so graceful at the nose of his board. So when we see majority of the board in the foam and just the nose out in this really critical part of the wave, gliding like it was, there wasn't any water rushing up the nose there for JR. This is when we know we're going to get a good score. You can see took off deep here, walked straight up to the nose, into a 10, back into a 5, in a bowly part of the wave there, and just showcasing he's got more than just incredible nose riding. He also has just this ability to use the entirety of the board to give us some more progressive style of surfing. We saw obviously a beautiful carve, nice end section, and this is just, I feel like this is a longboard trait. They take these waves all the way through. They just can't get enough. You know, they want to see these waves surf straight to the shore.
Yep.
They're not going to let any last opportunity go. So I feel like that's going to be JR's best wave to come through.
Yep, absolutely. Benito, He's trying to take this one through to the inside, that frustration there. He's thinking, okay, I'm not on the best waves right now. The waves I'm catching, I feel like I have to force it. This is a replay, Jessie.
Yeah, just no wall here. And you can see this wave was lacking energy from the start. Beautiful 5. He held it for a long time. He shifted his weight forward to get up and over the power source of this wave. But he needs one of those waves that has that same power and consistency as JR's last one. That wave from the takeoff, you could tell, it just didn't have the power to back him and his surfing. It was more of just a wind swell lump that rolled through. So he needs to go back out, wait for a good wave, because he's got the surfing, the style that he needs to get these big scores, but he needs close to excellence now with the last of JR locking in.
Yeah, wow, look at that. It's a 7.25 for JR Esquivel, and a 9.85 is required for Benito. That is a really, really big score. We haven't seen a 9.85 in the longboards just yet, so he needs to go big or break it down into 2. Lock in a 7, get a 6. He's got 7 minutes to get there. You can see on screen that is Edgar getting ready in the next heat, taking a few deep breaths, giving himself some moments. He's just trying to stay grounded, stay connected. But yeah, for JR, even looking at, the positioning in the lineup of where JR and Benito are. Let's take another look, though, at this 7.25, Jessie. This is huge.
Yeah, love this wave. It's just honestly based on where he did this nose riding. In the part of these waves, it was really critical. And then getting a steep end turn finish as well. It's just, it's textbook. It was always going to be his best score. It was always going to rise and level up his total. So the judges, beautiful scoring, recognizing really great surfing there.
Here we go. Benito, a bit of a stretched out 5 to a quick 10. Gets a 5 once again. Gets a quick 10 to tap. He knows he has to go pretty big, but unfortunately that completion, it's going to cost him. So try to make the most of this ride. He's got 6.5 minutes left in this heat, and he's thinking, all right, I need to start again. I've got to just lock in for 2 waves and see what I can do. So Benito Narita, this is a replay of this last one. Jessie, quick to the nose to start.
Yeah, loved the levitation he got of the nose. It really did float high for a moment there, but then it really started to bury in some water, slowly stuck back out, but you can see he's got all the talent in the world, but I feel like maybe just trying to force it a little too hard here, trying to force the scores with the hardness of the turns he's doing. I just feel like it's the wave selection that's really lacking. I mean, he hung on to that 5 for a really long time, but just with how critical the section was in that wave, I just don't see that being the score he's looking for.
Yep, here we go, back to live action. JR locks in, really stretches this 5 out. You can see him just locking in for a quick 10 to tap, gets a tight 5. Few quick moments, digs a rail, unfortunately, so JR, he's back out there, needs to better a 6.5, and with 5 minutes to go, things are starting to really get electric here right now in the back end of this heat.
Yeah, JR on another great wave here, 5, and holds it. You can see him kind of getting out of the power source, but this wave bowls back up here, and he decides to hold his ground, stick on that 5, goes down on the carve here, but this is just this traditional JR we're used to. Holds his 5 and then backs himself in his ability through this bowly midsection here. Keeps on holding. Cross steps back. He goes for a step back carve there, but just bearing a little bit of rail. But just there's so much talent that this guy possesses. It is really out of control.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible what he can do on a surfboard that long. I mean, he just is really concise. He's got great flow. We've got scores to come through. It's looking like 5.5, so doesn't go into his top 2 for JR Esquivel, but still Benito Narita would have loved a wave like that. A 3.65 is what his last wave locks in, so not going into the top 2. So Benito is looking more like a 9.85 is his requirement in the next 4 minutes. I mean, it's a quick paddle back out. Had a little look at that one, opts out of it for Benito Narita. He gets a committed paddle, so loses priority, not going to matter. JR up and riding on his backhand. You can see he gets a 5 in there, and right now goes for the 10, back to a tight 5. Wow, look at the control that he has on these waves and on his surfboard right now. JR Esquivel is just looking so in form. He's going to take this one all the way through, see if there's another moment. You just never really know what these inside sections are going to give. That one, not a lot. So he's back out there and he's got another good score to come through.
Oh, his style, control, stamina, everything. It's just incredible to watch. That 5 just floating above the ocean there and gets back to the board, holds a 10 into a 5 there, and then that closeout turn. I mean, this is just textbook surfing. JR honestly just showing off at this point. You know, I feel like he's edging closer to putting Benito in combo. And with 3 minutes on the clock, he's got a very good chance of doing that. That was a really critical wave. We saw a critical 5, a critical 10, and it just honestly close to a flawless performance here. Really just showcasing that footwork is just classy. It's elegant. 10 into a tight 5 there, and then just putting it pretty vertical with a massive board under his feet on that end section. So, yeah, I feel like JR is going to improve again.
Yeah, he's looking on point with 2.5 minutes to go. JR has another score to lock in, and he's just been, really just concise with his footwork, really on point with his wave selection. Not much has really gone wrong for him in this heat yet. So 2 minutes to go, anything can happen. Priority is with Benito, needing a 9.85 at this stage, but look at this score. It's starting to lock in for JR Esquivel. It's going to be huge. It's an 8.5. He increases his lead, puts Benito in combination, who's really holding on, redirects in the middle of that 5 there. Wow, Benito Narita showing control and precision on this wave. Needs to break combination at this point. That's his next challenge. JR Esquivel, he's up and riding once again. Quick steps to the nose, drops the arm, shows the control, gets a 10, a tight 5 there as well. So JR Esquivel, wow, puts it up there for a good finish too. He is just looking in control. He's looking fired up, really precise steps, staying in the middle of his board there. He's waiting. The patience that he has on these waves is just second to none. 8.5 for that previous to last of JR Esquivel. This is the last one of Benito's, Jessie.
Yeah, Benito, unfortunately, JR's just kind of hit top level here. I mean, this is great surfing, showcasing that talent. So much board in the whitewater there with just him and the nose out in front. So it's clean, it's in control here for Benito, but you can see he knows. I mean, JR's just been untouchable right now. This footwork, that 10, dropping the arms there. I mean, so much style. To a 5, back to a 10, back to a 5. This turn was huge. You can see just how hard he has to drive into it, come into those end section turns there as well. Holds on and goes, here's one more 5, guys. Just in case you didn't like the last couple, here's one more. So JR, honestly, he could potentially lock in another excellent number here. That was a really brilliant wave there for JR Esquivel.
Yeah, wow. With 20 seconds to go, he's just really showing how in form he is and how, I don't want to use the word untouchable, but it kind of feels like it fits with this scenario right now. He's untouchable in this heat with 2 seconds on the clock. Benito needs to break combination. That's his next task. Quick steps to the nose, gets a quick 5 to tap there. He's patient, he's waiting, he's in control. Does the reverse, but unfortunately having a bit of fun with it. Not much is going to matter. This last score of JR, it's a 9. Betters once again goes excellent again for JR Esquivel, a 9 and an 8.5. He'll be moving into the semi-finals, taking on his brother, June Esquivel, but we have a brand new heat, quarterfinal number 3, with the King and Edgar out there. We'll be right back.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for great.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Oh, look at that. It is the perfect destination to come to for longboarding waves, shortboarding waves here in Baler at Sabang Beach. It's beautiful. The palm trees, the scenes, everything about it is just so nice. And right now, the quarterfinals. The longboarders are out there. Crisanto Villanueva is taking on Edgar Calvo Jr. For quarterfinal number 3, we just saw JR Esquivel put together a pretty excellent performance. A 9 and an 8.5 got him the win for quarterfinal number 2. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to Benito Nerida. He bowed out, and I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with none other than Giada Legati. Hello, how's it going? We're back in the booth together. This is a replay though.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to have you back in here. Gorgeous style here. Hangs 5, does it again, all 5 toes on the nose. He does a bit of a cutback here, drop knee. I'm loving the style here of Cristiano Villanueva. So that's a great start. And while we wait for, well, we'll just stick with this live action here. We're seeing Edgar Calvo Jr. finishing off a pretty nice wave. I'm loving his little hands on the knees style. Very elegant, very calm.
Super in control.
All right, here's the replay. Beautiful, hang 5 there. Almost does a 10. Bit of a kind of a longboard snap to finish there. So as we wait for that score to come through, let's throw down to Jessie.
Oh, thanks, guys. JR, 2 excellent scores, a 9 and an 8.5. Highest scores we've seen all event. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, feels so good. And finally got a good wave. And yeah, the wave gets better now and exciting.
You've had a massive year. You've been on the road, traveling between the QS, the championship tour. Now you've got a pretty big heat coming up next. You're competing against your brother. It might be the hardest heat of this year.
Yeah, I will try to make it a little bit harder for him and try to make him more aggressive and try to be competitive against him.
Tell us, have you competed against your brother before?
Yeah, a couple of times, like on the nationals, and I think once on La Union Pro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be a very exciting heat to watch. Obviously, meeting up in the semi-finals, but you're looking to go back-to-back here. You know, you want to take another win. You obviously are paving the way for Filipino surfers, especially in the longboard side of things. Do you ever feel pressure with so many people looking up to you?
Yeah, there's like a bit of pressure on me, like especially when everyone's watching me. Like I need to perform well, you know. And yeah, but at the same time, I feel really happy because like there's so much people supporting me and they're showing their like support on not just me, on every Filipinos. Yeah.
Well, we love it. You look so beautiful when you're on your longboard. Definitely one of my favorites to watch. We know you have a lot of sponsors, a lot of fans, a lot of family that you want to thank, so feel free to take it away.
Thank you so much to my sponsors, Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Alima Worldwide, Union Athletics, Luffy Surfboard, and iSports, and Cemento Surf. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Awesome. Thank you, the incredible JR, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you so much, Jessie. Thank you, JR. Yeah, he's been so incredible to watch. His control and he's really concise on his surfboard. It's been awesome to see, you know, his approach in heats. And in that last one, getting excellent twice, a 9 and an 8.5 is pretty incredible.
Wow, I don't think I've ever had a heat with a 9 and an 8.5.
No.
That must feel really good, and especially going into the semis, you know, that's just going to give him that extra boost of confidence that he probably already has. You know, he has a lot of heats under his belt. He's been competing for a long time, so yeah, that's some good stuff there for our man JR.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch. The reigning champion. He's Camille's pick to win this event. But during that interview, bit of live action. This is a replay, though, of the last one of Edgar.
Beautiful closing turn there from Edgar. Very elegant. I'm liking that drop knee style. Couple replays being thrown around. Here is our man in red, wow, I'm struggling with his name. Crisanto Villanueva. Short ride, but nice. Okay, bit of live action.
Here we go, Crisanto, or his nickname is the King, Giada. He's got some very concise footwork, super assertive there. Wow, he gets a tight 5, pulls it back a little bit, goes to the tail, really dropping his knee. You can see how precise he's being with his feet on the board. And, unfortunately goes down. That little bit of a backwashy kind of bump really causes a lot of havoc for these longboarders. But the King, Crisanto Villanueva, locking in another wave.
All right, I'm loving that nickname. Finds the 5, gorgeous cutback, nice drop knee. He's really using the length of the board and all the rails, and that's a huge part of the judging criteria here in this longboarding side of the contest. You know, you really need to have that entire rail in the water, big long turns, and he's doing that really well. Finds the 5. This is the cutback I'm talking about. Then that drop knee style to just bring that board all the way back around. So he's really he's got this on lockdown, and I'm sure he's going to get a great score from that.
Yeah, I feel like he will as well. I mean, surfing on your backhand on a longboard is so hard, but Crisanto made that look really easy. The moments there, he was really patient, and you know, we talk about longboarding, you hear a lot about style, flow, and grace. You know, and the precision and how much flow there is with the ride and the style that they have, and the grace that they kind of perform with. And I feel like for a lot of these longboarders, they would kind of turn to, you know, the JRs of the world. And, you know, even we just saw Kai Ellis Flint and Rachel Tilley take out the WLT world champions. Wow, locks in for a really good nose ride there, gets the 10 for the King, and you could see the levitation. That's a really critical part of the wave, and the judges are going to love that for Crisanto. So he just even turns around there. He's like, yeah, this is fun. I'm having fun out here, and that's the best part of it.
That was a gorgeous ride from Crisanto. Let's break this one down. Gets to the nose, does the 10, all 10 toes over the nose, beautifully cuts back on this one, and then goes back onto that top of the nose. So that is a great ride from Crisanto. That board is really elevated, close to the curl of the wave. That's exactly what the judges are looking for. The higher it is, the more points. So he's going to be getting a great result from that.
Yep, scores to lock in for Crisanto Villanueva. I really liked it. I liked the approach. It was something different. Locks in at a 4.9, his previous to last, sorry. He's got one more score to come through for that last wave. It's going to be good. Priority is with Edgar. We saw excellent scores in that last heat. Hoping to see that again, maybe. We'll see for the King. And right now he is on top. Let's see how he goes, though. We have scores to come through. There's 14 and a half minutes. And Edgar, he's got a 5.5 and a 3.75. It's really all coming down to this last score of Crisanto Villanueva. After this LQS quarterfinal number 4 coming up next, we have Ivan Sudena and Jo Marie Ebueza for quarterfinal number 4.
Going to be an exciting last quarterfinal. We've finally got onto the man-on-man here in Baler. So it's a lot of less waves are going to be ridden, but not that not a lot less, because it's a beach break and we have had at least 40 to 50 rides every single heat. It's been non-stop action here in Baler, and it just shows how much quality this wave has, and it creates a lot of opportunity for all these surfers. And as well, the fact that we can have longboarding and shortboarding division on it just shows how versatile it is.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've seen, you know, so many different approaches to these waves, different conditions. It's clean and glassy out there. It looks fun. 6.5 locked in for that last wave of Crisanto. So he extends his lead. He's got a 6.5 and a 5. I'm really loving, you know, the fact that we've got the LQS on right now. Their different approach. It's kind of gives a bit of a breather in the sense of, yeah, seeing 40 to 50 waves ridden in heats is crazy. It's busy, there's a lot going on, but it's exciting as well. You see good surfing. Of course, it's just the Asia QS4000. Well, not just, it is an Asia QS4000 and an LQS1000 for the Asia Regional Tour for both QS and LQS. And I feel like, it's exciting because this last back end of the year, wow, the soul arch there really gets a foot over the board for Crisanto Villanueva. The king is just wearing his crown.
Yeah, he is looking pretty unstoppable. He's keeping busy. He's not really stopping and sitting down. We haven't seen a wave from Edgar in a while. He's playing the opposite game, sitting out there with priority, being a little more picky with his waves. But Villanueva is just on fire. I'm loving that soul arch we saw earlier. I'm excited to watch the replay. On your screen, that is Joe Marie Ebueza, one of the surfers that's double dipping in the event. He's not only doing the longboard, but the shortboard as well.
Wow, it's pretty crazy how, that I admire people that can do that. They can go from shortboard to longboard because that is not a talent I possess at all.
Oh, there we have it. That gorgeous soul arch. That was beautifully done. Unfortunately, not really completing the wave maybe in a way he would have wanted, but that was really well done.
Locks in at a 3 for Crisanto. That completion really costing him with 11 and a half minutes to go in this heat. And I feel like, as we were saying, I literally have so much respect for the longboarders that can jump on a shortboard or the shortboarders that jump on a longboard and can compete at the same level, and the same ability. It's pretty incredible to see them do that. I'm like, wow, that's not something I know how to do.
They're completely different approaches. I mean, if you look at the judging criteria, they're the same, but at the same time, they're really different, because you still have the factor where it has to be a critical maneuver. It has to be in the critical part of the wave. And the difference, I would say, is longboarding is a lot more slowed down and elegant, whereas surfing is sharp and punchy and fast. So even though the judging criteria is the same, it's completely different at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how similar but also how different it is. It's quite interesting, I think, as well to look at it and kind of think, okay, it changes from speed, power and flow to style, flow and grace, but you're still looking at things that are pretty similar and more about that, where the maneuvers are performed on the wave in that, as you said, that critical part. And with 10 minutes to go, Crisanto, the king, he's been doing that really well in this heat. The 6.5 and a 5 has really set himself apart. It's Edgar right now who is chasing. He needs a 6.01. He's already locked in a 5.5, so he's in a good position. And I feel like if he can find a wave in the next 10 minutes, he's going to be looking really good. His performance has been entertaining so far throughout this event.
It has, but it is Villanueva with that 6.5 and that 5 looking really good next to his name. He's in that flow state. He's catching a lot of waves. His picks have been great. Looking like there's a couple sets coming through, so this is going to be exciting. Yeah, so Edgar just been really quiet. Only 2 waves caught this heat. There we go, live action.
Here we go, straight to the nose for Edgar. Locks in for a tight 5. You can see him step back a little bit there as well. Wow, a really beautiful ride. Goes straight to the nose. You can see him drop his hands. That's a real level of control that he's showing on this ride. He gets a quick tap to finish. He seems pretty happy with it as well for Edgar. We saw Crisanto pull off one as well. It kind of looked like at the back of that wave. So Edgar Calvo Jr. is looking really good. That was a well-surfed ride, a 6.01. This is a replay of Crisanto on the one behind.
All right, already started off with the 10. Does a bit of a cutback here, gets past that doubled up section, goes for the 10 again. A lot of control. This board is moving around a lot, but he is not, which is a huge part of the judging factor, is how still your upper body is and how controlled you are of your surfboard. He's using both rails really well. You can see him really just trying to navigate through the lumps and bumps. There's a wave in front of his, so it wasn't easy, but he showed that control, which was a huge factor, and I think that's going to go really high up the scale for the scoring. But this wave from Edgar, gorgeous style there as well. Lots of style, lots of control. There's the
Wow.
drop of the hands that you were talking about. His shoulders are poised and nice and low. So it's a really good battle in between these two surfers. I feel like it's neck on neck right now.
Yeah, I agree, Giada. I think it's really, wow, look at this score. It's going to be excellent, or close to, for Edgar Calvo Jr. Big numbers locking in. It's definitely going to change the situation. An 8.25. He goes straight up into first place. And Edgar is looking the goods right now. That last wave with the control and the precision. He had that really great flow and style. I think that is a combination of why he went into that 8.25 kind of zone, and the 10 as well. Dropping the arms, like we said, it shows how tricky it is to do that, but how in control he was, you know. And I think for Edgar, he's going to love hearing that score. He's going to love hearing the fact that he's gone into the lead. But scores for Crisanto yet to lock in. He needs a 7.26. It's going to be really, really tricky. Touch and go for Crisanto right now with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's it's going to be a tough one to hear for Crisanto. I think Edgar got the better of this exchange. I mean, he just had so much more control and poise throughout that wave. He wasn't moving around or flailing his arms. We could see him do that, you know, put his palms against his knees. So that's a huge signature of longboarding and that style and grace that they look for. Both surfers paddling out, looking like there's something. But, yeah, it is Edgar that's showing the patience card really paying off in this heat. Only 3 waves and already in first place.
Yeah, wow, that is just really incredible. And I think as well, you know, when we talk about that with QS or shortboarding surfing, when we see people kind of catching only 2 or 3 waves but getting into the lead, it just shows that their wave selection's on point, and they're just so confident in their surfing with their equipment that they're just like, yeah, I only need to catch 3 waves and I know that I'm going to get into the lead. And it feels like that confidence is shining right now for Edgar.
Yeah, it is. He's looking very calm, and when athletes are looking that way, that's when they're most dangerous, when they're just comfortable in the rashi. You don't want to be messing with them.
No way. It's like, oh, okay, he's got 3 waves and he's already betted, and he could very well better the 5.5 easily. That's always a threat. But a 5.55 for Crisanto needs a 7.26, so has to lift a little bit. Has to be his best wave of the heat, just under that 8.25 of Edgar's. And maybe he's thinking about that. You know, it's quite interesting to note for myself, you know, after commentating a few LQSs and the one here from last year, they're actually all very aware of what a 7 looks like and what an 8 looks like and what they need to be doing. And they're very... really assertive with that, and I love that. I love that they can break that down really quickly, really easily on the spot. Let's see what the King can offer right now. He's having a good look. He's going to go, redirects it left, straight to the nose in a pretty steep part of the wave. Has to step back, though. Unfortunately, it just closes out a little bit quicker than he expected.
Oh, that's really unfortunate for Villanueva. That was looking like it was going to be a really good wave. It had size to it. His elevation of the board was really up there. It was close to the curl of the wave. So it started off great, but unfortunately the wave just not offering much. It kind of closed out, and he decided to just pull off and go back. Like you said, these surfers know what the scores are. They know what a 7.26 feels like. He saw that wave, did that first, hang 5, and was like, this is not going to be it. So decided to pull off. But it's crazy how already before the score drops, they usually know what it's going to be. You're right.
Yeah, they're just so aware of it. And it's really, you know, I know that a lot of the shortboarders have that awareness as well, but I feel like the longboarders is more laser focused. They're more like, yeah, it's all good. I already know what this is. I know what that is. I'm not going to waste my time.
Yeah.
You know, and particularly when we're talking about longboarding, if they're wearing a leg rope, if they're not wearing a leg rope, some people, we saw Masaya Tsukamoto, he wore a leg rope in his heat, but June Esquivel did not. And that, you know, it comes into the fact that they can't fall. Right now, this is Edgar Calvo Jr., straight to the nose, really quick steps. Oh, locks in for a good 10 there and just dips back. Wow, he just comes up out of nowhere for Edgar. So He needs to better a 5.5 at this stage to make this one really count. And Crisanto Villanueva up and riding as well. He's seen this wave. He's going left. Quick steps to the nose. Locks in for a 5. Stepping back. Gets the redirect. The drop knee carve as well. Wow, he just is finding this wave. It's starting to really open up. Locks in for a 5. Has to step back really quickly. You can see how steep it got there, and it's tough to make those quick steps back just in time. We've seen it, catch a lot of people off guard, but Edgar just showing the experience and the precision of his surfing right now.
Wow, that one had me on my toes. I was like, oh, he's going to make it. He's going to make it.
Yeah.
All right, couple replays. Let's break this one down. Here we're talking about that elevation, that board really close to the curl of the wave. What ab power to be able to lift yourself back up there.
How crazy was that?
Edgar, a quick ride. This one from Cristiano. Lovely 5 there. All 5 toes. Gets past this double section. This is where we're talking about. This wave is super steep and really dumpy, but with that longboard, he has a lot of control here. Steps back really nicely. I love that he still doesn't shuffle. He still does that cross step, which is a really important factor in the judging. So he's showing the control. Liking that from Crisanto, that I keep calling him Cristiano.
The king. We'll stick with the king.
Yeah, I'll stick with king.
Yep. Well, he's got 90 seconds to find 7.25. That last one of Edgar, a 1.5. So Crisanto, the king, has a score to lock in. He needs a 7.26 at this stage with just over a minute left. And that one, it's not really feeling like a 7 to me, but I'm also, pretty out of my depth in regards to calling scores for longboarding, but even looking at the 6.5 of his, that feels like a better wave than the last one. So with just under 1 minute to go, let's see. 7.26 is what Crisanto needs. Can he change the tides in this heat? Looks like it's a 4.85, so it's not going to be enough, Giada.
Yeah, I just feel like Edgar's wave, like if you compare those two, had a lot more control of his body. There was a little less of maybe flailing of the arms. Here we have him again. Goes for the 10. Makes it. Steps back. Big drop knee cut back. Let's see if this wave offers anything on the inside. He's going to try find the nose again. He does. Makes it in time to complete it. This is his last chance. 7.26 is his requirement. Personally, I don't think that's going to be it, but I could be wrong.
Wow. Okay, so scores to come through. I agree. It feels like the wave is a little bit smaller as well on that one for Crisanto. It is Edgar. He's paddling right now. He's chasing. He's got 1 second to get up. Wondering if he gets up in time. Feeling like maybe he thinks he's not going to do that, but he's going to stick with it. And we'll stick with it too, because he's been so gracious to watch, and it's been really exciting to see his approach. Just switches stances there. We've got scores to come through for Crisanto Villanueva. It's looking like it's not going to be enough. So it's going to be Edgar Calvo Jr. moving on through to the semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal number 4 is going to be coming up right after this quick break.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Friends with the monster, calling for a monster. 'Cause I'm in love with a monster.
Monster RX 93.1.
plenty of excitement here in the lineup at the Baler International Pro. This is the last quarterfinal of the men's longboarding division. Ivan Sudena from Indonesia up against Jomari Ebueza from the Philippines. Already one wave ridden, just a 0.4 for Jomari, but it is early days. 23 minutes left of this last quarterfinal. I'm Jara Legati and I want to welcome back Dai Wako.
Hey, I'm back.
You're back.
Well, conditions been changing a lot compared to this morning. The tides pushes out. It's breaking at the back, so this is my actually first heat for the men's longboarding. How has it been?
You've been missing out. We've dropped 9s and 8.5s and 7.5. So it's been pretty crazy. This on your screen is Jomari Ebueza. Finds the nose here. Beautiful 5. Does a cutback using all the rail of his surfboard. Completely changes direction here. So Ebueza, really nicely done. He's going to take this one all the way to the inside. Tries to see if anything happens there, but he decides to pull off. So that's a good start.
Definitely, beautiful fade turn from there and straight into the hang 5 there. And I really love this rail walk from him. Just lays into it. Beautiful rail walk from Jomari. That was a great first ride to start his campaign. Actually, this was the second wave from Jomari.
Yep, so it is 10:30 a.m. here in Baler. We are about to reach the low tide at 11:20. It's going to be a 0.8. And then as the tide starts to push, we're hoping to see an increase, a little bit of wave size. Jomari again, not sitting still, deciding to go up again. In the last heat, we saw Edgar play the patient game, and he actually came out on top. He got some really high scores, whereas the King Crisanto was being active and surfing incredibly well, but it was Edgar who got those 2 high scores.
Wow.
So opposite of what we've been seeing the past 3 days, where usually it is those surfers that have been keeping busy finding the scores. Edgar was dead shot, finding the best ones in the water.
Nice, the way the surf has been improving a lot compared to the last couple of days. Slightly bigger today, a lot of walls to walk on, so probably, you don't have to be hunting every waves today.
That's right. You can be a bit more picky. You can sit out there with priority. And with only 2 surfers out this time, you can be even pickier about the waves you want, because 2 other athletes are completely out of the picture. So one of these surfers is going to be in the semi-finals. Right after this men's QS of the longboard, we're going to go straight into the women's QS round of 16. So all the seated surfers are going to be surfing today. Finally getting in the water. It's going to be really exciting, as afterwards we go straight into the men's round of 16 for the QS.
Wow. We're going to go back to the shortboard division this afternoon, and why not? Because we have swell here, and we have a lot of water, and this is up and riding. Ivan, nice hang 5, quick step back, great rail walk, but a little bit hang up there. On screen we have Surfing Blue, Jomari, great hang 5 to great turn, again goes down.
Ouch, yeah, that didn't look so elegant. He unfortunately just nosedived both surfers, just coming unstuck on those rides. Let's catch these replays. What do you like of this one, Dai?
Well, he hung on to it really long time and loved that nose right there from Jomari, but fortunately this time goes down. But if he could have made that one, gotta be a great score.
All right. What do you like that one? This is a really good one.
Beautiful footwork there. So he was on the way to the good score, definitely. But broke the rail a little bit, so goes down again. But he was, the footwork was beautiful. Nice rail walk there. And again, Ivan up and riding. Nice 5 to start with. Oh, this is actually the replay of the last wave.
Yeah, and so it was actually both Jomari and Ivan on the same wave. Here we saw that was going to be a good like closing maneuver, but unfortunate there, the nose just going down first, and he wasn't able to step back in time to kind of recover from it. But he's looking in great form. Joe Marie is one of those surfers who's double dipping in this event. He is both in the shortboard division and the longboards. So it just shows how quick they adapt. Ivan Sudena now, live action, taking a look at this one. Looking like he is going to go left, finds a nose, hangs 5, spends some time there, gets around this section. He's going to have to give a little more to get a higher score, and he does. So this is a long, good ride here. Does a bit of a fake there. This wave going to be giving him something to work with on the inside. Does the 10. Needs to finish it to get the score. All right, really nicely done there from Ivan Sudena. With that, we're going to throw down to Camille with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Giara, and guys at the booth. Yes, impressive performance from our young gun representing the Visayan region of the Philippines. One of the up-and-coming names in the longboarding scene, no other than Edgar Calvo Jr., also known as Taibo. Okay, why are you called Taibo again?
I don't know, maybe from my family name, Calvo. Maybe when I'm young, I'm always saying Taibo, Taibo something. Yeah, like.
Got it. That is a cute story. And speaking of cute, what's not so cute actually is an 8.25. That is a menacing score to be putting down on the quarterfinals. And this is your best event result yet on the international stage. So you must be floating on cloud 9, feeling pretty good. But walk me through it. How did that quarterfinal heat go for you?
Sobrang challenging po. Can I speak Tagalog? Sobrang challenging po kasi of course galing po akong Samar, Visayas, so medyo mahirap po yung sponsors. So I'm so lucky that like pinush ko po na mag-training like sa La Union and other places. Then yun po, like mahirap pero pinupush ko po yung sarili ko na like more. Yes po.
It's been a challenging journey for you. Again, he just mentioned he comes from villages in Eastern Samar where surfing is not as widespread yet. Sponsors have been a bit hard to come by, so he took it on his own to actually move to La Union and train there against the country's best longboarders, Crisanto Villanueva, who he just had a heat win over, is also from La Union, and that's looking really good for you. Your soul and your drive, you really love longboarding, and you're one of those guys where style is just natural. So tell me, Taibo, where does this style come from? Who are the surfers you copy, or is it all just 100% Edgar?
Yeah, of course, from mga kuyas, from mga idols, it's like mixed sa kanilang lahat, and then yeah, it's just like the Taibo style, yeah, and then from my heart all the way, just nilalabas ko lang like yun lang. That's Taibo style.
Taibo style, surfing from the heart, and getting glowing reviews from big names like. Big names, speaking of, the spirit is with us. Harrison Roach actually also invited Taibo recently in the Twinkle Toes Invitational, and if you just want to zoom down on those twinkling toes, camera, let's look at the secret over here. Smiley faces on the big toes. And that's probably why we're getting more of those hang tens locked in. So, yes, close call with your Dandoy Tonka board. Again, another representative from the Visayas. So, we're representing really strong. I'm also from the Visayan region. Mga Bisaya me, so magbinasaya lang pud ko karon. Kusog. Basta Bisaya.
Kusog.
And okay, thank you so much. Semifinals, your best career result yet, and I'm looking forward. Let's see if we can snag the finals. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Back to live action.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Camille and Edgar. That was one of my favorite interviews, actually, that I've seen in a long time. I'm loving the smiley faces on the toes. And, you know, Edgar saying, yes, he has a lot of inspiration, but then it comes from the heart. That was beautiful. I have goosebumps and I could cry. That was really nice.
That's a beautiful interview. Well, a few scores locked in this heat. Ivan Stena already locked in a 5.75 during the interview. great combination from Ivan and 4.60 to back it up. So 4.25 and 3.5 for Jamari, currently sitting the second.
All right, couple replays being thrown around. What do you like of this one?
Wow, he did a lot of things on this wave actually. Hang 5, step back, it quickly goes to hang 5 and step back to just maintain the balance. Oh, this was the last wave from Ivan, so it was 4.60. Definitely was a shorter wave, but still he did an amazing job. Great footwork, quick 5. So yeah, great surfing from Ivan again.
Yeah, Ivan, a surfer from Bali. He surfs halfway Kura, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he surfs halfway Kura the most, and it's starting to get a real name for longboarding there. I think before it was mostly known for shortboarding, but now if you rock up, it's a little bit of a longboarding hub. You know, you see a lot of people, a lot of Japanese, a lot of Koreans come and they spend their time in halfway because it's such a friendly wave and it's perfect for these types of equipment, especially very similar to this break actually. And when there's a lot of swell, it's a really, really fun beach break, and you can still be longboarding.
Wow, so it's a beach break. It's not a mix between beach and rocks now.
Nah, it's full beach break.
Wow.
And I think it was one of the first places in Bali to really grow into that tourism. A lot of us actually used to live in Kura and Seminyak area before it all spread to Canggu and Uluwatu and Ubud. So yeah, halfway Kura. Big shout out to everyone down there. It's great to rock up. I think if you come to Bali, you would probably love it.
You know, pretty much a lot of Bali, a lot of people from this WSL crew, they are from Kuta and they're hanging out at the Kuta beach a lot. So I need to come visit to every one of you. So definitely I'll come next time.
Oh yeah, you do. And honestly, nowadays I spend a lot of time around that Legian Kura area just because around the Bukit and Canggu where we live, it's so crowded. And that area has calmed down a little bit, and it has a lot of familiar faces. A lot of the Padma boys are there, the halfway Kura board riders, and it's good to just rock up and see friendly faces and people that you know or grew up with. So yeah, again, shout out to those guys. And Dai, when you come, I'll do the full Bali tour. We'll take you to Kura.
Nice.
I'll longboard with you and everything because that's a big deal coming from me. I don't longboard with just anyone. It takes a lot for me to actually grab a longboard and go.
Well, I would love to see you on a longboard.
Oh, you're going to love it because I suck. All right, so back to this heat. It is Ivan Sudena with that 5.75 next to his name and 4.6 looking pretty good. Ebueza with a bit of work to do, a 6.10. That's a pretty hefty requirement there, but with just under 11 minutes left, we've seen him get some really good scores throughout this event, so it isn't impossible. We just need to see him get a couple of those waves, have that calm, cool, collected style that he has, and we've got a good heat underway.
Definitely, you know. There's still 10 minutes left on the clock, and there's plenty of time left. But, whoa, looks like Ivan's going to go on that wave, but decided not to. Definitely, there's more great scores will be locked in. But we are about reaching a 10-minute mark. So it's a 25-minute heat, and it's, adding the 5 extra, so 2-man heat. So there's lots of time for these two surfers.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like much for maybe people who haven't competed before or don't know much about surfing, but 5 minutes in a heat is a lot. I mean, it could make or break your heat.
Definitely, you know.
So I think it's been a great call from the WSL, and adding those 5 extra minutes is going to give a lot more opportunity and chances, especially now. This is a quarterfinal. You know, this isn't a 4-man heat anymore. We're going man on man, and it's going to be great. I'm excited to see how this heat ends. I'm hoping we get a couple more rides, a bit more of an exchange happening from these two. It's been a bit more quiet compared to the past heats that we've had.
Right. But these two can get, 7s and 8s and great scores, especially Joe Marie with the first priority. Requirement is 6.10, which is pretty decent score, but still he's pretty sure capable of getting those good scores. He's just waiting for the right ones to pick. He know how to serve. He know how to get 6-1-0. But like you said, Ocean has been pretty quiet last 5 minutes or so. Ivan just checking his time on the watch. Well, looks like Jomari having a look at this one, needing a 6-1-0.
All right, live action now. Joe Marie finds a nose, steps back. Nice cutback, gets back to the power source of the wave. You can see the elevation of his board is really high up there. Finds the 10, gets around this section, does it again. Bit of footwork here. He's gonna have to ride out of this one. That's a good wave for Joe Marie Ebuesa. He is gonna put his name straight back into this heat.
Wow, that was beautiful stuff in here. Great footwork, quick 5, and love the fake turn using rail, engaging the rail really well, and straight to the hung 5 to the 10, and then there's another 5 there, gets the finishing turn. So he pretty much did everything on that wave. He did a great carve turn, did a 5. So this is a drone shot from above, the beautiful 5 to great rock there, and straight back to the nose, gets the 10 there, and quick step back, setting up the rail again, 5 to the finishing turn. So that was a beautiful combination from Joe Marie. Wow, it'll be the best score for Joe Marie so far, and it's gonna be close to the requirement.
Yeah, I think he's gonna really chip away at his scoreline right now. That was, you're right. He had so much variety. He did change it up a lot. His timing was really good. He went to the nose when he had to, return to the back of the board when he felt the need to as well. So it's gonna be an interesting score to come down. He's fighting back for that first position. He wants to be in the semifinal. And with just under 7 minutes, we're still waiting for that score to come through on your screen. You have Kokona Kawase.
She's talking to her shaper who's been there for Kokona a couple of months. She actually changed her Southport sponsor last year and spent a lot of time with her shaper, traveled together in Bali as well. He served one of the biggest day at Uluwatu. And just trying to, focusing on her surfing. And this is Ano Matsuoka. She's another great surfer from Japan.
As I say, she is the Japanese Carissa Moore.
Yes.
Beautiful style, so powerful in every turn. She is an exciting person to watch. Anon Matsuoka, Challenger Series surfer. She is at the highest level. She has won the Krui Pro in the past. That's a QS6000. So that's huge results there from Anon. She's one of my favorite surfers on this Asian tour. She's pretty unstoppable, but again, live action. Joe Marie Ebuesa, 5.26 is his requirement. Finds that 5, spends a lot of time there. Gorgeous cutback, straight back to the nose. He's gonna stick with it. This is gonna be a 5.26 to get back into first. Big swooping cutback, and he does it again. So he's finding back. He's not gonna sit still. He wants to score. I'm liking this wave from Joe Marie.
Same. Yes, he likes it too. But I'm liking it too. The last wave comes in at 5.10, so it was not enough. But on that wave, let's take another look again. But he put everything into it. He committed more than the last wave. He went to the nose, spent a lot of time on the nose again, loved the fake turn, and here just locks in high line and then gets the beautiful power carving right there, and it gets another drop knee. Oh, not this one, but next one, the beautiful drop knee cut back there, and it gets a little bit of, bonus down there. So that was a great surfing.
All right, 5.26 is his requirement. His last one came in at a 5.10. I think he's well on the way to getting himself back into first. So we're waiting for those scores to come through. He was liking it. Bit of a fist pump there. Looked at the judges. What more do you want?
Right, 5.26. It's not a big score. Already locked in the 5.10. And I got a feeling the last wave was much better than the previous wave. So, it's going to be really close to the requirement.
Judges taking a long, hard think of this. They're watching the replays, going to be comparing. I'm liking this matchup. It's really neck on neck. You know, the styles are very similar. They're both, I would say, the same stature. So it's going to be this is a great matchup. I'm excited. Good last 3.5 minutes left.
Well, tense 3 minutes though. Tense last 3 minutes because it can change. The last wave from blue can change whole situation and put a lot of pressure to Ivan. Well, judges are taking a good time to think about it. Still no scores locked in yet.
Yeah, so 2 different approaches. Ivan a bit more picky on his wave selection. He's only caught 3 waves, whereas Joe Marie being busy. This is going to be his 6th wave of this heat, so it's going to be really, really interesting. I'm excited. And there we have it, the last of Joe Marie, a 5.35. He shoots straight to first. It is now Ivan Sudena looking for that 4.70. It is not a big requirement. He already has a 5.75, so he knows what that 4.7 feels like.
Definitely. Wow, this is important wave for Ivan, needing 4.70, which is not a big score for him. On his backhand, nice hang 5. Just trying to trim down the line, waiting for the section to stand up for him. Just take a look left and right, trying to decide which way to go. But unfortunately, the wave dies out.
All right, interesting wave selection. I feel like Ivan was having a really good run with his choices of waves, but that one was a little smaller than what other waves have been ridden, and it had that bit of a bump on the face. It wasn't so bowly and critical like his other ones, so it's gonna be interesting. What are you calling it? You think that was a 4.7?
I wouldn't say it was a 4.7 that he needs, but there's still 2 minutes on the clock. But you know, Joe Marie will play his defense now. He has the first priority, slowly paddling towards Ivan now. But 4.70 is not a big requirement, so you don't have to go on the bigger set.
Nah, you don't. But interesting because Joe Marie got that last score, that 5.35, under priority. It was as if Ivan just kind of let that wave go. So a little bit of mistake there, but this is the first time I'm going to see the priority on longboarding. I've never really seen them really do that so much here, but it just shows that it's just as competitive as a shortboard. It's not as cool and laid back as they like to paint it out to be. Joe Marie not letting Ivan out of his sight. He's sticking close to him. He doesn't want to give any inch of space. He knows the requirement is tiny.
Wow, he's just following everywhere Ivan goes. Look at how close they're together now on the screen. 45 seconds on the clock.
Oh, this is I'm
super competitive.
Yeah, this is really competitive. I'm pretty surprised.
Wow, he let him go this one.
Ooh, all right. Is this a mistake from Joe Marie? Because Ivan finds the 10, wraps it around here. Nice drop knee style. Finds the nose. Beautiful hang 5 and unfortunately falls off. So would that be a mistake from Ivan Sudena not completing this ride? Ooh,
that was really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I think he was well on the way to the score, but he did fall off. Behind him, Joe Marie. Last hurrah. This is going to be his chance to improve that 5.10. Cuts it back, finds a nose, gets the 10, steps back to the tail of the board. This is some gorgeous surfing from our man Joe Marie. Claps. He's feeling good about it. He wants to be improving his score, but it is all up to Ivan's last wave now.
Well, a few scores starting to lock in, so it's 3-4-0, not enough for Ivan to move into the lead.
All right, so it is Joe Marie going into that semifinals. Stay tuned for the next round of 16 Heat 1 of the QS Women.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going close for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see the end. How can I live without you? You were there since the beginning. Let me see what you see in me. Let me be who you want me to be. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. You see life worth fighting for.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
After 4 days, long days of waiting, these top-seeded surfers finally hit the water to start their first heat. We are now into top-seeded round in the women's side, round of 16, heat number 1. Anon Matsuoka in red, Kia Hua in blue, Simoniwa in white, Kokona Kawase in green. I am Daiwako in the booth with Jessie.
Hey, Di.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's nice to see the top seeds of the ladies finally hitting the water.
Finally, yes. They've been waiting for about 4 days. You know, they've been waiting and surfing every day. But actually, this is the best day to surf. We have a lot bigger condition today, better surf. So many opportunities are out there. Definitely the best day to hit the water for the first heat.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, with names like Anon, you know that we're going to see a pretty high level in this round. So I'm excited for this heat. Kokona, obviously, she surfed yesterday. Definitely one of the standouts. She looked really lightning fast. And having already had reps out here in conditions that weren't as good, you know, I'd have to think today the conditions and that experience is going to be favourable for her.
Well, straight up, this is a replay of last wave for Kokona. This is actually the second wave. Her first wave already comes in at 6.50, which is a pretty nice score to have in the first minute. And this is a live action. That was Kokono Kawase. So she's looking sharp and fired.
Yeah, that experience really coming into play. I mean, a 6.5, we saw that, you know, no matter what division, longboard, shortboard, men, women, that's a keeper score, especially today and the last couple of days.
Definitely, you know, 6.5 is not an easy point to get in the, you know, in the top seeded round. So having a 6.5 to start her campaign in the first 4 minutes in, that's incredible start from Kokona. And, you know, Kokona is traveling with other competitors for the last couple of competitions, but this time she's traveling with her shaper, and she had a coach in her corner. So I think that works out really well right now.
Yes, so cool to see all these different travel packs, you know, just going to all these new places around the world. Anon looking here.
And live action, Anon Matsuoka up and riding on a smaller size waves, but managed to put a couple turns in and get the third turn in, and probably she will get another one. She did some beautiful surfing from Anon Matsuoka, and Kokona is just non-stop catching many waves. Well, looks like we have a little bit of a break in action, so we're gonna go throw over to Giada with the last heat winner.
All right, I'm here with Jo Marie. That was a tense heat. You know, you guys were neck on neck. The scores were really similar, and you were struggling a little bit in the first few waves. What was happening?
Yeah. For me, I got a lot of waves in the first few minutes. Like I got wipe out. Then last 10 minutes, I got a good score, like five something. And when Ivan priority, he didn't get the wave, so I get the wave. So I got the what I need. So I got in the first, and I'm so lucky to advance in semifinals. And I'm so happy to LSURF team, and shout out to King Villanueva. Congrats, and keep moving, and let's go in the world tour. Let's go. And thank you so much to all my sponsors, Vans Philippines, Alima Worldwide, Surftown La Union, Alops, Surfstar LU, and sa Sticky Bumps PH, and sa family ko na nandito sila nanonood. Thank you.
I saw you're here with your family the other day. You were picking up some laundry and your kid was down at the beach before your heat. How do you juggle competing and spending time with your family?
I'm super happy. I'm so happy to with them in the comp. So when I'm in world tour, I'm leaving them here in Philippines, and I'm with JR Skibel in the world tour. So today I bring them here in Baler to spend time for them. Thank you.
Having your family here, does it make you feel more confident in the heat?
Yeah, they are my lucky. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else you'd like to say thank you to?
Salamat sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta dyan sa lahat ng Pilipino, and shout out to LSURF team. Maraming salamat sa inyo, and sa coach ko kay Warren.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Jada. Great interview. That was a really entertaining heat. It was Ivan up against Joe Murray, but Joe Murray was in the second place, but in the end he got the score. He got first place, now into semifinals. So that's a big result for him.
Massive result, and shout out to King Hing. He said he'll be meeting him in the semis as well, so it's cool to see those two supporting each other. Even while they're still competing, Coconut down the beach just absolutely went to town.
Wow.
3 big turns there. So potentially that was her 6.5 that we haven't, we were just catching up with. So that was at the start of the heat. And then Anon getting this beautiful drone angle shot of these just nice rail carves that we're just really used to seeing right now from this lady. She is so reliable to be putting scores on the board. So Anon, she's got a pair of 3s. And then Sai, I spent a lot of time surfing with her back at home. Just a one big backhand hit. She'd be chasing a little bit more than that here, and Anon wanted to build again. But it's really just that 6.5 that's got some bit of power to it.
Right, and straight back to the action we had. Kokono Kase up and riding. She's just non-stop. She's just catching many waves. Conditions are changing, so you don't really know which one to pick. So it's I think Kokono's plan is working out really well in this heat. On screen we have Nanaho Tsuzuki getting ready, and she's traveling with her mom this time.
Yeah, it looks like they make a pretty solid team, those two. Nanaho, such a standout. I mean, she's got such a big repertoire of turns. I mean, we can talk even about her air game. She's got a solid air game as well. So Nanaho, she's on that Challenger Series. She's been looking to just make sure she's going to be back there next year, which is why we see her here competing for 4,000 points. Someone who wants to get back there, Sarah Wakita. She'll be in that heat in blue. So a couple of top seeds looking really sharp for that next round.
Definitely, and we have live action Kyehua up and riding, still really young, and she's a upcoming surfer from Indonesia. And Kokona is up and riding again on the smaller size waves, but still managed to put a couple turns in. So a lot of scores locked in already. So obviously Kokona got a 6.50 for her first wave and 3.90 as a backup, sitting in the lead comfortably. And this is a live action from Noah Matsuoka. Nice first turn to start with, and it gets the finishing turn. It's a great combo from Noah Matsuoka.
Yeah, you could just see how much power she was putting into her turns. She was pushing really hard, and I feel like that's what you got to do. You got to go above and beyond, especially when it's small like this. So Anon, she's not comfortable with those threes. She wants to really break out of that world, and that's definitely one way to do it.
Right, definitely. She wants to break out of the threes right now. Currently sitting in the second place with a 3-5 and a 3-2-5, but probably the last wave will, yes, we're still waiting for the last wave for Anon, but definitely the last wave will be her best score. And Sai now in the third place, needing a 3.65. Kia has fast priority, sitting in the fourth place, needing a 3.75. There's heaps time left on the clock, 14 minutes and 10 seconds. There's so many waves coming through this heat.
So many. It's just kind of going to be that really one consistent thing that we're going to have is we got this really short period swell. So we're going to see a lot of waves rolling through. I mean, yesterday we had a heat that had 52 waves ridden in one heat. So it's a lot of work for the judges out there as well. We've got Misha on the replays for the judges who would just be non-stop too. So I feel like this slightly bigger swell today, it's giving the judges a bit more time, but Anon saying, no, I'm going to surf.
Anon's up and riding. Nice one single. Oh, there's another section here. Gets the second turn in, but unfortunately it didn't ride out of it. But definitely the big first turn. And on the left side of the area, we have Kokona on her backhand. That last turn was huge. Managed to put one turn in and a finishing turn. So that's going to be a great number again. Non-stop action, quick in and out from Kia. So last wave from Kokona comes in 4.75. She's just extending her lead.
Yeah, she's looking deadly. Yeah. She's looking really sharp. Maybe the most sharp I've ever seen her in competition.
Definitely, 100% right. So she's just focusing on her surfing for the last couple of months, just practicing, and she had a win. She took out a win in the Tokunoshima QS2000 6 weeks ago. So she's building up the confidence a lot.
It's been a big year for a lot of the... There's so many events on the Asia QS Tour. I mean, we talk about those 3 Japan QS... I think there's actually 4.
3 QS2000 and 1 6000.
Yes. And then there's obviously Korea. Then we had Siargao, Taiwan here, Phillip Island and Burleigh back in Australia. China, that's coming up in a couple of weeks' time. These guys are non-stop all year round.
Wow, they traveling non-stop. Every month, probably they spend overseas for like 2 or 3 weeks.
And a lot of them juggle not just the QS. Some juggle both the Challenger Series and the QS. But they all still compete in the Japanese Pro Tour as well.
Yes. So it's
so many comps.
Literally non-stop competing, non-stop traveling. So it's a lot of work, to keep up. And in between that, you have to train yourself. You have to have coaching, and you have to have a decent surfing practice. Wow, it's a lot of work to do.
So much happening, and these guys, they're so dedicated to the sport. They all want to crack that big Challenger Series ranking, and some of them really close to it. Anon, she's on the Challengers right now. I feel like the Challengers is a really good, without sounding cliche, a really good challenge for her because she's so dominant on the QS, especially in the Asia region, and in those co-sanction events she's won. So she's actually beat both regions, both Oceania and Asia, and done it consistently, but hasn't quite found her groove yet on the Challenger Series.
Right. She's kind of having a hard time on the CS tour, but she's surfing is there, just like you said. She took out wins a couple of times. She had a win in a QS6000 at not nearest the Kurui last year, so definitely she has the skill set to have a good run in the CS tour.
Absolutely, I feel like it's just a matter of reps there. There's obviously a bit of a break on the Challenger Series now, but we're going to see Anon, Nanaho, Kana all head over to Pipeline for the next Challenger Series event.
That is a really exciting event.
Yeah.
I really, can't wait to watch that event actually.
How do you see them going at Pipeline?
I think Nanaho will have really great run, and Sarah, she's gonna have really good run in pipeline event.
Yes, Sarah is sharp. This is a replay of this last of Kokona. Wow. Extends her lead a 6.15. So that second turn, it was really solid. The judges loved it.
Wow, 6.15. So pair of the sixes, that is a healthy, solid score for Kokona Kawase with 9 minutes and 40 seconds. She's already locked in 6.5 and 6.15. So this is Anon, who is currently in the second. Couple of good turns and gets the finish. So 3 good turn combo from Anon. And on screen we have Simon Niwa chasing 5.15 to go into the second. Trying to serve all the way to the inside and gets the finishing turn as well. So, wow, it's fired up in this heat. Everyone's getting good waves. Everyone's getting good turns.
Yeah, heaps of great surfing going down right now. Anon loved this wave. Got a bit of a slide to start off again and then just got snappy in the pocket for 2 more. A quick whip, you know, there wasn't a lot of downtime there for Anon. And then here for Sai, I just felt like maybe this wave, although she got to the end section, there was a lot of work to be done to get there. We know she's got a lot more to give than that, so potentially just a bit of wave selection letting her down. And Kia just hasn't really found her groove at this point. She's got all the talent in the world, but right now, yeah, again, similar story to Sai, just a bit of wave selection letting her down.
Yeah, that's true, you know. But at the last wave for Anon comes in at 5.10. That is a solid score again. She's building up, you know, the wave by wave. So it looks like Anon having a look at this one, up and riding again on her backhand. Great single maneuver, solid turn from Anon Masoka. Needing a 7.55 to go into the first. It's a little bit of big gap between first and second right now.
Yeah, big gap, definitely. She basically needs close to an 8, you know, so to get there and then stay there. So she's definitely, you can see she's building every time she's on her feet. I love Anon's backhand, her style, how she really bends her back knee in. I could watch it all day and she's just not scared to hit any lip, really. Some of these meaty looking sections at maybe a couple of cloud 9, you know, on that low tide, Anon was just going vertical straight at it. I was going, wow, not a lot of people would hit those, but she's not scared.
She's not scared of anything, you know. She has a lot of experience in the bigger surf as well. And obviously, she's from Japan. She surfed, you know, condition like this all the time. So she is used to this kind of condition. And this is Kia Hua up and riding on her front side, but didn't find a, you know, open face on that wave. Just like you said, it's, you know, comes down to the wave selection. A little bit of struggling to have a good waves for Kia.
Yeah, I feel like she's got the right approach that she's swinging on a lot of waves and staying busy, but it looks like she's kind of in the mindset of I'll swing on anything and hope that there's a section, but I feel like she's almost taking off on more closeouts and I wish she could do one big turn. But you've seen from Kokona and Anon, there are waves out there, and even Sai with that have a bit more open wall than what she's choosing right now. So I feel like that'll just come down to more reps at this location and getting used to it. She's so young. She's so young, one of the youngest in the draw. So she's got plenty of years up her sleeve to figure this all out.
And she's already got a good result in years, so
yeah,
came equal 5th or something like that. Great result in years, and she was showcasing her barrel techniques as well. So definitely, she has a bright future ahead of her. But there's still 6 minutes left. It's not over yet. Kia Hua sitting in the 4th place, was needing a 6.35. But she has a skill set to get a 6.35 with this condition.
Yeah, definitely. So does Sai. We saw her go excellent over in Siargao. Should be looking to do the same here and start to climb up the rankings. She's spent a lot of time growing up on the east coast of Australia, even competing on a lot of our junior events there. Here we go, section here.
Gets it done in. Well, I'm not too sure if it's going to be a completion from Kia Hua, but he's trying to get as many waves as she can and trying to be good in a good rhythm with the ocean. So we're about reaching a 5 minutes mark in this heat. The situation just remains the same. Kokona is in the lead comfortably with 6.5 and 6.15. Anomatoka is in second place with 5.10 and 4.25. Saimaniwa needs 6.25 to go into the second. Keshua now needs 6.35 to go into the second. 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, pretty interesting right now to see how this last 5 minutes is going to go down. Kokona, she just looked like she was never going to back down from this challenge. You know, she just felt like she was owning this heat from the very start, not phased by who she was competing against, not phased by the conditions. She has just gone out there. The relationship with her and her board shaper must be incredible because she looks like she's leveled up this event.
Definitely. And also, she started her own surfboard brand.
Really?
I forgot to mention that, but yes.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
So she's into the shaping actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know what her brand's called?
I gotta check it out on Instagram.
Oh,
but
stop. We'll have to report back.
This is live action from Kihua. Trying to get 6.35 on this wave on her backhand attack. Couple of turns in. So her best score is currently 3.00. If she replaces that, requirement will, decrease.
It's called Kokona Shapes.
Oh, Kokona Shapes.
Yes, I love that. That is so cool.
And on screen we have Sai hitting the section really hard, pushing the tail so much. That was a great single maneuver finishing down from Simon Niwa, needing a 6.25. But I got a feeling that wave will be replacing a 3.10.
Yeah, so she's going to lower her requirement here. Smart surfing at this point, it's just creeping towards that second place. She's going to give herself one more opportunity, probably two actually, with 3 minutes to go. It's such a short paddle back out. There's so many waves coming through. We've seen scores on the inside, on the outside, so definitely potential to even lock in 2 scores in 2 minutes.
Definitely, there's so many waves ridden in this heat. Well, I didn't count, but almost over 30 waves in this heat as well.
Oh my gosh.
Almost hitting the 40 actually.
It just adds up so quick. There's so many waves going down every heat. Kokona wanting to build here.
Wow, get Kokona up and riding. She's looking to get rid of the 615. Nice 2-turn combo. It was great surfing, but I'm not too sure if it's gonna be a 615.
That is so cool that she has her own surfboard.
That is super cool.
She's
so still young.
She's so young. She's 21 years old and has her own surfboard company, Surfboard Shapes. Kokona Shapes is so cool. I just gave it a follow on Instagram. I was like, oh yes, follow. And you don't really see a lot of female shapers out there. There's not a lot.
Actually, not a lot. So
and a female design. There's obviously Coco Ho's brand, XO. There's also the Mermaid Society, which is a log brand back at home, a longboard, female longboard company back in Australia. But as far as I'm aware, for Japanese surfboards, there's not a lot of female shapers out there.
No, I don't see anyone actually from the ladies, but she actually shapes herself too.
That's cool.
So cool. And we have Kokono Kause up and riding, but quick in and out. We have Kihua up and riding. Nice 2-turn combo. So that was a beautiful surf from Kihua. And Anon up and riding again. Nice floater. Camera on the section. Gets the second turn in. Gets the third turn in. So that was a beautiful surfing from Anon.
Yeah, great looking wave there. You could see Sai really wanted that one as well. It's actually a great wave. She's definitely just locked in second place. And then Kia, that was a beautiful wave herself as well. And I feel like that's what she needed to do earlier in the heat. Obviously, there's 30 seconds to go. Just showing she has the talent to take it to these girls, but maybe just needs to refine that heat skill set a little bit more. But like we mentioned before, she's so young. She has so much time to be able to do it.
Well, it's down to almost 20 seconds left. Still waiting for the last of blue, red, and green to lock in. But time is ticking. Is Sai able to catch one more wave before the horn goes? 5 seconds. to go. So 5.80 for the last of red, including hard lead. So we have Sai up and riding. Nice first turn. It gets to finishing turn as well. So nice two-turn combo. Now she requires 7.20. So that way must be the highest score in this heat.
I just don't see it going there, unfortunately. It was great 2 turns, but it wasn't better than those 6.5 and that 6.15 we saw of Kokona. But Sai, she's one of those she's everywhere. We'll definitely see her back in another competition very soon.
Definitely. So we're gonna go quick. We're gonna go to quick break. We'll be right back with the official result from the round 16 women's heat number 1.
Let's get started. Let's go.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Super stacked heat coming up for the round of 16 of the women's QS. Second heat, we have Nanaho Suzuki from Japan in red, Sarah Wakita also from Japan in blue, and local girl Katlea from Baler in green, and Shin Jubin in white from Korea. This is looking to be a very exciting international affair. My name is Camille Pilar. Good morning to you. Almost end of the morning. I am joined here by Jessie Starling.
Hey, Camille. Yeah, it is almost end of the morning. I looked at my phone before. I was like, oh, damn. This day's getting away from me. It's flown by. We're already into our 3rd division of the day as well. So
of the day. That's why it feels like lunchtime.
Yeah. Only one more division to go this afternoon, and then we're going to wrap it for day number 3.
Okay, so at the break, we just had a quick up and downs from 2 of our surfers, but no prominent score to drop just yet. We see the trade winds that the Pacific Ocean are known to attract have started to roll in, but luckily we still have highly contestable waves.
I actually think the winds make it better. I feel like it makes the walls a bit steeper. It pushes the lips back towards the surface. So I actually think when the winds roll in, the conditions get better, and it times pretty well with the tide starting to go back out. And I feel like I actually am a massive fan of the winds coming up at this time in the morning.
Awesome. So you think you'd give it a go out there, conditions like this?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is something
I am
surf?
definitely surfing this afternoon.
And definitely surfing. On her backhand is Sarah Wakita, just trying to pump through this inside section. Unfortunately, not really getting the connection she needs. We see that shake of the head. Frustration is playing in early, but we hope that Sarah has what it takes to really push on and just focus her mindset, because she's a very capable surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she'll push past that for sure. Just a 1.25 for that first wave, but it's not, I think it's a random frustration, because it's not like anyone's really come out of this heat flying, that no one's dropped any really big scores. So she's in that same ballpark as everyone else, and you feel like you got to stay positive from the very start of your heat. So
yes,
take it in your stride and try get on your next one.
Keep your chin up at all times. And before we go back to live action, we have Dai on the glass with last heat's winner. Go Dai.
1本目から6点台をスコアし、立て続けに6点台といういいスコアを、ビルドアップしていきました。素晴らしい立ち上がりでしたが、ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
最初から自分の狙ってたバンクに波が来てくれて、それを乗ることできてしっかり決めれたので、とても安心して進められたヒートだったと思います。
何かこう普段のヒートももちろん素晴らしいサーフィンを見せてくれているんですが、このヒートすごくこう集中しているというか、何かもうオーラがあったなというふうに感じるんですが、何かその要因はあるんですか？
そうですね、前回 QS6000 の台湾に出て少し自分にとって悔しい結果と試合内容だったので、それを修正できるように一試合一試合を改善していけるように心がけて挑みました。
今回は、シェイパーの方と一緒にトラベルしていると思いますが、やはりそのあたりもこのヒートに対してのメンタルとか、作戦など含めてこういい方向に働いてますか？
そうですね、シェイパーの大野さんはボードを作ってくれてる以外に今はこうすごい一緒にボード作りをする中でもサーフィンのこのスキルのっていうかこうコミュニケーションを取り合ってるので、そういういつも一緒にいる方がこう実際に試合会場来てくれてボードのチェックしてくれたりメンタルもケアしてくれてるので、とても心強いです。
You have support from the shaper who's traveling together and have a great relationship in between them. You know, as she having them in her corner is just helping a lot, supporting her a lot through this event, and that's pretty much how she got the great result in this heat. And especially when she didn't get a good result in the Taiwan and Philippines, so she was super concentrated in this event. So that's how she got the great heat. そしてもう一つ聞きたいのが、最近自分のサーフボードブランド始めましたよね。
はい、ココナシェイプスデザインっていうサーフボードブランドを始めました。
楽しいですか、シェイピング？
すごい楽しくて本当何も2年前からこうその作業をスタートし始めたんですけど、何もできない何も知らないココナを受け入れてくれて、大野さんが本当丁寧に教えてくれたので、とても感謝していますね。
Right, guys, she has own surfboard company called Kokona Shape, so you guys have to follow her on Instagram. では最後にたくさんの方、応援してくれてると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
このまま集中切らさずに一つ一つ自分のやるべきことに集中して試合を進めたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Kokona and Dai. Yes, Kokona Surfboard Company. Those boards are looking sick under her feet. Definitely give it a check. After this, during that interview, dropping big scores for Nanaho, a 5.0, and shortly after that, Sara Wakita with a 4.5. So we're slowly getting these rounder, fuller scores from our female surfers as the judges are awarding more of those combinations.
Yeah, scores is definitely on the increase. We saw 2 6s in that last heat from the lady who was just on our screen, Kokona. So it's cool to see everyone having a dig. Local girl having a look here.
Live action. Katlea knows this beach break like the back of her hand. Unfortunately, just goes for a quick dive over there. And here we go now. Our surfer from Korea on her backhand, trying to negotiate with this section. Unfortunately, it's too fast and she misses the connection. And again, another radical nice jab from Sara Wakita. Tries to hang on her board but becomes unstuck just now. Wow, 3 very fast waves. These are very fast-paced heats we're having, and it would come as no surprise to me if it's another one of those 50-plus wave heats that we have to commentate.
Oh, it's definitely in the realm. It could absolutely happen. This is the replay of the last of Sarah. A bit of a split peak as well with Shin. So she gets over this bowl. This is what would have been exactly what she was looking for, but you could see just that board coming away from her as she was coming down there and her body in the other direction. So no make there for Sarah, but great wave selection. And then Nanaho just so reliable, so sharp. We knew that was going to come from Nana Ho. She's no stranger to victory on the QS, especially in these Asia events. So it'd be cool to see her take another one home. She's currently leading, but everyone is rooting for this lady down the beach.
Okay, Katleya now driving down the line, goes for the little float. The section still opens up to her, trying to make something out of this finish. Another floater and goes down again. Off the back, we see Nana Ho just finished another ride. She just came up with a 5.0 on that replay, stringing together those two critical maneuvers, and here it is on the replay, that last wave from Nana Ho.
Yeah, just a quick in and out, wasn't really into that one. And then our local girl, Kathleen, she's definitely scouted as one of the best juniors, especially on the female side. She's really paving the way, had a wild card into the World Juniors at the start of the year. Fortunately went down there, but she's got a great backhand. We saw her lock in couple of fives yesterday in competition, so I feel like she's trying to show off her forehand, show that she's got both attack. And then a replay of the last of Nana Ho, good looking bowl, but you see her back foot just came off quickly there. Got a finishing turn in as well. She really projects out of her turns nicely, but maybe didn't capitalize on those sections as much as she wanted to there.
That is right. I like how you put it. Projecting yourself onto those turns. I saw her rotate her full body and just give it a good whirl. And that's the point of difference that we see. Full-on commitment, even when things are looking a little testy.
Yeah, absolutely. So Nana Ho, she's got a great grovel game. She's also got a great air game. Di and I were talking about that in the last heat. I remember in Taiwan, we kept seeing her go for air reverse. It was sick. She didn't get to pull off any in competition, but we'd love to see her go for it again here because she'd get a big score.
That's true. Nana Ho is actually pretty known for being one of the girls who's been taking it to the air in this Asia-Pacific region. Another girl who has some air game in her is actually Nilby Bancada.
Really?
Yes.
Go Nilby.
Yeah, we've seen her do some really nice straight airs and also working on those rotations, so it's just good to see Nilby, who's already like a barrel queen at this point, and given that the younger generation are pushing it to the air, she's not one to be left behind.
No, Nilby's awesome. She's also just bringing such a good energy. She's so fun to hang out with. I had a surf with her the other day, and she comes from a perfect wave. She comes from Cloud 9. So these conditions would be really tricky for her, but she's just so competitive, and she makes it look like she's a local here. She makes it look like she's used to surfing these beach break conditions. So I'm excited to see Nilby come up. She took a win yesterday in the round of 20. So we'll see her come up very shortly, actually, next heat, which is a pretty solid one.
Yes, and on your screen now, surfer in white from Korea on her backhand tries to negotiate this section. Nice check turn there, just a bit of a trimming and trying to see if the wave opens up, but doesn't offer much. Now instead we have Sarah tries to go on this left. Unfortunately, wave selection's kind of letting down some of our surfers right now, but with 13 minutes left, that's still quite a lot of time to make magic happen.
Yeah, there's a bit of emotion and frustration showing from Sarah Wakita right now. Usually not used to seeing it from her because she's a really poised competitor. She doesn't show a lot of her cards. So Sarah being a little bit more comfortable in the Rashi to show her emotions this event.
In some of the previous events that I've seen Sarah, she actually has some Coco Ho flair. Some of that time in Hawaii that she spent, it really resonates and it translates onto her surfing. So I just want her to try to tap into that and remind herself of what a great surfer she is, no matter the wave conditions. And second score for Nana Ho is a 4.3, so she backs up her higher score of a 5.0, just sustaining the lead in this heat, closely followed by Sarah. And the rest of her surfers only need a 3.96 and a 4.5 to advance. Very, very makeable in these conditions. But again, 4.5 right now. You really have to put that final punctuation, give it all your all, jazz hands and pizzazz, and wow the crowd and the judges. Okay, trying to give it her all. No half-hearted effort for Katlea as she reverts to her left and makes another dive. Yes, the waves that they have been picking have been shutting down pretty quickly.
Yeah, they have. You're right. And you know what? That was a nice end section turn there for Kathleen, but she had a bit of a fumble with her footing at the start here. Nanaho.
Trying again as this section bows up ahead of her and very vertical, critical turn, just unable to make the landing. And again, there she is again, projecting her whole self, just really surfing with her entire body even, not just, your legs and your arms.
Yeah, no, she's definitely got incredible technique, Nanaho. She obviously charges as well. She's an incredible barrel game. I'm excited to see her compete over in Pipeline, which is the next Challenger Series event. And I actually feel like she'll do pretty well there. Dai thinks the same, but yes, Sarah, as far as the Japanese women, she's definitely had the most experience at Pipeline. But those skills don't come into play here at Baler. This is where we get to see a lot of turns, just get to kind of experience their full competitive repertoire here at Baler. And they got to dig deep to make these heats because the local girls, they're pushing the limits.
That's true. And one of the common insights we get from the post-heat interviews is that the waves are not as big or as strong or powerful as they had expected. However, that is where you just have to adjust and work on everything. If it's a matter of changing your equipment. And here's Sarah again. Nice backhand first vertical turn, just is not able to stay on her feet there. But if she would have made that would have been a nice one-hitter. Good critical approach.
Yeah, there was a lot of points on that wave there for Sarah. So a bit of an opportunity gone begging there. You can see she's thinking. I feel like you can see she's thinking a lot. Coming up next, that's Mirai Ikeda. An incredible surfer, also on the Challenger Series, and no wonder she's one of our top seeds.
Wow, we have a lot of Japanese women in the Challenger Series.
Pretty much all from the Asia side who qualified. Actually, not pretty much, all of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's cool to see how dominant they've been over the last couple of years. Obviously, we had a lot of Indonesian girls who were on the Challenger Series at one point as well, but now just the Japanese women are in full form.
And talking to Dai just a while back, it's also because Japan has had a pretty early start, like surfing. It really boomed in Japan as early as the 60s. Compared to here in our country, it's only been, as far as my memory goes, it's only been in the 80s or late 70s that something really gained traction.
I think based off the opening ceremony, it was the late 70s that it really kicked off here, especially at Baler, being the home and the original home of surfing here, the birthplace of surfing in the Philippines. And that, from my memory from the opening ceremony, was 1976. It all started here.
When the film crew came here for Apocalypse Now. And even then, imagine just the cultural hurdles that women had to jump over, especially at the start. Surfing is seen as something maybe just only the boys could do. So only recently have we had next generation surfers, but here is Nanaho looking sharp as ever, going vertical, trying to milk this wave for what it's worth, and she got a couple of turns in there. Maybe not the most flowy ride we've seen from her, but at least some work was done during that first hack.
One of the ladies who's paving the way for Filipino women in the water, Nilby Blancada, multiple champion over at Cloud9, incredible barrel rider, incredible surfer.
Yes.
And lovely human too.
And a lovely mom.
Yeah, she's a mom.
Yes.
I always forget about that. She's also got 8 siblings. That is
Blancada.
crazy.
The Blancadas are definitely one of the fundamental or foundational families in Siargao. Just they're carrying the whole surf culture on their backs even. And even them, the surfing families in Siargao are all kind of, you're a cousin of a cousin of a cousin. They're all related. The Espejons, the Alcalas, the Alipayos. It's very, very good to see that surfing has been one of those things like heritage passed on from kid to kid.
Yeah, I love it. I'm a big fan of the Filipino surfing, and And where it's all going, Japanese surfing has obviously got a really strong hold just in the whole industry right now, whether it's the QS, the Challenger Series. We've got 2 Japanese surfers on the championship tour with Connor O'Leary and Kanoa Igarashi. We want to see a Japanese female get there. Amura Suzuki, she's not far off it at the moment. All of these ladies, they want to challenge to be that first to get there as well. So it's pretty cool to see in such a small amount of time how quickly all of these women have rose to the occasion.
That's right. Amuro Suzuki is actually Japan's Olympic surfer. I think she represented them in the Tokyo Olympics.
Yeah, she got a bronze medal.
Wow.
Over there, which is really cool, in the first ever Olympics that we saw surfing in 2020. And in her home country too. I mean, think about the pressure that would have, not only you representing your country, it's the first ever Olympics, it's the middle of COVID, and there's a whole world, this whole new world is watching you. People who maybe have never even watched surfing before, and she went all the way to medal, and no one's ever going to take that away from her. It's very, very cool.
And what I want to see moving forward also, just using all of this as foundation, is hopefully more women get into surfing. Like in Korea, I'm sure a lot of the girls are watching Shin Joo-bin right now. She's waving the flag for female surfers in Korea. Just really tries to close that section with the turn. Unfortunately, just misses the timing a little bit. But yeah, still super proud of Shin Joo-bin. I'm not sure how big the playing field is for female shortboarders in Korea, but it's just so nice to see your representative here. And live now, speaking of representatives, representing Baler, her home break.
Yes!
Yes! Katlea is able to find her footing there and looks like a very critical maneuver. And Sarah also finishing off that one. Body language says that is better, but yeah, all these girls have more work to do as they paddle back out.
Yes, Sarah, she had a lot of speed on this wave. She got a bit of a check snap in at the start, and then you can see she's trying to do less but push harder on those individual maneuvers there. So looking to drop a 1.8. It's definitely going to do that. This is Kathlea's best. Starts off with a carb. I know this is a new board that she's got under her feet right now.
New board.
Great hold on for the end, but I feel like the judges could be touch and go whether it's a rider. I feel like it probably is, just based on the conditions that we have. And you can see she's got so much talent, so much potential. Got to that last section just a little bit late, but did so well to get up and into that lip, project out of it as well. And then Rita Suzuki getting ready for that next heat. 3 minutes 40, and that heat number 3 is looking really strong, actually.
So Sarah's last score just dropped at 3.55, increasing the requirement for our local girl Katlea, who now needs a 5.3. And I don't think that last wave was in the 5 range. Maybe pushing it for the 4 range, but what do the judges give it? A 2.75.
Yeah, so maybe not deeming that last turn complete there for Kathleen. They might want to see her get a little bit more vertical as well. She's chasing a 5.3. She actually got that score yesterday. So she's got the potential to do it. She was pushing really hard on her backhand, and I feel like if she's going to get that score, she should look left. Her backhand is one of her weapons.
Yes.
One of her strong points, and I'd love to see her go for that score there.
Sometimes, correct me if I'm wrong, is it easier to go vertical or critical on your backhand?
I personally think it is, but I grew up on a left, and that is my backhand. So I personally think it's easier to go vertical on your backhand.
Yeah, even Giada is saying yes. Okay, so let's go. Backside, best side.
Yeah, I actually, it's probably my favorite way to go. I live in a land full of right-hand point breaks now, but I love going left. I think it's so fun.
Okay, so 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. Hopefully our surfers are tuning in and listening. The clues say backside is the best way to go for conditions like this. Slightly smaller waves are rolling in. Perhaps we have the tide shift to contend with, but let's see. They're kind of sitting spaced apart. Each one has a peak of her own. And live action now, we have Sarah on her backhand, as predicted. There we go. That is a complete finish, going really razor sharp vertical. And Katleya on her forehand, driving down the line. Nice quick float and nothing else there. Would have been nice to get a second turn in. Unfortunately,
yeah, you can
no more
see
space.
she has really cool style. She's got great drive as well, but just feels like I mean, there wasn't much more she could have done with that first section. This was a great second turn here, and you could tell she wanted more. But Kathleen, she's got so much potential. And then this is a really nice single turn. Probably my favorite of Sarah's so far. Nice and vertical, but you can tell there's a lot going on upstairs right now for Sarah. She sets really high standards for herself, so
I know.
she wants to be rising to those, and maybe based on those personal standards she's not right now, but I've actually been really impressed by those big single turns.
It would be so lovely just to see a smile on Sarah's face instead of the frustration just getting revealed from her expressions, because she has such a lovely smile.
Yeah, and interesting too, like she personally looks like she thinks that she hasn't surfed a good heat, but she's still getting through. You know, she's still coming second. We're going to see her into those quarterfinals. She bettered her situation with a 3.7 with that one big turn for Sarah. So she's got 15 seconds. Maybe at least get this heat out of the way now and then keep lifting through the rounds.
These professionals, you know, they are their own worst critics. And on the screen right there, Katleya tries to take one final swing. But like Kei Kobayashi said in his interview, you know, it wasn't his best surfing, but a win is a win.
You got to take it where you can, because, you know, a win is a win. And it's more points and it's closer to a Challenger Series campaign.
And that's it. That's the end of heat number 2 for women's round of 16. We will be dropping more scores and hopefully seeing more backside attacks. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going close for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see the end. How could I live without you? You were there since the beginning. Let me see what you see in me. Let me be who you want me to be. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. You see life worth fighting for.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the Municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
All right, we're picking things back up here in the round of 16, Heat 3 of the Pro QS Women's in Baler. Exciting afternoon ahead as we have Rita Suzuki, Mirai Akeda, Kaide Inoue, and Nilby Blancada in this heat. And it's my first time seeing the QS Women's, so I'm really excited. And I want to No, welcome back, but introduce again the gorgeous Camille.
Thank you, my backside backhand sister. Yes, team backhand here from the booth. And we've had a flurry of scores come in. Big scores have dropped. Rita Suzuki already with a 4.25 and a 3.0. And Kaidi Inoue with a 2.5.
Yep, so all surfers already have a score up on the board. It is Rita Suzuki getting the better of it, that 4.25 and a 3. So she is starting things off. Here's a couple replays. This is what we missed out while we were in the break. 2 big backhand blasts. Very sharp and fast surfing from Rita. 1 backhand from Mirai Akeda, one of my favorite surfers to watch in this event. And that is probably the 3 from Rita Suzuki.
So lots of backhand exercises going on. It's a master class on going on your backside. Here is surfer in white Kaidi Inoue getting a longer ride, but maybe not as vertical as the last 2 from Rita Suzuki. So it will be interesting to see how the judges keep scoring these heats. And you're right, this is the first time we're seeing the women's QS on live, so they've been waiting so patiently for their turn in the water, and at last that time has come today.
Yeah, so after these next 2 heats, all the surfers of the event will have surfed. These are some of the top seeded surfers of the women. We only had 2 heats of the round of 20 yesterday, so me and you were clearly not on in the booth when they were happening.
All right, they already had their turn, but it was a quick 2 heats. Heat of round of 20.
Yeah. So this is going to be an exciting moment. Nilby Blancada, a name I've seen a lot, and one of the first Filipino surfers I've ever met. She has represented Philippines in many ISAs. I think the last ones, or the first ones I met her at, were in Japan, actually.
Yes. So that is right. Nilby has been holding down the fort for Filipino surfing for well over a decade now. You know, she was a champion before she became a mom, and even after giving birth, she got back on that competition treadmill.
Just showing how powerful and brave she is. So very inspiring to not only the world stage, but also here in Philippines. Taking a look at this one, it's looking like Nilby liking it. She's gonna go for it. 1 big backhand turn. She almost didn't make it. I'm not sure if they're gonna deem that complete.
She did not fall, but it's up to the judges to see if she had full control. And someone with full control for the heat interview with the last heat winner is Dai Wako.
この波の状況もすごく変わって、かなり難しそうな波ではありました。まずはヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
はい、一つ前に女子のヒートがあったので、それを見て参考にしたんですけど、ココナちゃんがすごいいいスコア出していい波乗ってたんで、参考にさせてもらったんですけど、なんか自分のヒートになってみたらまた波も変わっていて、思ったような波が結果来なくて、その中で、なんとなく自分が練習してた場所とこうすり合わせながらいい波を選ぶことに集中しました。
その中で波を見つけて第1位通過で、このラウンドを勝ちましたが、やはり自分の中ではもうちょっとやりたかったなって言ったことはあったんですか？
そうですね、何本かスコアになる波でこけてしまったんで、そこを次のラウンドで決めればまた勝っていけると思うんで、そこ修正しつつやっていきたいです。
これで今日は、サーフィンの方ないと思います。明日がクォーターですね、お前になります。準備の仕方とか変わるんですか？
きっと波が小さいと思うんで、変わらずこの板でやれるライディングをちょっとかなりパワーがない波なのでそこを結構私自分思いっきりいっちゃうんで、そしたら大体決まらないんで、そこをこう波と合わせながらやっていきたいなって思ってます。
She had a little bit of a hard time in the heat, trying to get the wave. Actually, Kokona got in a heat before, but didn't really get a chance to find that wave in her heat. But still managed to get a couple turns in. But definitely, she'll adjust the mistakes she made in that heat and just be ready for the quarterfinals tomorrow. それでたくさんの方応援してくれてると思います。そしてこれが今年年内の試合、あと2戦残されていますが、そういった意味でいろいろな、勝ちたいという強い思いがあると思いますが、それへの意気込みも含めてメッセージの方をお願いします。
はい、いつもありがとうございます。今大会も4000ポイント結構重要になってくるんで、台湾がちょっと優勝できなかったんで、ここでしっかり優勝して最高の流れを作っていきたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dai and Nanaho.
Arigato. Thank you for that insight. We love having Dai on the team because he can just get that extra input from all our Japanese surfers. He spends a lot of time with them, not only here on the QS tour, but in Japan as well. So he's a very important team player. But back to this heat, we are still with Rita Suzuki in the lead, Mirai Akeda. With that second spot now, 285 and a 1. Kaide Inoue at 2.5 and that 0.5. And Nilby Blancada just at 1.5. So plenty of work to do. It is Nilby taking a look at this one. Good looking wave. We have back-to-back surfing. We're going to stick with red. Unfortunately, just falls down. Nilby looking like she rode out of her wave. So it's going to be a great exchange there. Unfortunate for Mirai. She's usually one of those deadly competitors that makes no mistakes. So early days though, 15.5. Mirai is, like I said earlier, one of my favorite surfers to watch. I think it was 2 years ago in the Krui Pro. She did back-to-back wins in the Open QS6000 as well as the Pro Junior Women. So it was a big moment in her career and just shows how deadly her backhand is.
Wow, she must have been on fire during that event in Krui. I'm going to look for replays.
Yeah, you should definitely check out some replays because she is one of those surfers that when she's switched on and in the moment, she's unstoppable. So that's exactly what it was like in Krui. I would say even in the free surfs, I remember getting there a day or two before the contest and I haven't heard of Mirai before, and I saw her in that free surf and she was, tearing it up, a standout. And Krui is hard because in that lineup, there's around almost like 200 athletes. So being a standout is hard, and she was really catching my eye.
For a first timer or someone new, a new face in the lineup to be jockeying for position and actually tearing it up, as you said. So name to watch out for, Mirai Ikeda. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a situation change as that Rita Suzuki is now in top spot.
Yeah, so I think it was Nilby who actually moved up to second and Mirai dropped to third.
I see. Yes, so last wave of Nilby, we haven't caught a replay of it yet, but the judges locked in at 2.95.
It's going to be another great day here in Baler. We're going to be finishing this round of 16 of the women's. Heat 4 is Minami Nonaka, Shino Matsuda, Aura Zeflin, and Shelamai Arjona. Shino is an Olympian, represented Japan in the French Olympics. She was in Tahiti, had a great run. She was absolutely charging. Very elegant surfer, very sharp. And this is now our surfer, Kaide Inoue. Good backhand turn there. Gets a little stuck, but manages to really come out of the whitewash. A little bit of a sticky turn there, but she's looking good.
So in the female draw, okay, first, this is the replay or just the tail end of the replay of Nilby. We didn't really see her do her flares or what big maneuver she did to drop the score. But back to Kaide Inoue in the playing field for the women. So it's Kaide and her sister who are joining double divisions. And here's that replay. So nice first turn, just another check turn. So 2 quick turns for Nilby. Let's see how that will factor into her situation.
Yeah, Nilby's sitting on that 295 and 1.5. So a little bit of a low scoring heat. We're just reaching the halfway mark of it. No one really anything that stood out so much. That is the surfer we were talking about earlier, Shino Matsuda, Olympian, and a bit of a of a standout in most events. She is someone who constantly gets good results. Gorgeous smile. I'm excited to watch that heat. This will be her first time surfing in this contest. And after her heat, it will be all top-seeded surfers who have surfed. Catching up with live action, this is Nilby Blancada. A little bit late to that section, a little late to the party, but she was able to really ride out of it, keep it all under control, and keeping busy.
I like how she really projected herself into that turn. Unfortunately, the section was already closed. And hello to Shino, and who I suppose is Shino's mom, looking very elegant in that beautiful white dress here in Sabang Beach.
Rita Suzuki, quick up and out there. But Miraya Queda, bit of catching up to do. Second turn gets a little stuck there. I'm wondering if she did something on the outside. Wants to get rid of that one. So really low scoring heat right now.
11 minutes left. I think, yes, Mirai did enough to get rid of that one. So let's see. 2.81 for Kaide and a 2.46 for Mirai. Those are very, very achievable scores, even in these low scoring conditions. It's just one turn, one good turn, you can stamp down a 2.46, I think. Also on the screen now, we have Surfer in Whites coming up next. That is Aura Zeflin.
Also known as Alin, she is Dylan Wilcoxon's stepsister. There is the Wilcoxon family. Big shout out to you guys. Shout out to everyone in Kandui Resort. I'm sure is going to be watching Alan's heat. They are one of my favorite families traveling around the QS. Dylan Wilcoxon will have a heat later on, as we were going to go straight into the men's round of 16 as well. We will be finished today off with 4 heats of the men's. Some big names coming up. I'm seeing Yuji Nishi, Raiha Onu, Baron Tanjung, Ryo Inaba in Heat 1. Heat 2 is Raiki Masuda, Taki Kanazawa, Dylan Wilcoxon, and Pajar Made Ariana. Heat 3 is Hiroya Miwa, Hirotorai, Kiyoshiro Suda, and Kaiki Yamanaka. And finishing off the day will be Dudani Widianto, Neil Sanchez, Kei Kobayashi, and John Mark Takong.
On screen now, we see Minami Nonaka, who actually took out this event last year.
Wow, so she does have that confidence under her belt. It's going to be exciting to see what she does this year. This is a good ride now from Kaede Inoue. Taking all the way down to the inside. Unfortunately, that wave just scooping out and just takes her down. Looking like she's just having fun out there.
Going for a quick swim might be a faster way to get back out there. And during that exchange, we saw Mirai take the second spot away from Nilby, and she's posting her best score yet of 4.0. So you're right, she did get some work done on the top part of that ride.
Yeah, Mirai, she's a very smart competitor. So she knows what she has to do. There we have on your screen the replay of Kaede Inoue. I'm liking her style. Very elegant. That backhand is
good flow from Kaede. And yeah, so as I mentioned, she's also in the longboard QS with her sister, but her younger sister Sakura actually toppled her over in their one-on-one heat in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so after today, Camille, we will only have man-on-man or woman-on-woman heats.
Okay.
It's going to be a little bit
50-50.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Only first place passes from then on. And a lot more space for these surfers, a lot more opportunities. So it's going to be pretty wild.
As a competitor yourself, do you prefer these one-on-ones?
I do. I did prefer the woman-on-woman heats because just more space.
I see.
Nilby now taking a look at this one. Good layback.
Still going, but wave shuts down. Yes, that was super stylish. So cool of Nilby to be thinking of doing laybacks at a situation like this. Still hoping she finds a ramp because as I told Jessie in the last heat, she's also very capable of doing some sick airs.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Hopefully she pulls out one or two in this heat. All right, Miraya Keida on her backhand now. Bit late takeoff, but she gets back to the green face. Good one backhand blast there for Miraya Keida, wanting to get rid of that 285.
Guys, so Mirai Ikeda is the one to watch when it comes to beach break conditions like this. That was an impressive run for Mirai. And on the replay, here we have Nilby's super sick layback. Wow, and here it is. Watch closely. She is driving down the line, just picking up the speed, setting it up for this stylish vertical turn, and just full commitment there. Here's another angle. Getting caught a little bit on the whitewash, but she gets back in trim just in time for that section to be tagged. Cool. Sugoi.
All right, couple replays here. Rita Suzuki with that 4, 2, 5, and 3. She's got those early on, and she's pretty comfortable. This is her again. One turn there, a bit of a foam climb. Nothing too much happening later on, but that is not too much of worry. Nilby's last one came in at a 285 for her. For that one layback that she was doing. I was really loving it, giving that variety, giving something different. It's refreshing.
Yes, and just really showing how confident she is remaining, even though she knows she has a bit of work to do at 3.91 to take back the second spot from Mirai. Also, Mirai is another score to drop. She is looking like she really figured out her flow for this event. And here's Nilby again.
All right, Nilby on the backhand, hoping for this one to just kind of scoop up for her on the inside. Couple good turns. Here she does, sets it up, upside down. She was liking it. You know, she looked back at the beach. She's feeling pretty good. She needs a 391 to put her name back in this heat.
3.91.
I'm not sure. The judges are going to have to look at the fours and kind of replay it.
But here it is. So she's waiting for this wave to stand up, being very patient, just little carves back to the pocket. And once it stands up, she is ready to tag it. Classic Nilby style. Another replay now. We have Kaide Inoue just losing her footing over there, and not the best wave choice for Kaide.
Yeah, yes, the wave choice is really important today. So it's gonna be the ones who can get those two big turns that are gonna get those higher scores. This Miraya Keida trying to get a couple of those in there. The wave just closing out on her. Hopefully we'll see Rita Suzuki do something, but Mirai gets a 4.05 on her last one, shoots straight to first. She is fighting back. She's not giving up. She had a bit of a slow start, but this is her competitive side really pushing through, showing that she has that experience. She's comfortable in the Rashi and doesn't want to bow out so early.
That's true. I think Mirai's game plan right now, but before that, live action back to Kaide first, pumping, trying to close this section with a clean tag and still going on the reform. Unfortunately, still not the best wave for her, although it does look a little better than the last one. And here is that replay from Mirai going vertical on the foam. I think her game plan right now is to just give it her all, no matter what the wave has on offer. If it's a clean face or if it's just the foam, she's just going to project herself out there.
Wow, that was a gorgeous ride from Rita Suzuki. That last one really pushing the tail every time she got to the top. This is Kaide Inoue. Good couple turns here. She changes direction, goes to the left. Not too much happening. Just 3 minutes left. We're waiting for scores for all four surfers in this heat.
Wow.
Stick to live action. This is Nilby pumping down the line. She needs to do something big here. Oh, unfortunately, that lip just guillotine.
It gobbled her whole over there. But never mind. Here's a quick replay. Or not. Back to the lineup. Our surfers. Here's that replay of Nilby. It looked like she wanted something ahead. She has her eyes set on something, and when it closed, she is quick to change gears, but not enough time to react as that section was already going to chomp her down.
All right, so a couple scores came through the last of Mirai. Wasn't enough to go in her top 2, but she stays in first. We're waiting for that last of Rita. Change again, a 3.95. She goes back into first place. Nilby's last scores weren't enough to get back into that advancing position. We're waiting for the last of White. She needs a pretty decent score. She's going to need a 5.35. Just under 2 minutes left. Plenty of waves still to be ridden. So going to be a bit of a nail-biting finish. The heat totals are not that high, so it's anyone's heat still.
That's true. All of the scores are just below 5, and with a minute and a half left, Nilby has to really nail at least a 5 or 4.7 requirement. Otherwise, it looks like it's Rita Suzuki and Mirai Ikeda to fly on to the quarterfinals.
Yep, so it's going to be those two girls going into the quarters tomorrow. If the results stay the same by the end of this heat, I'm hoping Nilby catches a wave, gets a good section, and maybe takes to the air.
Me too, yes. Hail Mary time.
All right, here we have Mirai Ikeda cashing in priority for this one. A little late to the party. Doesn't
She
get
knows
around
it.
that section. Yes. Probably going to be her last wave of this heat as we start to really wind this one down. Nilby on her backhand. Good first turn here. She needs to stick with it. 4.70 is her requirement. This wave is going to start to stand up for her. What does she do? Oh, unfortunately, isn't able to get that last turn in. Mirai Ikeda, good looking wave here. Oh, loving that backhand she has. It's so sharp.
And riding straight right in front of Nilby too. Finishing that off. Yes, it was a slightly better wave for Mirai, and she was able to tackle that beautifully. Again, that's what I'm starting to see Mirai to be, you know, something that sets her apart. It's just her willingness to just give it 110%, even though the waves are not so giving.
You're absolutely right. That's a great observation. She just fights it till the end, and that's how she got back into second. We're still waiting for that last score of red, but it will be blue and red going into the quarterfinals. So with that, we're going to throw out to a quick break, and we'll see you guys for the last round of 16 heat here in the women's.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going close for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see the end. How could I live without you? You were there since the beginning. Let me see what you see in me. Let me be who you want me to be. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. You see life worth fighting for.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Baler's iconic beach break here, showing off for us this afternoon. Some fun rides. This is the last heat of the women's round of 16. Minami Nonaka, Shino Matsuda, Aurora, or also known as Alin Zeflin, and Shelame Arjona. So I want to welcome back John Carby. We haven't seen you in a while.
I have had a busy morning. It's great to be back in the booth and great heat. We just saw the two Japanese girls advance in that last one. Unfortunately, Nilby, one of the local Filipinos, bowing out, but Sheila May Ahona in this heat hopefully will represent. But great action this morning. Love the longboards. Love the men's round of 32 this morning. Really good field out there.
Yeah, it's been really entertaining day. We've had, I think now a little drop as we're reaching the dead low tide, but as soon as that incoming tide comes in, we're going to see maybe a foot or two added onto the face of this wave, because I feel like that's just been the format the past couple of days here.
It has. It's sort of stepped up day by day, hasn't it? So super cool. I was watching the longboards too. They got the best of those nice smooth conditions, and then the shortboarders get into the stuff that gives those nice sections and a little bit more broken up, and they catch so many more waves.
Yeah, honestly, I've heard quite a few comments throughout the day that some of the shortboarders actually prefer to have these onshore conditions because it's just easier to really put that board on the lip or jab those sections a little harder. When it's so smooth, sometimes it's easy to just slip out.
And I think they also get that curse of priority when it looks like that too, because there's clear, longer, beautiful waves. Really tricky for them to see.
So while we wait for some action to happen in this heat, we're going to throw down to Camille with Mirai Ikeda.
Thank you, Giada and John. Yes, I just want to wish Mirai Ikeda a big congratulations for doing impressively well on those tricky conditions. So, omedetou gozaimasu to you. And I was watching that heat and commentating it actually, and your wave selection was really on point, and I think that's how you scored really better waves than the other surfers. So how did you know where to sit during your heat?
Actually, I couldn't understand this wave. I missed wave selection when heat start, but last few minutes I got a couple good shape waves, so yeah, that's why.
So some element of luck and quick adjustment, so you were able to really showcase your good backhand technique. So is that your stronger, would you say you surf better on your backhand, or do you prefer your forehand?
Yeah, my backside is better here, so I was looking for the backside wave.
Okay, good strategy. And also in that heat with you was Rita Suzuki. He's also advancing to the quarterfinals with you. So tell me, are you and Rita friends? Are you traveling together?
Yeah, Rita and I traveling together, and she's my best friend, and also she's really good surfer. So happy to win this heat together.
That is super cool. So how often do you get to advance, you and your best friend together, and both of you are representing Roxy Japan? So is there anyone you want to thank and shout out to Japanese, anyone in Japan or anyone watching us right now?
Okay. 応援ありがとうございます。今ここに来てから試合までちょっと長かったんですけど、やっと波も上がって試合できたので、次もこの調子で頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。Okay.
Thank you so much, and looking forward to seeing the quarterfinals, which will be on tomorrow. But in the meantime, stay tuned for the last heat of the round of 16, and again we proceed to the men's QS. Back to live action.
Thank you so much, Camille. Arigato mirai. That is a great interview. I love how much insight Camille can get out of all the surfers. So she is so much fun to watch. I do really enjoy Camille's post-heat interviews.
Yeah, and that comment is surfing with a best friend. That's awesome. I love that. When it comes out the athletes' mouths, they are a good community. They travel together. They surf together. They're like family at this stage, which is really awesome to hear them, and you could just see it in her face. Surfing against someone who loses, she wins, she's happy, but she's also sad for her friend.
Yeah, and it's inevitable, you know, when you're traveling with your friends to get heat sometimes together, and it's great to be able to get that 1 and 2 with your roommate and travel partner. All right, so here is a wave from Shelame Arjona. I was really liking it. She really fast surfer. Shino Matsuda right behind her. One big blast off the top. Unfortunately, just gets a little stuck behind the whitewash, not really pushing her forward. So that is not too much of an issue, though, because she has a 6.25 and a 4.25 under her belt.
Yep, and here's the replay from Shino. This is a nice opening wrap. Waiting for this thing to get nice and vertical, and there she just lays into that turn. Beautiful, and I believe that would be her 6.25, just clinical. This was Aura or Alan, you said, up and ripping also. Indonesian surfer, nice two-part tag also. That'll be a 3.25, and this is Shino's second wave. Similar, incomplete on that little snap there, and it looks like she's getting to work again in live action, so I'm sure we'll have another replay from her. The athletes out there are staying busy throughout this day.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of been the format for the winning surfers throughout the past couple of days. The busier you are and the more opportunity you create for yourself, you get more chances to create those higher scores. We've seen heats where a total of 40 or 50 waves have been ridden in total. So it's the beauty of a beach break where you can just get your spot, get your wave, and create those opportunities.
And even get one on the way back out while you're heading back to your spot where you're feeling more comfortable. You might just get a little insider that steps up. And we've seen some great scores come from those as well. So those heats have been thrown sometimes by those men and women paddling back out to their spot and scoring something on the inside that sort of missed that outer bank. So really good setup. Everyone's busy. And yeah, you're right. Those guys and girls who are asking the question seem to be getting the answers.
And right after this, we're going straight back into the men's round of 16. After today, we're only going to have man-on-man or woman-on-woman heats. So exciting afternoon here. We will be having our quarterfinalists all set and ready to go tomorrow. Some big names coming up. We're having Dani Widianto, Neil Sanchez from here, Kei Kobayashi, and John Mark Takong. That's the heat that's going to be wrapping up the day. And before that, many, many stacked moments. So don't miss out because today is very important.
Absolutely. And you can see across that round of 16, it's very international still. There's Japanese, Indonesian. We still have Filipinos in there. So it's a great mix. Whereas we hop over to the longboard division, the Philippine men have been dominating that. We're moving to the semi-finals on that division with a full Philippine cast. And then we get over to the longboard. And then we've got the Japanese, and on the women's side, the Japanese seem to be dominating this event.
Yuji Nishi prepping up for his next heat. He will be going up against Raiha Onu, Ryo Inaba, and Varun Tanjung. So it's the three Japanese against Varun. Last night, Rizal premiering his movie. So a lot happening here. A lot of good moments in the Baler International Pro. This is a bit of a surf festival week out here, and it's been great to see the whole community coming together and watching all the heats, supporting each other. This is Alin now on a good-looking wave. She's going to try to get around this section. Maybe he'll bowl up and give her some to work with here. She does. Good job there for Alin. Wants to do it again. Unfortunately, the wave just not really cooperating with her. But plenty of time to get back out there.
Yep, and at the moment, here we go. The two Japanese girls are Shining Minami and Shino are actually getting away from this very fast. Alan and Sheila May needing a 6.4 and a 6.65.
All right, this is Sheila May. Couple nice turns. Unfortunately, goes down there. Wasn't able to really deem that one complete, but we're just going to be reaching the halfway mark soon. So we saw in the last heat, in the very dying minutes, Mirai just changing it all up and getting that first spot. So it's never really too late in a place like this.
Always good to guess the music. What's he listening to?
I think it's like some Japanese rap.
Yeah. Caught out by the camera. He seems to be having a good beat going on there. It's putting a smile on his face. Always interesting. What would you go for before you paddle out?
Reggaeton for sure. All right, Chalamet taking a look at this one on the inside. Nice looking wall here for her. Decides to pull off, the wave not giving her too much opportunity on the inside, but she's keeping busy. She's not giving up yet, so It's a good heat we've got.
We do. Staying busy, and we are. The number count is going up as we expected. And I guess the paddle back out, it's only literally about 5 meters, especially if you make a mistake like that. You're back in the lineup in no time, so it doesn't cost you too much.
Yeah.
Energy's good, time's good. It's a lot easier.
We've seen people do a couple priority mistakes, but it hasn't been an issue. This is Minami Nonaka. 2 good blasts on her forehand. Does it again, really pushes it more this time. She needs to finish, and she does. I'm calling it. That's going into 6's range.
That's like Neil Sanchez yesterday. He sort of hit one and got into that very good range. I think she might go even better. That was definitely set apart from what we've seen so far. She hit every section just perfectly. She read that wave. Good selection, good rhythm, speed, power, flow. Check, 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 check. She has that. I reckon that's going to be up there.
Yeah, she was really building momentum throughout each turn. She didn't do too many of those double bottom turns. She had that one line through it all. Why don't you break this one down?
Here it is. So straight off that section at the start, she put everything into that. Again, perfect timing. This thing just gave up. Nice variation there. A little bit more of a wrap, and then snapped it off the finish. So just kept that flow, speed, power all the way down the line, and that wave giving her all the bits to hit, and she did it well.
Yeah, so I think Minami's going straight to first after that one. That was one of the longest rides I've seen as well since we've moved onto the shortboarding. So it's good. It's going to be refreshing. She's getting rid of that 4 really nicely. There we have it, 7.5 for Minami. Beautiful ride. This is Alin now. Good looking left. 2 nice tags there. Changes direction. A bit of frustration there. So Alin coming from the Mentawais. She is here with Dylan Wilcoxon, her stepbrother, and her stepdad as well, Ray, and her mom. So they're the family that travels together. I'm pretty sure Jaden is probably here as well. We probably saw him in the opening rounds. They surf 4 bobs a lot, which is the wave right in front of their resort. So
and it looks
very
like this.
Lucky family.
It looks a lot like this, I'm sure.
Yep.
It is an interesting comparison when you come from a wave that Mentawais offers up home break, and it's going to be very hard to go choose a back beach somewhere in the Mentawais to go and sort of get your training in for this sort of stuff. So the adjusting to the short period, the beach break, the strength of the waves must be something they really have to think about prior to the event. But they've also been traveling around a lot, so this Asian tour offers off beach breaks in Japan, Philippines, Taiwan, and then we've got wave pools and reef breaks. It's a very good selection of Asia and different types of varieties of waves.
Barun Tanjung on your screen. Coming up next, he was looking really sharp in his last heat yesterday, so I'm hoping to see some more of that happen today. But you're right, the Asian tour is so versatile and it changes so much throughout each event. I mean, we have the Indo Perfection, we have Krui, long lefts, we have Nias, big barreling right. Then we come here, the beach breaks. Taiwan looks like a form of trestles. Then we have the wave pool in Korea. So it really challenges the surfers to have that ability to adapt and having to adapt quickly too.
Absolutely. And then I think the season finishes for them over in Australia for some co-sanction events. So again, it's one of the best, I think.
Yeah, it goes to putting that wetsuit on, having a completely different temperature. So it's super, I think it really trains the athletes well going into the Challenger Series and just prepares them for what's to come, because the Challenger Series is cutthroat. All right, Alin now taking a look at this one. 2 really nice turns there. Tries to ride out of this one. She's looking a little bit sticky on that last turn.
Definitely, and I think that is that beach break style that we're talking about. She's used to the wave doing most of the work for her, where you just get to drive into that rail, more patience. Sometimes you're trying to wipe speed off when you get to those big, more powerful reef breaks. So having to gain your own speed and then also try to fit in a turn, it can get very tricky. She's very young also. This is just, we like to say, put it down to experience. Surf more beachies.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not wrong, Alin and Dylan will both be going to Peru for the ISA World Juniors. So very exciting moments there for Team Indonesia. They have been moving around a lot, getting a lot of experience, competing in many different areas. They're going to be trying ceviche for the first time, one of my favorite dishes. So I'm very excited for the family.
Yeah, and it's great. And just what's happening around the world in sport is just sensational.
Yep, here we go. Shino Matsuda, the Olympian. Good first turn here. Has to build a bit of momentum again. Decides to pull off. Right behind her is our local surfer, Shelame Arjona. Nice turn there. So fighting back, not giving up so easily.
No, she's same thing. She's also travelled a lot. She does a little bit. She runs around a bit. She's done some events in Sri Lanka. She's got a couple of Red Bull caps under her sleeve from the events over there in Sri Lanka. She calls Shargao home, Cloud9. Always out there in the lineup, charging. And she'll go every wave. You'll see her at Stimpy's, Cloud9, Tuason. She's everywhere.
That is great. And now here in Baler too. So completely different for her too. Bit of a beach break action, I'm sure. Well, I'm sure. I heard a couple of the locals yesterday saying that the great part about surfing in Philippines is that everyone kind of travels around the Philippines together and moves around depending on the waves, swells, and typhoons.
And the national circuit, the UPSA National Tour, takes them all around the Philippines. Also, all types of conditions, heading off to Cabugao next, which is in Ilocos. Shout out to Congressman Sing Song. Great event up there.
Exciting moments coming up. The next couple months here in Philippines are going to be pretty stacked. A lot happening.
We're actually on the end of a stacked few months already. The national tour is insane. It's great for the training grounds.
All right, Minami now, current heat leader. Big blast. Oh, unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of it. That was going to be one of my favorite turns of the event.
That was sick. That was going to be so good. I hope we can get a replay of that anyway. If she had dug that out, my gosh, that would have gone straight up into that same very good to excellent range with one maneuver, I'm sure. She threw everything into it. Here it is. Draws it out well. Nice little check turn to set this thing up. From bottom to top, just blast those fins. Unfortunately, just catching that rail in the whitewash. That was beautiful.
Minami, all right, here, Allen, cashing in her priority. Good looking left here. She needs to get around the section. This wave is going to bowl up for her. Does she do anything? Yes, she does. She shuts this one down. I was kind of hoping she was going to do something a little before, but it will be just that one turn. So getting to that 5-minute mark soon. It's going to be crunch time for this ladies. Right behind her, our local surfer, Shelame. This is a good wall here. She changes directions. Loving the work here from our woman in green.
Getting busy. All of them out there. Just not leaving anything for chance at the moment. She got a 3.15 on her last wave. Looking to throw away a 3.0. Might be around that ballpark, but Alan got a 3.75 for that last effort, so she is starting to step into what she needs. Still looking for a 7.35 for Sheila May and a 6.75 for Alan, so big requirements. These two are heat leaders. Minami and Shino are taking this by the horns.
Yeah, they're still at a point in the heat where they can kind of break down that score in two. They don't necessarily still have to get it in one wave. They can get two really good scores and get into that advancing position, but as time winds down and those nerves start to kick in, it's going to get more difficult for these surfers.
Absolutely, and knowing that Minami has a 7.5 and Shino has a 6.25 is also daunting because they're looking to throw away 5s and 4s, so big ask, impossible? Absolutely not. We are in the round of 16. Anything's up for grabs in this round. They've shown their skills to get here, so let's see who pushes through for this next quarterfinal spot.
Yeah, those are really intimidating scores, and as the beach commentator repeats them, it's not a nice feeling. But this Allen, keeping busy, not giving up, liking that. She's has a big smile on her face nonetheless. So one of those surfers that it doesn't matter the situation, she's always happy and always stoked to just be around.
Yep, and this one, she sort of, I think she paced it a lot better this time. She saw the section from right out, she got a few opportunities, and then gives it a nice little snippy snap. That was a nice finish to that wave. Again, it's not going to break down, I don't think, anything too major. Wave selection on that last one was really good, but she sort of mispaced it with the timing, and I think that one she timed it well, but didn't quite have the exclamation mark of the other one. So back to work, 3 minutes. now the ask starts coming in, a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, now it's starting to look a little more like it has to happen on that one wave. For a score that big, it has to be a set wave. It can't just be one of those insiders that she's been kind of looking for, unless she does something pretty spectacular. So just under 3 minutes.
What do you think of the progression that the women are showing around the world with airs? Like, we've got Sierra Kerr pushing the limits. I saw Sky Brown starting to do some amazing things, bringing that skateboard thing over into it. We saw that in Shargao. What do you think about the progression? Where is women's surfing heading in the next few years?
Yeah, me and Jessie had a couple heats where we talked about it, and it's just been such a big, drastic change. It's been a big improvement, especially the last couple of years, and we're seeing some really young surfers like Tia Zabrowski already qualified for the CT, the youngest to ever do
14,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So it's been incredible and such a huge inspiration. And honestly, it's just going to get better and better. I feel like the women's surfing still has a lot to progress. It's not going to finish just yet.
Absolutely, but the initiatives that the WSL has taken, being one of the first sports to give equal prize money and put them now in equal playing fields, is a great initiative to say. I think one of the girls called it best. It's for the women. It was a bit more dramatic than that, but I think if you know the quote, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's for the girls.
right.
It is for the girls. It was a famous quote from Pipeline, and it's getting that way. Definitely, it's amazing. The initiatives from WSL is producing fruit now, which is exactly what they sort of predicted.
That's right. And even just locally, I know in Bali the past couple of years, I used to be one of the only women always in the lineup, but now I see so many. So it's such a great feeling, and it gives it that feminine touch and bedazzle to the lineup that I really like. And so it's been beautiful to watch, and I'm really excited to see where this is all going to progress to. And I'm sure one day the men and women are going to be completely equal.
It's on its way. Sheila May.
All right, taking a look at this one, wasn't really able to get down and onto it. As we reach the 50-second mark of this heat, it's going to be crunch time. Alin and Sheila May with a bit of work to do. 45 seconds left. Shino Matsuda taking a look at this one. We're going to throw to a couple of replays.
That was just an up and down. I don't think there was anything of any substance in this sort of last. This is live action with Shino. Saw her paddling for that one. I'm guessing she's feeling comfortable, probably just wanted to get one more wave to feel it out. If she steps into that quarterfinal, she just wants that feeling. Here's Sheila May struggling out there to find what she's going to need to get that requirement.
Yeah, looking like Shino already coming in. Minami Nonaka in a comfortable lead as well. 10 seconds left. Will the girls get one more chance? Looking like the ocean going a little sleepy there. And I'm pretty sure we're going to count this one out. So congratulations to Minami and Shino. First and second. We're going to be seeing them surf again tomorrow. We're going to throw to a quick ad break. And we'll see you guys in the men's QS round of 16.
God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going close for the rest of my life now. Without you, I can only see
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
All right, we are back at Sabang Beach. Sun's out and the guns are out. Our round of 16 in the water. We have Yuji Nishi in red, Varun Tanjung in green, Rio Inaba in white, and Rio Onoi in blue. This is shaping up to be a super exciting heat. We are still in the heat. I'm John Carby and I'm with Gator. Loving it.
Yep, so this is going to be the last round where we see 4 people in the lineup. And then we're going to go tomorrow straight to man on man and woman on woman. So exciting times ahead. It's going to be a great afternoon of surfing, though. Let's not forget that we still need to finish this round.
No, and the judges are going to love that. There has been so many waves ridden. Speaking of waves ridden, there is our surfing green, Varun Tanjung, up and riding on his opening wave. Just I'd say getting warmed up. I don't think that's going to be there no matter what at the end of it.
All right. Here we go. That was just a 2.25. Raiha starting with a 1.9. Yuji Nishi, 1.5.3. Rio Inaba still to catch a wave. He has been on a tear lately. Definitely one to watch. Been a bit of a standout.
A little bit of a stutter up there. I like it. He has been standing out. There has been a few standouts. Let's talk about who seems to be dominating out there after live action.
All right, so this is Yuji Nishi. Taking a look at this one. Good first blast. Upside down again. That is what I call a standout. Yuji Nishi not giving up. Rio Inaba finishing that one off. But that wave of Yuji was gorgeous.
Wearing that red jersey comes with a statement, and he just definitely shown that. Varun looks like he's concentrating on the lefts for now. Nothing of great substance until that number from Yuji drops in. That will be definitely going interesting, because the judges will be setting the new scale here and they'll be setting it off this little combination. That turn, it was good combination, but the exclamation mark was 100% on that snap, and it was wonderful.
Yep, so there we have a couple replays. Loving the act here for Rio Inaba. 2 big backhand blasts. This is where we caught up with him. Gets down to that double up, but not too much on that inside. Here we have our man in green, Raiha Onu, who's listening to some music, pumping himself up for his heat earlier on. Yesterday, Varun and his dad, Rizal Tanjung, had the premiere of their surf film, Toguruga, and it was all happening in the pavilion by Costa. So a lot happening here.
Yeah, get down to town, check it out, look around. There's lots. There's no excuse to be in your hotel resting. There's too much to do here in the beautiful Baler. And when the sun's out like this, wonderful. We have maybe 2 seasons a day. It's hot or it's wet.
Yeah, or really windy.
Or really windy. 3, we'll call that 3. But yeah, it's been a wonderful few days down here in Baler. Again, lots of exploring to do, plenty of action out there in the town. Speaking of action, let's get down to Dai with our last heat winner, Minami.
素晴らしいグッドスコアで第1位で明日へと駒を進めました。まずはヒートを振り返ってみてどうですか
？7.5 のライディングはいいと思わなかったんですけど、行ってみようという気持ちで波に乗ったらだんだん張ってきて、セクションが出てきて 7.5 出せてよかったです。
その思ってもない形で波が張ってくるときってやっぱ緊張するんですか？あ、波が張ってきちゃったみたいな。
ちょっといい波が少なかったので、いい波だなって思った瞬間にこれ転んだらやばいなっていう気持ちでちょっと緊張しました。
そこを全くその緊張感を見せず素晴らしいライディングで、最後までフィニッシュを迎えましたが、波を乗り終えた後はもうこれは出たなっていう感覚はあったんですか？
そうですね、見ててもあんまり4、5発入ってる波がなかったので、その中でも5発4発ぐらい入れたのでちょっと手応えは感じました。
QS4000 今ランキングが3番というところなんですが非常に大切なイベントだと思います。いやもちろん目指すのは4000だと思います。優勝だと思いますがその中でもこう試合に向けて優勝しなくちゃいけない優勝したいっていう強い気持ちを持って、この大会に臨んでいるんですか？
そうですね、でもあんまり気にしすぎると自分の、ライディングに支障が出てしまうのでポイントはあまり気にせずとにかくいい波乗って優勝できるように目指してます。
She was a little bit nervous on the wave where she got 7.5 because she wasn't really expecting the wave actually had a wall and just kept her kept providing her the opportunities, but she did really good job to stay in the pocket, did a couple of turns and she managed to get a 7.5 and she's super happy. She's currently in number 3 in the Asian ranking, but she's not trying to think about the points. She's just focusing on the heat, just trying to surf, and that's exactly what she did, and she's super happy with the result. それではたくさんの方がライブで応援してくれてると思います。最後にメッセージお願いします。
応援してくれてる皆様ありがとうございます。今日は7.5 を出せたので明日もこのまま次も 7.8 点出せるように頑張るので引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Minami. Great performance there. Not easy to get a 7.5. But,
I'm so happy I called that. I said that looked like Neil's wave and it came in the exact same number. It was literally who wore it better, Neil or Minami, and they both wore it splendidly.
Yeah, that was some gorgeous surfing. Talking about big scores, Yuji Nishi, 6.75 for his last one. Rio Inaba, a 5.5, and that backup is looking pretty good, so he goes straight to first. But a couple replays, what do you think?
Here we go. This is Rio up and riding. Again, getting that open face. Just a incredible speed that he can bring to a one pump into a nice little snap and then back it up with another one. 3.75 for that one. And this is Varun up on the left. I think he was a bit busy, not quite getting that opportunity, doing a bit of the foam stuff there. Judges definitely want to see those critical sections. Getting into the foam isn't going to help him with a 3.0 on that. That is definitely reflected. Still definitely close. That 5.50, that 6.75 in Yuji's scoreboard, he's just looking to throw away a 1.50. So he has got so much opportunity. We've got live heat. Looks like a split peak. We're going to stick with our surfer in red, Yuji again. Looking for that section. A bit of a foam climb for him. Getting a little bit bogged down in that last turn, but he's looking to throw away a 1.5, and I'm sure we're going to get this replay from Riha, as I'm joined now with a quick, swift change out with Dai. Hi, Dai.
Hello.
We're just talking about Minami's 7.5. So good.
That was great surfing. Well, it wasn't small waves, but it wasn't a bomb.
No.
It was the inside waves, and it just kept standing up for her.
Yeah, there was a wave that Neil Sanchez got yesterday, and it was literally almost turn for turn all the way through the beach, and the scores were exactly the same. It was a really good comparison. If you're a man or a woman, get on Neil Sanchez, get on Minami's and have a look at what they did to get a score like that. Here's a replay of Blue, I believe. We missed that one before. Riha on live action. Nice second snap there. He's right down the beach there, and he gets a third one, foam climb. So score to drop for that one. Score to drop for 3 of our surfers, and this is Yuji.
Yuji is, wow, looking really sharp. Nice float section and gets a finishing turn. So it's wow, there's still good waves coming through, actually.
And there's the replay for
Rio Inaba. Really powerful surfer from Japan. Love the layback turn, just releasing the tail.
Dropped wallet.
Wow.
Dropped wallet. He picked it up. Everyone locking in a score, and I guess Yuji's throwing away a 1.50, so he just wanted to lock in a backup at this point, and he's going to probably do that. Surfing Blue up with live action. Nice off the lip. Nice time. Gets the reverse. Loses the handle. Red right behind. Floater. Not quite timing that one, giving the judges a busy time out there.
Right. So many waves coming through and so many floaters actually on this wave. You need to have good floater to get actually generating a speed. So you need to have a great board, great floater to come around the section.
Absolutely. And when they're doing these foam climbs, generally it is just to project down that line and to time themselves into that green open face where they can actually get the damage done.
Right. So it's definitely need to have a great floater to set up the bigger turns. But that's exactly probably Yuji did on a 675.
Oh, he just put a hit on it that was sensational. That was just straight up one maneuver.
Oh,
looked sensational, yeah. I think he might have come off the foam a little bit, but that one turn he did was just
I missed
punishing.
that one. So
it was beautiful.
Great to have 675 as a starter. But looks like Rio is having a look at this one. Just eyeing for the section, floats the section, coming around, and another form climb, and it gets another one in, and a big layback turn to finish off. So 2 form climb and a big layback turn. And this is Raiha on his back end. Unfortunately, again, he goes down.
12 minutes, plenty of time. Not anything in that requirements needs that's outright too crazy, and that looks like it is Amadi Iriana from Indonesia sitting on the beach looking at where to surf, what waves to catch.
Well, this wave has a steeper wall, but looks like it's kind of tricky to finish off the turn. The usually just went down and Raiha kept going down 2 waves in a row. So
interesting to see Varun over there just getting to work on that left. Goofy footer, he hasn't got anything of substance in his scoreline yet. He's got a 3 and a 2.25. I wonder if we're going to see a strategy change come from him, because he has been locked on that bank all heat so far.
Right. But he has a big coach in his corner.
Absolutely.
The Rizal Tanjun is just watching from the beach, probably pointing him to go, to the right side or left side.
We just saw a sneaky look back at the beach then. He probably was looking straight at Rizal, and Rizal, I'm not going to question you, out there last night showing his new film down at the Pavilion. Super cool group. They love Baler, and Baler loves them.
Nice. Wow, there's a lot more things going on this weekend, right? Other than the surfing contest.
Absolutely, surf festival going on. Get involved. Have a look at the Baler Surf Fest page. And just get involved. Find something to do and then do it. You'll meet a local. You'll have a great time. That's a promise.
That's a promise.
That's a promise.
Definitely.
I said you got no reason to be in your hotel room when there's everything going on.
Well, looks like we have something. Blue up and riding, nice straight up, vertical off the top from Raiha, and it gets the finish. That was a much better, 2-turn combo from Raiha. He just put everything into it. And we have Varun up and riding, takes it to the sky. Oh, unfortunately, didn't quite.
And this is where he was doing his damage yesterday on those rights. He was lighting it up on the rights yesterday. Went through super smooth, so sort of waiting for him to go on the right. Here's that left from Raiha. Just a nice critical vertical snap there, and then backs it up with another one. Nice and crisp, nice and easy. He's looking to get into a 5.95. Maybe not enough,
right?
But definitely getting rid of his 2.35. Put it that way.
Definitely. Oh, I think it's gonna be his best score, so he might be able to lower his requirement at this time. So that's very, very smart move from Raiha. Like you said, I'm not too sure if it's gonna be a 5.95, which is pretty much a 6.
Yeah, a 6 in today's conditions is tricky, except unless your name is Yuji Nishi.
Right, you have to have 1 big turn or 2 solid turns to get a 6 or above. But here comes Yuji Nishi up and riding. Nice walls ahead of him. That's a big wall. A big turn. But what did you think? Ooh, that was a huge turn.
Oh, that was a big turn. I was expecting Yuji to absolutely lay into that turn maybe a little bit harder. It looked like he actually pulled back a little bit. He might be just building on that 6.75, trying to get a good backup score, and he didn't want to push it too hard.
Right, on screen we have Raiha up and riding. Nice vertical 2-turn snaps. So that's another similar approach from the previous wave from Raiha. But Varun, wow, now he's not stopping. Wow, he just went he just pushed too much on the tail, goes down.
Yeah, this is going to be some interesting replays. I'm super keen to look at Yuji's because I think he's just trying to get a good back up to secure that spot. Nice little foam climb, just pacing it down the line. Stands up beautifully. And he put a hit on it, but I've seen him do more. We know what he's capable of.
So it was a
I
better.
reckon
The 675 was.
the 675 was everything. Here's the replay. This hit was nice, vertical and critical, and getting clear of that, I think that's going to be a great score. And this is Raiha up on his. A little bit late, you think? Maybe a little bit off time?
Yeah, a little bit late, but I think, similar approach to his last wave, and then I think the last wave he got more momentum in between turns.
Yeah,
no downtime.
Yeah,
no downtime in between turns, so might be better than the last wave, but like you said, probably a little bit too late to the section.
Yeah, and the judges are looking at everything.
Well, this is Yuji. Nice wall walk ahead of him. Well, that was a beautiful two-turn combo. There's so much more momentum in between turns. And at the back, we have Varun up and riding on his backhand. Floats the section, come around, and gets the turn in. Probably he was trying to get it vertical, but it went kind of sideways a little bit. So I'm not too sure it's going to be a big score for Varun, needing a 7-5.
Ooh, there's a little shift there with Rio getting a 6-0 on his last one, but there's still some scores to drop. And once again, I think Yuji's going to throw away his 3-7-5. Will that be a 4-7-5? And then he's got another score to back that one up. So plenty on the line. Here is the replays. This is Riha on a right. Bit of a foam climb. Then it sets up and he decides, all right, let's done the right. Let me send a left. And he just loses it on that turn. That was setting up to be a great score. This is Yuji on that wave of his second backhand attack. He has got a vicious backhand snap. You'll see it here. Vertical gets a redirect on the board and then tags it again. That's going to be another great score for him. So he's waiting on some good numbers. There's that. The judges loved it. A 5.0 for that right-hander. 1 to drop for that left-hander. Will he up it again?
Wow, so many waves coming through. It's such a tough job for judging right now. Judges, they have to watch through all the.
They cannot wait for the man-on-man heats. They want to sit back and take a little bit of time out because they have been pen to the paper for the last 3 days non-stop.
35 rides in this heat, so 35 waves.
5 minutes to go, and no one looks like they're stopping or slowing down.
But healthy number for Yuji Nishi for the 8th wave. Some of the big scores coming through now. Wow, that's going to be a huge number for Yuji Nishi. 8.0.
Champagne 8.
Wow. Great job on his backhand attack.
And that was on the way back out.
Right.
Gosh.
Wow, he is on fire. So he's back in the lead now. Rail is in the second. Raiha now in 7.0 and take Reibuck turn. Really like that maneuver, but unfortunately didn't ride out of it. So Varun had a wave too.
That's our first excellent. And it came from just that super crisp, super smooth surfing. He hit everything right on the money. That was perfect surfing. Almost. It was excellent.
Definitely. Spend a lot of time in the bottom turn and just straight up. So there's no downtime in between turns. It was crispy off the top, vertical. So
getting that good little bit of redirect on that first snap too, which was a point of difference for the judges. We haven't seen many opportunities where they've been surfing down the line and on their opening turn they get that board back towards the wave face, and then he just gets to slide it around and then give it another whoppa back up into the pocket. Beautiful.
Beautiful surfing. On screen we have Dylan Wilcoxon getting ready with his family there.
The
shakas. So Ryo Inaba up and riding, a powerful Japanese surfer. He's an Olympian surfer as well. Takes to the sky, a little bit of grab in it, and makes out. So that's great again, surfing from Ryo Inaba.
Chasing an 8.75, that's going to be a great number. This is just going to make it challenging for the boys behind him. Riaha and Varun will now be shaking their heads, going 3 minutes and 34. What are you guys doing out there?
Wow, yeah, it's with the 3 minutes remaining, when you have like big requirements, that's when you get lost in the water.
and yeah, it all sort of stacks upon itself. The pressure of the time, the numbers getting out of control, the conditions not maybe favouring you at this point. It gets hard. Here's a replay. This is Rio, and that little float section that you always talked about, and this is a nice speedy launch pad, gets a little tap on that front side rail.
Such a stylish air reverse.
Yeah, that's just nice and what you want to do, right?
And Varun had a wave. Because Rio had a higher priority, so he had to kick out.
We saw a priority interference like that yesterday, where these beach breaks, you might be sitting miles apart from somebody, and what you do with a lesser priority will affect the top priority surfer. It will cost you.
Cost you a big time. So yeah, you have to be careful with the priority situation.
Yeah, and he was holding on to a 7.25 at that stage and a 2 point something, and he lost the heat, which was heartbreaking also, because that score yesterday could have got you through alone, but tough heat that one also.
That was I think the heat in the end of the day.
Yeah, second last heat of the day. The all Japanese affair.
Yeah.
I was actually on the beach at the time when I saw them. They all came together. They all talked about it as a group, because they're also good friends, travel together, compete together, and they just wanted to talk about it amongst themselves, I guess. Make sure they're all still bros.
Making sure, just shaking hands and
exactly, shaking hands, and it's one of the best things I love about the Japanese culture is everyone speaks about it, the politeness, the camaraderie, and the way they represent the nation in public and around the world, which is a testament to you, Dai. You're one of those good examples.
Oh, thanks. Try to be. Well, in this heat we have 90 seconds on the clock left. Still, situation remains the same. Yuji is in the lead. Rio is in the second. Raiha chasing 7.0. Varun needs 7.75, which are really decent score in this heat.
Yeah, Rio's last wave a 5.25, so didn't change his situation.
Wow.
Great air, but the judges setting the scale of what they've seen these guys do with that 5.50 and that 6.0.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of better air reverses from Rio Inaba, so he's capable of getting bigger reverses.
We've got 50 seconds to see one.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see one more air reverses. 40 seconds left. It's a lot of pressure building for Raiha and Varun. They really want to make it through this ground. Making it to the quarter gives you a lot of points for the ranking. So
yep, and this is where we are getting towards the money end of the season. Points, prize money is one thing. Points is going to be the other thing. Gets you the chance to get on that Challenger Series and travel the world surfing.
Wow, yeah, that's a dream job, but at the same time, it's a really hard job. But looks like Rio is up and riding on this one, on the smaller size waves. Trying to surf all the way to the inside. But out the back, we have Raiha up and riding. Nice two-turn combo. That has to be 7. That has to be second best of the heat.
Ooh, big call. He's needing an 8 though, so he needs is 7 actually. Yes. Okay. Ooh,
has to be second best.
Has to be a 7. It has to be up there. I thought you were saying it has to be. You saw it from out the back. You're saying that's going to be it. I'm excited.
But well, it was great surfing from Raiha. 2-turn combo. Actually, we are waiting all the surfers' scores locked in.
We haven't got any indication of numbers dropping through yet. I guess the biggest one, which is a huge ask, is that 7 from Raiha out the back. I didn't see Varun's wave. Maybe that was just a kick-off. Rio wants to increase on a 5. He's waiting for a score. Questions everywhere. We haven't got any of the answers yet.
No scores locked in yet. Still waiting for the 4 waves to locked in.
There's the one of importance, I believe, a 4.40 for Raiha. That is not going to be enough. Varun needing a 7.75. Let's just wait for that number to drop in. We might have missed something critical out there. What do you think?
Wow, we didn't see the right?
Body language of Varun's not very excited.
Very not excited.
He doesn't look to be anticipating. There we go, 2.80.
Okay, looks like Yuji and Rio moving through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. So we're gonna go quick break. We'll be right back with the more big action from the men's side.
Let's get started. Let's go.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Little bit of onshore, little bit of texture on the surface, but still no problem with the men's action. There's a lot of big airs, big carves, solid turns. So we are now into men's round of 16 heat number 2. We have Raiki Masuda in red, Taki Kanazawa in blue, Dylan Wilcoxon in white, and Mother Ariana in green. So 2 Japanese surfers up against 2 Indonesian surfers. Straight to the replay. So far in red, Raiki, nice 2-turn combo, and actually gets the bonus section right there. I am Dai Wako in the booth with Jesse.
Yeah, Dai, it's nice to be straight into action as well. Taki on a good looking bowl here. He's going to get 2 turns in with a completion, so lightning fast there for Taki Kanazawa.
That was super lightning fast end section there, but he is up riding again. Kanazawa Taki もう一本乗ってきますが、これはクイックにキックアウトします。Wow, 3 more heats and done for the day number 4.
Yeah, done for day number 4. So then we'll have all of our quarterfinalists and some of our semi-finalists set. So we'll be pretty much into the semis for the longboards, quarterfinals for the shortboards. So looking forward to seeing our quarterfinalists and semi-finalists out there tomorrow, and then potentially finals day the next day.
Wow, big finals day coming up in about 2 days. But looks like white and blue had a wave. This is a replay of last of white. Dylan up and riding, nice first turn. It gets the finish. Nice solid finishing turn from Dylan Wilcoxon. And this is a surfing blue Taki Kanazawa, just quick in and out. So a few scores locked in already. 4.0 for the first wave for Raiki, and Taki's first wave comes in at 4.75. So Taki got a best out of the first exchange.
Yeah, I was going to say, you probably see Dylan's coming in around the same as Taki's and comes in just above, so 4.85. But to find the 2-turner out there, yeah, that's a win. That's a big bonus to have that.
Definitely. In the last heat, we've seen Yuji Nishi scored 8.0 with just 2 solid turns on his back end. So, just like you said, 2-turn will do the job.
Yuji was such a standout yesterday afternoon as well. He had such sharp wave selection, and then he really just didn't hold back. He really just looked like he was super confident in himself, his equipment, his decision-making skills. So, yeah, Yuji, he's definitely one to watch.
Definitely, he's stand out in his competition, but he did a great job in Taiwan as well. Something clicks, I think, and then he just now focused so much like good vibe around him. So yeah, he's the one to watch, that's for sure.
Oh, I mean, he's part of such a talented family, similar to Dylan Wilcoxon. He's obviously got a really talented family as well. And then Taki with his older brother Roy, who we saw in competition as well. Believe we're going to see him in the last heat of the day. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see him there. So yeah, a lot of strong families coming out of the Asia region.
Right. That's right. Yeah, pretty much everyone has brother or sisters competing in the same event. That's amazing thing.
So many. Even you think of Shohei.
Yeah.
You know, he's got a really talented family. Obviously, then we have Danny Widianto and his sister Dia, who both compete in short and longboarders. So yeah, it's the surfing and the genes and the talent runs deep throughout this part of the world. It's cool.
Definitely. You know, always it's great to have your brother, you know, as your travel buddy or like sister. I have brother who used to surf. We travel a lot quite a long time ago, so that was definitely a good time. But on screen we have live action. Dylan floats the section, trying to get one more turn in, but decided not to, just kick out. And we have surfer in blue, 金沢滝バックサイドスプレーを大きく上げていきます。一発二発入れていきますが前に出てこれない。
Taki is such an emotional surfer.
He is.
He's got so many emotions. He's not scared to show him either. If he's frustrated, you'll know. You know, he's just the kind of guy who just wears his heart on his sleeve. I like it.
And this is Made Ariana up and riding his second wave. Just nice stream to down the line. Guess take to this air. That was a straight air. That was the first straightie I've watched from this event. That's a sick air from Made Ariana. Well, love to see the replay on that one.
Yeah,
that was a beautiful straightie.
Yeah, he's looking sharp. Pajar, as he's also called by a lot of his friends, fellow compatriots, family. This was a sick air here. You look like he was going to go left and then redirected, just started building speed, connected perfectly with the lip, just for a quick pop there. So cool to see Pajar. You know, he's obviously looking super confident, super comfortable, and this was a good call to start to redirect, because this had a nice bowl. And why not go to the air? That was sick. Frontside grab there for Pajar. So yeah, he's going to lock in a nice score.
That was really great surfing from, you know, Made Ariana. So while waiting for that last of green, we're going to go head over to Camille with the last heat winner.
Thank you, guys. So over here, I am with Eugene Nishi, and we're going to try something very simple. I'm just going to let you choose, like Japanese or English?
Japanese.
Japanese. Okay, so rail game or air game?
Rail game. Rail game.
Rail game. And with that last heat, did you do more rail work or air game? Is that something you focused on based on the conditions that we just had? How did you just win that heat?
この風が結構強くて、エアセクションがあんまり自分的にはないなと思っていて、で比較的個人的にはターンの方がすごくやりやすくて、でそこでしっかり一発一発集中して当てに行けてしっかり6点出せたので良かったです。
Okay, so I'm grasping a little bit of that, just like looking for air sections. I will be able to translate that for us. So back to the simple Q&A. Epoxy, carbon, or PU?
Epoxy carbon.
A mix of epoxy carbon. Love that. Can you give us a bit of a tour of the board? Let's see. What board is it? What are you riding?
It's a JS Zero Gravity Hi-Fi 3.
And fin setup. Do you do thruster, quads?
Thruster, aromatic. Yeah.
All right, one last. Filipino food or Japanese food?
Philippine food.
Filipino food, really? Okay, name one Filipino dish that you like.
I don't know. Yeah, adobo chicken, very good. Adobo, pork adobo, very good. Yeah.
All right, pork adobo for our last heat winner, Eugene Nishi. Adobo wa oishii desu ka?
Adobo wa oishii desu.
Okay, thank you for hanging out with us and being so cool. And I'm looking forward to seeing you surf some more heats. Omedetou gozaimasu. Back to live action.
Thank you so much, Camille.
Okay, I heard oishi in there, which means yummy.
Yes.
The food is good? Is that what she said?
Yep, exactly.
Oh my gosh. Call me a translator.
Filipino food is good. That's exactly what he said. But back to live action. We have Taki Kanazawa up and riding. Kanazawa Taki 現在2位のポジション。ここでレイバックを見せてきます。ただ前には出てこれませんでした。So back to the post interview, he was saying that he preferred rail game than the air game because of the wind. So he kind of wanted to have the rail game and turns, and that's exactly what he did, and he got the 8.0.
Yeah, he's looking super sharp. Oh, Pajar.
Another air attempt from Pajar, Mother Ariana. So last wave from Pajar comes in at a 5.0, one straight air. So great score to start with.
Yeah, best wave of the heat.
So far, 5.0 is a keeper, I think. And this is a reply of last of White Dylan.
Oh, he's got such a cool style here. Took
Wow.
to an air reverse and landed nice and clean in the flats there for Dylan. So he's so young. He's got so much talent. And then Taki. Put it on rail. This one having a bit of a weird start to it, so it's making him work hard through this inside. Great looking layback, but you could see there was a double ridge in that wave, so unfortunately couldn't get over in front of it. And then what went wrong here? Popped, connected, had the spin. You could see his body landed away from his board, not over the top of it. So he came disconnected. But Keithy, Kyoshiro Suda coming up next.
Well, he's very focused right now. But yeah, I wanted to always ask, why do you guys call him Keithy?
Keith. So
Keith.
He came to. I actually didn't call him that. I can't take the credit. It was Joel and Saxon, Saxon Reba and Joel Vaughan. He went and stayed with them for the Surfest.
Oh, right,
Newcastle. 2 years ago, and Kyoshiro was staying with Joel, and I think Joel's dad or Saxon's dad was having trouble saying their name, so he goes, I'm just going to give you an Aussie name, call you Keith.
Oh,
and it's just stuck. So that's his Aussie name, Keithy, and we just all call him Keith. We go, Keith, how you going? So
that's super nice.
Yeah, every time I see him, I'm like, Keithy. I kind of flip between the two, Kyoshiro or Keith. But Keith. It's funny.
I'm going to call him Keith then.
He loves it. He loves it. Oh, literally. Every time I text him on Instagram, I'm like, hey, Keithy.
That's sick. Sick to have nickname in Australia.
Yeah.
Everyone loves put the nicknames on someone. So
everyone loves a nickname. Like my nickname for you is Daiwako, my favorite surfer. Like that's my nickname.
That's the longest nickname I've heard.
And then that was Hirota Arai. Yes. Giada was telling me that he's almost been on the QS for 20 years.
Almost, yes.
Wow.
Almost 20 years. He is, has a lot of experience. But Dylan, up and riding, he's still young generation, but he took out a win at the NEAS Pro QS6000. And the last wave for Dylan, the one single air reverse, 6.00. So that is a healthy number for Dylan Wilcoxon.
It had to go there. It had really nice loft, had a quick rotation, and landed in the flats, which is tricky. You have to be ready to bounce back from those. And he just made it look so easy. It was a really silky, smooth landing. So yeah, Dylan looking sharp.
増田来輝2本目のライディングになります。3.78 が必要です。1発、そして2発スプレーを上げながら、これは確実に決めてきました。Another beautiful ride from Raiki Masuda. Great two-turn combo, throwing a lot of sprays. So definitely it'll be a good number. Needing 3.76 at the moment, but we have Ariana up and riding on his backhand. Nice first turn, gets a vertical on the last section. So great combination again from Made.
Yeah, looking really good. 2 nice turns there. He's going to back up that 5 really well. He's going to drop that 1 definitely. Raiki getting himself back in the heat. So I feel like this is a really evenly matched heat. Everyone's surfing with similar pace. Everyone really wanting to get the result here. This was Dylan's just beautiful 4-turner here. Obviously got that really nice start and then started to re-bowl through this inside section. Found himself with another, just with some more room to work with. And then off the end of this wave, so this is the same wave, but just down the beach a little bit, Taki getting some work done. Super vertical stab on that last effort there. So then we're going to see him jump out. And then Raiki. I've been really impressed with Raiki over this last run of competition. He looks really sharp and composed. Those two turns, although there was a less amount of turns
Right.
than Taki and Dylan's, I actually preferred that wave. And then this was the last one of Pajar. Great first turn. Got to this section a little bit late, but did really well to get the damage done that he did. It had a lot of grunt, had a bit of push behind it. I loved Raiki's wave the most out of all of them.
Same,
I
right.
just felt like it had a lot of passion in it.
And we have, this is a reply of last of Taki. Nice layback turn, but this time he hold on to it, and he likes it. A little bit of, what do you call this?
Finger snap.
Finger snaps. So that was a beautiful layback turn from Taki. You know, just tail release, pushing the back foot so much, but somehow he just hold on to it.
Yeah, I like that. You know, he fell on one previous to that, so he's regained. We've got some scores to lock in. So last of Raiki judges not loving it as much as we did.
Right, 3.75. So that's his second wave. Now he's sitting in the fourth place, needing 4.46. We are still waiting for the last wave from Taki. Well, we have Taki's last wave, 5.75. Enough to put him into the second. On screen we have Hiroya Miwa, who is also the A guy, practicing in the wave pool pretty much every day. He's coaching there as well, so he's a very talented guy. Up against Kyoshiro Keith Suda. And we have up and riding again Taki. Non-stop action from Taki. Big first turn. Unfortunately, didn't get a good, finishing turn, but still 5.75 for the single layback turn. And now Made Ariana in the third place, needing 5.51. Raiki Masuda now needs 6.50. Pretty decent scores for the requirement.
Yeah, Taki here trying to better his situation again. So last wave, 5.75 for that big layback. Not feeling like that one will go into the top two. And Raiki goes for the air reverse with a quick spin out of it too. So he wasn't happy with the 3.75 he got. So he's like, fine, I'll jump on the bandwagon. I'll start popping some airs as well.
He was sticking to the turns, but decided to go to the air and makes it. Comes in at 4.60. On screen we have Kaiki Yamanaka. He's a very talented guy. He surfs great. He does filming, photography. He does make films, surf films as well. He does a lot of things. He produces clothes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, he's a busy
really
man.
Busy man, super busy man.
Yeah, and he competes. All in one day's work. Yeah, so many talented Japanese surfers who have outside of surfing talents as well. Obviously, we spoke about it earlier, Kokona with Kokona Designs with her own surfboard company. Obviously, then we have Kaiki just doing all of the above with the filming, the clothing label. I feel like it's really cool to see a lot of the Japanese competitors branching out and giving themselves multiple careers. I feel like it's really cool, and we see a lot happening in the Japanese competitive world.
Right, definitely. It's safe to have some other career on your way, because competing, if you can compete like Kelly Slater, then you can surf until like 50 in the competition, but that's not really happening to everyone. So
no, he's one of a kind. Yeah.
It is a great idea, and it's smart to have another career to have in your life.
Yeah, another pathway there. It's not a plan B, and it's not a just in case. Like a lot of these guys, like it's a big passion. It was the same for True and I. We didn't do commentating as a plan B. We just loved it just as much as competing.
That's right,
no matter what we ended up doing, we we're going to be stoked. And there's so many different people. Even thinking of one of our judges here, Ren Hashimoto, she competed on some of the highest stages. She was in the prime events, the QS1000s, and now she judges on the championship tour level. So it's cool to see that there's so many different people dabbling in more, and I feel like it's more prevalent now than it's ever been.
Definitely, everyone has. I wouldn't call it second career, because, like you said, it's not plan B. It's as passionate as your surfing competition. So it's not plan B, and people have the skill sets to do everything these days.
Honestly, even someone who was on the championship tour, William Cardoso, he now judges. So I think it's really cool.
Yeah, and well, back to the live action, we have Raikim set up and riding. He likes it. Pretty great two-turn combo from Raiki, needing 5.90, pretty much 6. That's what he requires to go into the second. We are about reaching a 5-minute mark on the clock.
Yeah, I like that 2 turns there from Raiki. He was really feeling it as well. So he feels like it's going to go there. It's going to get the score. He's at least telling the judges he feels that way. Dylan Wilcoxon, he's just crept out to the lead. He's holding down a 6 in that 4.85, and he's kind of done that quite sneaky. Hasn't caught that many waves. Here we go, Pajar.
Pajar up and riding, floats the section, nice projection. Wow, generating a lot of speed, just, waiting for the section to stand up, but unfortunately couldn't quite find a ramp that he was looking for.
Yeah, Pajar, so talented, obviously competes and represents Indonesia in the ASC events over there. Took a win, I'm pretty sure, 2 years ago, last year, in the Maldives for the Asian Surf Championships. He was so switched on that event. There was no stopping him, really. And from Serangan, a pretty cool part over there in Bali, and I love that wave. It is so fun. So yeah, it's cool hanging out with a lot of the Indonesians, even Giada, who lives in Bali, and it's giving me the itch. I want to go back to Bali and surf those perfect waves over there.
It's such a great feel to practice surfing in Bali. There's so many different waves, and everywhere you go, it feels like you're different in a different country.
Oh, it's epic.
And we have Madarian up and riding again, needing a 5.51 on his backhand. Takes to the sky, gets a rotation, but kind of catching the rail on the top of the wave. So goes down. But last wave for Raiki comes in at a 4.25, so it's not enough. Still needing 5.90 to go into the second. Almost 3 minutes remaining in this heat.
Oh, where did this heat go? My goodness, that flew by.
Goes so quick in this heat. Everyone's catching a lot of waves.
We haven't had another 52 wave heat.
Right, yet.
Yet. Yeah, I feel like the judges are like, please not again. Please don't do it to us again. Obviously, it's cool with these short period swells. We get to see our competitors on their feet a lot. But it feels like today, just with it being slightly bigger, you can see everyone being a little bit more selective.
Right.
This last wave for Pajar here, could see him build speed down the line. He check turned to gain some more. We knew he was going to go to the air, but where he landed, it was right on the top of the wave. It didn't have a lot of energy to push him back down. So Pajar, he's looking for more Raiki down the beach now.
増田来輝、この波で 5.90 をスコアしたかった。ただ、波があまり、掘れたセクションがなかったようです。キックアウトして、また次の波へと狙いを定めています。残り時間が2分。Well, 2 minutes left. So time is taking a lot of pressures. Building up for Raiki and Made Ariana.
Yeah, Taki, I feel like Taki and Dylan have just really sneaky gone into first and second. I mean, they've surfed a great heat. Taki with that big layback, but they haven't been on their feet a lot in this heat in comparison. Well, actually, Taki's had the most amount of waves, so I can't really talk. But don't you think like you're just like, oh, wow, maybe they haven't had a wave in a while, so you're like, oh.
They've been sitting there for quite a long time now because Dylan has first priority, Taki has second priority. So with the 1 minute 15 seconds, probably Taki will play some defense from now, just trying to follow wherever Made Ariana goes. Just stay close to Pajar right now, making sure he's not getting any good waves, but Pajar needs 5.51, which is a decent, but Pajar is capable of getting those scores. But looks like Dylan is up and riding. Floats the section. Nice projection. It gets the rotation, but unfortunately didn't come out of it.
That's exactly what he was needing, though. Got a lot of pop and tail height on that one there, but Yeah, he's pretty well safe into that next round. There's 30 seconds to go. Taki currently in second, obviously has that priority, so he'll probably play defense to Raiki and Pajar at this point. Raiki looking deep on this one.
Important way for Raiki Masuda, needing 590. So Taki uses his priority over Raiki. Played well from Taki. 10 seconds on the clock. Little bit of frustration from Madariana. So it's safe to say Dylan and Taki will move through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. That was a great heat, great surfing, great airs. So we're gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back after the break with a lot of actions for men's round of 16 heat number 3.
Let's get started. Let's go.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Day 3 almost rounding out for what has been a huge week of competition over here at Sabang Beach in Baler in the beautiful Aurora of the Philippines. We've got round of 16 heat number 3 right now. Hiroya Miwa in the red, Hirota Arai in the blue, Kiyoshiro Suda in the white, and Kaiki Yamanaka in the green, and all Japanese heat. So we're going to see 2 Japanese men moving on through to the quarterfinals no matter what. We just saw one do the same thing in the last heat. We're straight in here. Hiroto going vertical on this first section. He's going to go again and get a nice inside bowl here and does not hold back. This is a great looking wave here for Hiroto Arai. Taking me, Jessie Starling, through this heat alongside me, Camille Pillar. Welcome back in. It's been an exciting matchup for the men's round of 16 so far.
Yes, it's been quite the afternoon, hasn't it? And right now on deck we have an all Japanese crew, and it just seems like they're surfing a national circuit event at this point, because it also looks like one of the beach breaks in Japan. So taking us through here, Hirota Arai on his opening salvo, just very sharp on his backhand as the section steepen up for him, and able to finish that. He got a good 3, 4, 5 turns in there. And here's another one of Hiroya Miwa's opening wave, just one big turn, and scores are about to lock in. But like I said, here's another guy looking very comfortable on this beach break. Comes out of the full rotation confidently, Kyoshiro Suda. So how good are these Japanese on beach break waves?
Yeah, they look right at home. They definitely are confident. Hiroya having a look here, wanting that one to double up. Like you mentioned, got a 4.75 for that air reverse that we saw. Got a nice amount of pop on that one. Hiroto kicking us off with the highest wave score so far. It's a 5.5. A 4 for Kaiki Yamanaka. Waiting for Kiyoshiro's first score to lock in. And we're not going to muck around, because we want to know what was going through Dylan Wilcoxon's head. Di is going to let us know what's happening, because he's on the glass with him right now.
Well, nice air reverse to start. You know, you control from start to the end, so that was a great surfing and that was great heat. So how is the condition and how was the heat?
Yeah, it's a little smaller than yesterday, a little tricky, but it was still super fun and stoked to make my heat.
How is your plan? You're just aiming for the air or like more like turns?
Yeah, I was watching it from the beach. I was seeing there's a couple of good ones wide, and I just decided to sit there. And first wave, I want to do a couple of turns, and if the second one's good for an air, I'll go for an air, and that's what I did. And
Yeah, that's exactly what you did. And compared to your home break, it's totally different stuff. It's a beach break and peaks everywhere. You can pick anywhere, but back home it's like a reef point, powerful horror wave. So how do you adjust your surfing here?
yeah, it was pretty hard out here compared to the Manta. It's like hard to find a wave like this back home, but yeah, it's fun.
But still, you found the good waves here.
Yeah, still super fun.
And then this year is pretty big year for you because you just took out a win at Nies and a little bit of a struggle in the QS2000 in Japan. But how is this 2025 been so far?
Yeah, it's been super good. I started off pretty good with the Nias and kind of bogged a little bit in the Japan and stuff, but feels like I'm getting back in rhythm and getting better.
Now you're into the quarters. That's a big point. How do you feel about that?
Stoked.
Great. Lastly, is there anything you would like to say to your supporters, family, friends back home?
Ya, makasih semua di Kandui dan semua teman-teman saya dan semua sponsor saya untuk supportkan saya.
Right, thank you so much and good luck in the quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
Man, a few words, Dylan Wilcoxon, but it's cool to see, he's just staying cool, staying cruisy and calm. He obviously, like Di mentioned, had that really big win over in Nias, and he's so young still, 16 years old. So
Only
the fact that
16.
he had a win so early on in his career, I mean, the confidence that would have given him this year is incredible.
This is just practice rounds, they're going to develop into fully dangerous athletes in a couple more years, so that there is that big leap when you're 16 and then you turn 18 and finally you fill in and you're 21, 22, 24. So I hope he stays on tour, and it's really exciting to see what more he can bring to the table all day, Dylan.
All day Dylan into the quarterfinals. So he is... We'll take a look at the quarterfinal matchups because the first half of the quarters, they'll be set. We're going to see who's going to be filling the seeds for the second half of the quarters. Right now, though, this heat, Hiroya in the lead with a 4.75 and a 1.25. Kaiki's got a 4 and a 1.75, closely trailing. But that 5.5, it's definitely sitting as a bit of a point of difference right now for Hirota Hirai and Kiyoshiro or Keithy. He's got a 3.5 and a 1.8. We're looking at Hiroya paddle into this one here. He's got a bowl in front of him. He's a bit late to it. But I just think, he's trying to swing. He's just trying to set the pace for himself, set the tone for himself in this heat. Right now he's holding down the lead. He's trying to find more waves to back it up and take the pressure off.
Yes, and this is looking to be a higher scoring heat already, even with just so few waves ridden. We already have a 5.5 and a 4.75, and Hiroto Arai is trying to better that, even looking very sharp and critical, just unable to ride out of that one. But the work he did on the first part of that wave was very, very lethal. Very good to see that.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see. Everyone's starting to flare up and rise up. We got Kaiki Yamanaka out the back. He likes the look of this one. Paddling in pretty hard here. He's going to give us a slash to start off with. Really wants this one to bowl up. Beautiful technique. Just the way he uses that arm to bottom turn into a vertical finishing hit. So Kaiki not slowing down either. He's chasing down Hiroya for the lead, needing a 3.16. Now, I'm just looking at the early quarterfinals. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm looking at Keithy. He's going to be taking on this one, Kiyoshiro. A bowl to work with. Goes to the air. Goes down, unfortunately, for Kiyoshiro Suda. So right now, as we have a little bit of a moment, quarterfinal number 1, it looks like this. Yuji Nishi taking on Taki Kanazawa. And quarterfinal number 2, the old dog versus the young dog, Ria Inaba versus Dylan Wilcoxon. So,
wow.
4th quarterfinalist set. These guys want to get there as well. Last tier of Hiroto Camille.
I really love how he was able to weave himself through those sections. Unfortunately, just not able to claim that finish that he was working so hard for. And another guy trying to do much of the same, slightly smaller wave, not as fast, not much speed, but still able to get those tags in, and yeah, he gets the finish. So interesting to note what the judges will think of that. Another replay, we have Kyoshiro Suda on his forehand this time, just weaving through and goes to the air. It would have been a massive score should he just have been able to stick with that one.
Yeah, so Kyoshiro back to the drawing board right now. Hiroto, that last wave locks in. It's a 5-1. So the judges loving the work he got done before. Just that late hit to the third turn, but that second and first turn both had a lot of spice to it. So we knew it was going to be up there. So he's sitting pretty solid in the lead right now. All scores currently are in, waiting for one last for Kaiki. It's going to put him back into second. So Kaiki Yamanaka in second, looking for a 6-6. Hiroya chasing a 3-1-5, and the locals not just watching the surfing, they're enjoying it.
This is Jayward.
Yeah, I was going to say, that actually looks like Jayward Alciso.
Is he still in the draw?
No, unfortunately he's knocked out.
So now it's just all stoke and fun and games on the boardwalk.
Yeah, he's probably down here getting ready to watch Neil Sanchez and Marima, who will be coming up in heat number 4, the last heat of the day, against Danny Widianto and Kei Kobayashi. But take a look at those mountains. They play a pretty pivotal part here in the Philippines, as I've learned. They help to slow down typhoons.
Yes, they kind of break off the power of the wind, and the rain kind of gets diverted into, their in streams, and it flows down the rivers from the mountains. So without these natural structures, everything would just be demolished in the typhoon's path. So thank you, Sierra Madre Mountains. And another thing that Baler has that we haven't really mentioned is that we have a world-class skate park.
Really?
Baler has one of the few international level skate parks, so that's why you see a lot of skaters on the boardwalk too.
I love that. I'm learning more and more about this place every day. There's good food, beautiful people, really fun waves, the Sierra Madre Mountains, and as well now that we know, a really exceptional skate park. So do they have competitions on this skate park?
They do have local competitions, and in partnership with Skate Pilipinas, that is the local governing body in charge of these national rankings for skateboarding as well. I think last year we had Maisel Paris from half Filipina, half American, or she's full Filipina living in America, skating the bowl and the ramps, and it would be, here it is, I'm pulling up a picture for you, but it's Olympic level.
That's amazing. And then this on the drone angle right now is the other side. So we have the Sierra Madre, and then we come round to the south, and this is what we're looking at, and it's just a stunning coastline that continues to extend the beautiful Aurora region.
This right here is called Digusit Bay, and those are the Aniyao Islets. So that's like the most iconic figure when it comes to Baler. Like I keep mentioning that when you buy the souvenirs, on the t-shirts, on the keychains, it's really these formation of what looks to be 4 waves or like 4 fins in a row. So that's called the Aniyao Islets. So from here, see, that's what it looks like. But when you're at Sabang Beach, it looks way more like the rock at the back. You kind of see it. So it's like 4 waves.
Yeah, it looks like 4 waves when you're checking it out from the beach. But that is just stunning. I mean, it really is such a beautiful part of the world. I heard there's a really fun reef break out there as well on its day when you get out there. One of the local girls was telling me. So many waves on offer in this part of the world, and you can drive up or down the coast and score fun waves here.
That is true. There are way more spots that Baler has to offer, but on live action now.
Yeah, Hiroto goes up for that first whip here. He wants more down the line, so he's got a lot of speed driving off that back foot. You can see his knee really working hard here to gain some speed. He's going to go to the air. Can't quite connect with the lip here for Hiroto, so he's not going to better his situation, but we love the attack, the approach that he's giving us right now. But this has been a relatively quiet heat.
Yes, but I think Hiroto is doing the right thing here. Here's a replay. That first vertical tag looks very powerful. Nice, smooth little foam climb over there. As he tries to gain speed, this is gonna open up for him again. And yes, he wanted this. Takes to the air, becomes stuck. Not able to finish, but as we saw on that last wave, the judges actually really love that 5.10. So work has been done in the first half of the wave. You still get massive points.
Now we're going to take a look at back to where we are. So this is Sabang Beach. We're pretty much right down to the bottom right of your screen at this point. But you can just see this stretch of coastline. It's got a great city on it. But then you look inland and there's these gorgeous mountains. And you can actually go and hike that mountain range.
Yes, you can. Good hiking trails, good camping spots. So overall, Baler is just known for that raw energy of nature, whereas other spots have that more bohemian, tropical vibe. Baler is for everything raw and massive and powerful, such as that opening hack from Hiroya's next wave over here, and not able to finish that completely, and he is chasing after a 3.15 that might not be the one he needs to better his situation.
No, it feels like he's probably going to be chasing a little bit more at this point. We're past the 10-minute mark though, so 15 minutes gone in this heat. I know, crazy. And it's funny, there's been 15 waves caught in this heat, and we're saying it's a quiet heat. We're just used to seeing so many more. And then this is the beautiful town of Baler, Aurora.
That's where we are. We're in a room somewhere in the building in the middle.
Yeah, behind where the scaffold is. So we have the judges tower right out the front of where the surfers are. There's a great town right behind us. Lots of restaurants, lots of different options, great coffee, great food. And we are really lucky to have Costa Pacific as one of the sponsors this year, and they're on board. They're actually letting us all stay here.
Yes.
And
thank you, Costa.
It's cool because this time last week they were in they had a pretty big typhoon. So the fact that they turned this all around so quickly and are still letting us come and watch the best surfers in the world compete, it's pretty cool.
Correct. That was actually a super typhoon with wind speeds really going way up there in scale. And even last night, everyone's talking about a storm. The wind was pretty strong. I was walking down the street, and if I didn't fight back, I think the wind would have been able to topple me over.
Yeah, the storm last night was crazy. The wind was howling. It feels like it almost circulates here, where we get these really clean offshore winds. We get this midday cross shore, and then we get a howling onshore by the afternoon. It's really interesting, actually. It's been the exact same every single day.
Yes, so very consistent, and that's why Baler is one of those rare playing fields where you can host both a QS and an LQS. It doesn't happen very often. That's what I gather from what everyone has been saying so far. So apart from Baler, there are a few other spots that can host both longboard and shortboard events, and of course, there's the wave pool.
Yes. Obviously, we saw Korea host both, but that's a wave pool. As far as ocean places go, there's only a few that I can think of in the likes of Huntington, Bells Beach. They have a longboard event, and obviously the championship tour event at Bells Beach. La Union.
Yes, La Union.
You know, there's not a lot of places around the world where you get to see this kind of cross-pollination between the two. We get to experience shortboard and longboards in one 24-hour day. You know, we've already seen longboards compete today. Now we're back to the shortboards. And we're about 32 minutes away from deciding our quarterfinalists. And we're going to see them compete tomorrow. Obviously, 4,000 points on the line for our shortboards, 1,000 points on the line for our longboards. So this is a high-pressure event.
It is. A lot is at stake, which is why no matter the wave conditions, these athletes are just known to give it their all, and giving it his all right now. Finishing off that section with an aggressive hack is Hiroya Miwa. I think he will be saying goodbye to his 2.4 with that one.
Yeah, I think that's a 3.5 every day of the week. I really do feel like the 3.15. I really do think that that's the score there for Hiroya. Kiyashiro, he's been unusually quiet in this heat. He obviously won his heat earlier today. He's chasing a 4.4. I feel like that requirement might go up once we see this score lock in for Hiroya. So no indications just yet, but 6 minutes to go. Everyone being a little bit more picky in this heat. They've actually decided, no, I'm going to be a bit picky. Here we go. Kyoshiro looking like he's going to make a move here. Here, this is a committed paddle. He might even get a pretty nice bowl on this one. He's going to have to work to get over this lump here. He's got a section. He's going to take to the air, but goes down. So he now needs a 4.56. Last of Hiroya. It got him the score. It was a 3-3. So now Kaiki needs a 4.06 on this wave. Slash into a finishing turn combo.
That was so good.
4.06, Camille. Are you seeing it going there?
It might. It might just be the score he needs. And let's take a look at it again. So quick trim up. Nice first opening hack. Gathers more speed, a bit more variety in his turn rounder. And that was the punctuation mark we were looking for. A bit more critical. That's the way I see it. And here is that replay from Kyoshiro. He's trying to get to this double up section. And he did the right thing, I think. But just missing the landing.
Yeah, so Kyoshiro, he's going for it, but he still needs more because last wave of Kaiki, you were right, it's a 4.8. So now Kaiki Yamanaka goes back to second, Hiroya back to third. So it was a brief moment of reprieve. Now he's chasing a 4.06, Kyoshiro a 5.3. 4 minutes 40. Hiroto's been winning this heat since the very first wave. Kaiki is getting closer to edging towards him though.
And Hiroto is using his priority really well. He doesn't really need to chase after another big score, but with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left, you know, there's just a couple more waves to roll in, and he's confident to let the other surfers get the small runners like this one that Hiroya is on, bringing in more of the same energy from that 4.8. So the judges really rewarding just the spirit he brought on with that last wave, commitment. And I think that was not as high as the 4.8, but sorry, 4.8 was Kaiki Yamanaka. So Hiroya is looking at removing a 3.3 from his roster. Here's another look. Just see.
Yeah, nice second turn. I'm not super duper convinced by that wave. I mean, he got 3 turns in, but it was late to every section, unfortunately. He's got really cool body torque in his turns. He does a last minute tweak out the back. Comes in, it betters, but ever so slightly. It's a 3.4, so still chasing that 4.06 here. And Kaiki, he is paddling straight down towards him. He is not going to leave him an inch right now. With just over 3 minutes to go. Kyoshiro, a 5.3 is the requirement right now. You can see he's miles down the beach. So when I went out before, I could not believe how far down the beach the surfers were surfing.
There are just way too many peaks to choose from, actually, and we're just seeing one small section of the expanse that is the entirety of Sabang Beach. And this is just one part of the coastline, really. And if you just zoom out of this scene a bit further, you'd even get a glimpse of this huge river, and there's a nice river mouth that is actually a known right-hander.
Really?
Yes.
No way, just to the south of the beach.
If we tilt this a bit, yes. A bit to... Where am I pointing?
I think that's the south.
Yes.
Yeah. Where
am I pointing? Yeah.
I just use the ocean as my compass.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty cool place. You know, we obviously don't have the biggest waves this week, but the surf, the banks, really establishing that it looks really fun. This is a really committed paddle here. Hiroto, he's up and riding. Clicks with this first section. Gets another one in, but he wants a bit more steep face. Late to the party again, so pretty late to all of those sections there. Had great speed, great commitment and tempo, but nothing vertical. And the judges will hinder the score for that.
Well, he's not really chasing after a score, so even though that was a throwaway wave, it's still another wave ridden with just 4 people out. So good catch for Hiroto nonetheless. And it's funny, I was walking down the boardwalk earlier, so we do say that the waves are on the smallish end, but the tension and the nerves are actually sky high. Whereas a couple of weeks ago, we were in Cloud 9, and it was massive and barreling, but the vibes were actually kind of chill. People were cheering and shouting and hooting and smiling.
Yeah, the vibes were so chill at Siargao. Kyoshiro bogs a little bit on that first turn. Goes down, unfortunately, for Keithy. So he's got 55 seconds to try and find himself another wave. Hiroto, he's looking like he's taken that last wave in. He's going to take home the win and a spot into the quarterfinals. But look at this battle between Kaiki and Hiroya. They are so close to each other. And Kaiki, obviously with priority, he is going to play defense for the next 35 seconds.
He's not going to let anyone get a good wave at this point. And what did you say Kyoshiro's nickname was?
Oh, we call him Keith.
Keith.
It's like his Aussie nickname that
Okay.
we've given him. I unwantingly given him. he just gets called Keith now. Hiroto, bit of a full roundhouse here, but nothing crazy. I feel like that was just more of a personal wave that he was going to take through. 5 seconds to go here, Camille. That was probably our quietest heat that we've had all event long.
Yes, less than 30 waves ridden?
Way less.
Oh, wait. No, that's still quite a lot. But still, the action continues to rise here as we go to our final heat of the day. Be right back after a short break.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going goals for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see the end. How could I live without you? You were there since the beginning. Let me see what you see in me. Let me be who you want me to be. 'Cause I know through it all, you see like what I'm fighting for. 'Cause I know through it all, you see like what I'm fighting for. You see like what I'm fighting for.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Are we saving the best for last? The last heat that we will run for today is looking pretty stacked. So we have current rankings leader Kei Kobayashi in white, local hero Neil Sanchez in blue, Siargao hero John Mark Tokong in green, and yes, Indonesian hero. It's a battle of heroes. Danny Widianto from Indonesia in red. So it's going to be a pretty close fight, I think, and everyone's just itching to show off what they're made of. I am Camille Pilar, and in the booth with me is my smoothie queen, Gia Legazzi.
But no smoothies today, unfortunately. Ran out. Just shows the high caliber of smoothies. Everyone wants one. On your screen, though, replays. Kei Kobayashi, nice start here. big blast to get things underway. That was a 3. Then straight behind him was Neil Sanchez. 0.65, I think, for this one. Never mind. That's definitely not a 0.65. That is a score we have not seen yet. And Danny Widianto as well got things rolling for his heat for round of 16.
Wow, he also makes that one. And another one from Kay. Oh my gosh, that was just super exciting to watch. I told you, save the best for last. But before that, live action Marama also taking it to the air. And we also have a post-heat interview. But wow, what a flurry of scores. That's looking super sharp. Kei Kobayashi on his backhand. 2 great whacks on that wave. But let's get back to it. I have to catch my breath. That was also breathtaking and exciting. So on to you on the glass. Post-heat winner.
では、見事第1位通過をしました。ヒート振り返ってみてまずはどうですか？
そうですね、なんかこういろんなところで割れてて、こう波のチョイスもたくさんあったんですけど、その中で探していいの乗れればいいなと思ったんで、でも最初に2本セット乗れて点数出せたんで、結構安心してヒートを進められましたね。
ヒートを通して1人だけウェーブマグネットのようにいるところに波来てたなという感じなんですが、動いて乗ろうとしたのか、もしくは一つの場所で待っていたのか、どちらの作戦だったんですか？
いや、なんかこう5分前に入った時にセットポンポンってきて、でみんな前のヒートの選手手前にいるのにもっと沖から乗れそうだったんで、25分あるしセット待ってみようと思って結構バッと置きに行ったら1本目からいいの乗れて、でそしたらもう1本これ乗ればいいやと思ってゆっくり待って、そしたらもう来たんでよかったですね、めっちゃ。
もちろんその波回りもいいのもあったんですが、板もすごく走っているような印象でした。トロイセクションがある中で板が進んでいってしっかり前のセクションに出ていくようなサーフィンだったんですが、板はどんな板でどういう特徴があるんですか？
これは EPS のハーフカーボンで表だけカーボンを置いて巻いてもらってて、でかなりこれずっと調子よくて、今年の後半戦ずっとこのハーフカーボンの板乗ってて、で特に今回ハーフカーボンでもコナミ用のモデルのハーフカーボンに乗ってたんで、かなりここの波とも相性も良くて、トロイセクションでも走ってくれて、でかなり自分にしては分厚めな板なんでフローもあってすごい調子いいです、これは。
Well, he's loving this half carbon surfboard, where he used this surfboard in pretty much all the competition in the last half of the season, and he kind of in a good rhythm with the ocean, and he managed to get a good set, and that's how he got through that heat, and he's pretty stoked to get through the heat. それでは後半戦になっています。残り2戦というところでクォーターファイナルまで駒を進めるのはかなり大きな、一歩だったと思いますが、そのあたりについてどう考えてますか？
そうですね、もう後半戦になってきてるんで、かなりランキングの点数とかも固まってきてるんですけど、一個一個楽しんで、優勝したらまたひっくり返せる可能性あると思うんで、そこを目指しながら一個一個集中して、いいサーフィンといい波を乗れたらいいなと思います。
日本人選手よくジャパニーズレストランに行ってると思うんですけど会いましたね、僕らも今日もジャパニーズフード食べるんですか？
そうですね、結構このバレアは日本食の美味しいレストランが結構多いし、コーヒーも美味しいんで、食の方でもかなり安心して試合に臨めてるんで、かなり最高な場所です。
最後にじゃあメッセージの方お願いします。
ありがとうございます。明日につなげられたんで、明日からまた集中していいサーフィン見せていこうと思うんで、またライブの方で応援よろしくお願いします。
明日も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。ありが
とうございます。
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. So half carbon is Hirata's weapon of choice and looking really sharp out there. But wow, we just have some really massive scores dropping during that interview. Kei Kobayashi's last wave was a 5.10 and Dani Widianto just stamping down his presence in this heat with a 5.0 and a 4.85, taking the lead right now onto the early parts of this heat. But not to discount John Mark Tokong, who also has a 3.5, and Neil Sanchez with a 4. And what did we just see?
John Mark Tokong, just as you were saying, it took to the air as well. Went straight off the bat. got a really nice reverse, but he's gonna be getting rid of that 0.5 really soon. So we've got a little bit of an air show happening here. Everyone's doing those reverses. Everyone wants to get their name into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Here are a couple replays. So this is the last of red. Danny Widianto, big tail high reverse, lands it, doesn't even bother with that inside section. Kei Kobayashi, nice snap there off the top, gets around this section, then gets to that open clean face. Two big backhand blasts there that just give him that 5.10. This is the one we saw earlier of John Martagong, also known as Maramar, the king of Cloud9.
It almost feels like we're watching a surf movie. Those are all nice clips, good parts, and on live action, Danny taking it to the air again. He's feeling it. You can see in his body language, as well as Marama. Like you said, we have an air show in front of us.
Yeah, Danny straight to the flats on that one. That was some great stuff. I'm loving how confident Danny's looking. As we've said a few times, he's one of those surfers who's been double dipping. Unfortunately bowed out early in the longboard, but he is making his revenge now in the shortboard, showing that he wants to be part of this. He wants to be into finals day. So he is 1 foot into that gate.
This is almost feeling like a finals heat. I have to check what heat this is. We're only in the round of 16, and after this it will be man-to-man quarterfinal matchups. So unfortunate for us to see two of these very talented surfers get eliminated, because I'm cheering for all of them.
All right, this is Neil Sanchez, replay that we missed earlier. Two big swooping carves there. Takes to the air, to the flats, was able to ride out of it. Behind him, Danny, nice 360, and this is where we caught up with him. Boom, straight to the flats as well. So it is back to back. We're waiting for scores for all four surfers. Kei Kobayashi, current #1 in the Asian leaderboard. Big hack there, really laid into it. This is really starting to heat up for our last heat of the day.
And we're not quite done yet, because surfer in green, Marama, also taking it to the air, not to be left behind, and that was super exciting. Back to live action, Kay at it again, traveling the distance with that one. He probably saw that the other competitors were taking it to the air as he was trying to secure his rail game first in the first two waves, but now he's in it. He also booked his tickets to fly. This is yeah, it's starting to feel like a stab high event. Kei Kobayashi, that was his last one. Goes tail high on that full rotation. And another replay. What'd you think of this?
Just a quick up and out there, just a little floater. His last score came in at a 6-point ride. Shoots his lead even more, making life a little more difficult now for Neil, Kei, and Maramar. But still many scores to come through. Kei Kobayashi only needing a 4.21, and it's looking like his last score is going to be what he's looking for. Replay of Neil Sanchez now. Tip to the air, unfortunately, gets unstuck there. This is Marmar again. Just taking a quick look at that one. So lots of ride. I'm feeling like we're going to get into that 40 waves ridden range again.
Yes, we are. And I wonder what everyone had for lunch, because everyone's boosting. There must have been something in the water or the juice, the coconut juice that everyone's been having. See those nice coconut leaves in the background. So have you had yourself a good buko juice or coconut juice?
Not
lately?
yet, but I have one in my room waiting for me.
Oh.
It's in my fridge. I saved it from yesterday, so hopefully it's still good to drink.
I love your travel hacks. So this morning you saved 2 boiled eggs from the buffet to eat for later, and now you also have a bottle of buko juice waiting for you.
It's not my first rodeo.
Okay, and it's been super exciting. We already have super high scores, impressive surfing from this round of 16. And again, Danny Widianto charging on this wave, finds another ramp, goes on the rotation and tries to ride out of this cleanly, and he does not fall, but still not as not as smooth as we are used to seeing him. And here's the replay, Giada.
All right, so I'm loving it. You can see him eye this section down. I'm loving how Danny just isn't afraid to go big on those meaty sections. He, unfortunately, I personally think is going to be called an incomplete. Wasn't able to fully ride out of it. The judges want to see you in front of the whitewash in full control. No doggy pats
No
to
doggy
try
pats.
to make it out. So that would have been a score close to his 6 because that air was really inverted. His tail was upside down. So beautifully done from Danny Williams.
Oh my gosh, I would just be trembling to be in this heat right now because everyone's just so good and getting better and better, and it makes you wonder if we're even surfing the same spot as the previous heats because this heat is not quiet at all.
Yeah, so Kay did go into second position after his last wave. It is Neil Sanchez and Maramar, the two local boys, with a bit of work to do.
Ooh, a bit tough, but still very exciting to watch. This is what good surfing is all about, where it's a toss-up, it's anyone's game. There are no clear favorites. In fact, everyone is a favorite, and you know, this is a heat I love to see. I'm just happy to be here to have front row seats to this kind of action.
We do, and there we have Keiko Bayashi, interestingly taking his own area. You know, he's way more down the line than the other surfers. Neil Sanchez now.
Wow, he really knows how to find the good ones here. Unfortunately, the wind did not work to his favor that time, just losing a bit of momentum as he took to the air. Perhaps losing a bit of zing, but as you said, he has work to do. A 4.95 is not impossible. He was already able to snag a 5.3.
Yeah, he can throw those big scores down. He knows what they feel like. He's been around competing internationally. He's represented Philippines a few times. I remember seeing him in Mahalbaripuram earlier this year at the ASF, and he had a great performance. Team Philippines is always one of my favorites to see in those international events.
Love that.
Yeah, they're always happy and very energetic and always dancing or singing, so it's great to have them around. Keiko Bayashi moving a little closer maybe to the other competitors, hearing some of those big scores go down. But I think it's smart that he's just in his own space. He doesn't want to get too involved, but he is in second. So maybe he's going to start moving over and creating a little bit of pressure. These could be some mind games that he knows. Keiko Bayashi is one of those surfers that's been around for a really long time, and he is a deadly competitor.
He looks super young as well, huh? I'm not sure how young our competitors are.
I would like to say he's maybe my age. He's maybe 25.
Wow, okay, so super young.
Oh, thank you.
Not your first rodeo, but here it is. Also used to rodeos is Maramat Tokong, just not throwing himself there.
Whoa.
Kind of going fully horizontal, not vertical as he lies down on the whitewash. Does not get detached from his board, but I don't know if that made a score.
A little bit of a Clay Marzo move there from
Clay Marzo.
Maramar.
Love him. Yeah.
But there we have it, a bit of a shift in the lineup. Everyone moving around, creating opportunity. Maramar really completely, his back foot just completely came off his tail pad there. He managed to get back on. Keiko Bayashi did some work on the other side. Big blast there. He is looking sharp and fast, so really well done there from our man in white. Look at this. This is what the judges see. Oh, that was really satisfying to watch.
Yes, it was. His body was just all in the right place, like no hair out of place for Kei Kobayashi. And he has to protect his second spot, his top 2 spot, because he's not safe just yet with our other surfers just being very capable of achieving a 4.95 or a 5.45.
All right, Kay taking a look at this one. On his backhand, one big turn there. Wants to get around this section. He needs to get one more to get a good score. Unfortunately, there's just that one. But you know, the turn before, not this one, Kei Kobayashi's previous wave, those types of re-entries are some of my favorites to watch.
It was so exciting to watch.
I think sometimes I like those over airs.
Me too.
I don't know
me
what it is
too.
about that turn, but it's just gorgeous to watch.
It just looks so brilliant, and here we are, a brilliant surfer himself, Danny Widianto. Nice first hack, good little climb there, and this is the end section he wants to attack and tries for the reverse, just unable to stick with the landing. Mistimed it a little, he knows it. A little shake of the head, some frustration, but this is the important part where you can't let your nerves or your frustration get to you. So here is a replay of that. Let's see what went wrong. It looks like his fins or his tail got snagged a bit in the whitewash.
Something I really like about Danny is just that he doesn't just stand up, eye that air section down and travel just to do it. He stops and does a couple turns beforehand, so he will always try to create those waves where he does a couple combination turns before going for the air. So
Slightly bigger wave now, live action for Kei Kobayashi, and good two-turn combination. Let's see if that improves his lead. Never you mind, it's still a good surf for him. He is in second, protecting that spot. And Danny Widianto also about a score to drop, waiting 6 and a 5. And wow, here's Marama trying to go for the air again, but just exits when he saw that that wave kind of just petered out for him. But here we go with priority. Neil Sanchez, boy from Baler. Just a nice check turn first to the foam. Tries to generate speed. This is the section he is eyeing. All crucial, but gets detached from his board. Almost as if he kicked it away from his body.
all right, 5-minute mark. It's gonna be crunch time now. We're waiting for scores to come through for our man in white before we can say the official results. I don't think that last wave is gonna be going up into his top 2. Lots of waves ridden, lots of action, a lot of air time, couple replays. All right, this is the last of Kei Kobayashi. So good first turn here, sets it up for this second one. I think slightly mistimed there. He could have gotten there a little bit earlier and he would have gotten a huge score, but he is surfing incredibly nonetheless. Neil Sanchez eyed this section down. Took to the air. Unfortunately, just not being able to stick it. He's got plenty of time still to get back out there. He's looking for a 5 practically. So it's crunch time now. 4 minutes left. A couple sets coming through. So we're going to see some more action play out in the last heat of the day.
I know we've had quite a long day of competition, but just for this heat, I kind of don't want it to end.
It is very entertaining here in the Baler International Pro. This is the QS4000, and it's not over just yet. Tomorrow we are going to be seeing man on man and women on women.
It is finals day, somewhat.
In a way, it could be. We're definitely going into the quarterfinals, so that's technically finals day, yeah.
Yes.
All quarterfinalists are going to be written down after this heat. We already have the semifinalist women for the longboarding side, but tomorrow we're going to be running all the quarters, so it's going to be a pretty exciting day.
Very quick, and hopefully we see a big bump in the swell size, because that's what everyone's been praying for. But even in these conditions alone, they're highly rippable, and that's why we're able to see some good scores like Danny's 6 and 5 respectively. And yes, it's been super exciting to watch, and it's been super fun commentating in the booth with you. I'm learning so much from everyone as well, and yeah, I think I'm gonna dream about commentating in the booth.
And we're learning so much from you. I mean, you have so much incredible insight, not only of Philippines and Baler, but as well as longboarding and all the local surfers that have been showing up here. This, though, is Maramar having a little bit of a shocker. I mean, I'm only saying that because I know his ability and I know what he's capable of. So this isn't his best heat.
It is not, although not to discount him, sometimes he pulls off the biggest buzzer beaters, like that Hail Mary. It just always works to his favor sometimes. So interesting. 2 minutes is still a pretty long time, but again, it's a battle of the nerves and just really being able to hone your focus in and not let the competition get to you so much.
And that's exactly why Team Philippines is one of my favorites. That is what's always happening when they're around. And now that I actually finally get to be here, I see that it's a Filipino thing to just be happy all the time. Always dancing when there's music and even when there's not. So it is such an incredible community out here. Everyone really is there for each other, and I feel like we've been welcomed with open arms as Kei Kobayashi fist bumps, and he is really excited about that one. So will there be a change in leaderboard right now?
And he took that wave from Neil Sanchez, who was looking at it and wanted to give it a go, but chooses this one, and it might be a blessing in disguise because big section to boost on. Just not being able to stay with his board. And live action, Danny, the man in the lead, just a quick up and down. Doesn't have to do much work now, just being very careful, watching the time. And here's the replay where Neil wanted that one, but Kay had second priority, and I'm excited to see what he pulled off right here. Kiada.
Wow, that was straight to the flats. Really meaty section. He eyed it down from the beginning. He needs a 5.86, almost a 6 to go to first. So the replay of Neil would have been an incredible score if he just landed that. There we have it, 7-5 for Kei Kobayashi. Now the replay of Neil Sanchez from the beach angle. Unfortunately, they're pretty sketchy landing there for Neil Sanchez.
If he made that, that would have been enough to advance.
That would have 100%.
I think that was in the 6 range, or a 5.8. But let's count this down. 5, 4. Yes, Kei Kobayashi just showing what he's made of and what he's got. Pounding down at 7.25, but live action. Last chance for our local boy, Neil Sanchez, who unfortunately will be saying goodbye along with fellow Filipino John Mark Tokong.
All right, so that was the last heat of the day for us here in the Baler International Pro. It was Kei Kobayashi and Danny Willianto moving on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. We're gonna throw over to a quick highlights reel. And thank you for joining us. See you guys bright and early tomorrow.
Yeah.
I thought we were over. I thought we were done. You took my heart and made it colder. I took my soul and tried to run, but I have no
you do the things you do. You got me wrapped around your finger. Your pretty little lies. With your pretty